Good morning and welcome to the Mike Graham Show. I'm Mike Graham and this is, of course, the Mike Graham Show. And here we are. I can tell you now that we're actually early today because it's just about 7 o'clock, according to my digital clock in front of me. Chagos Islands, just after midday, obviously. Misley Mandarin's there looking for fish, making sure that his parents are okay, his dad's okay. We're going to... Have we any luck sourcing a Chagos Islands flag, by the way?
No,
we need to put one. If anybody's got one, let us know where you got it, and then we can get it. Don't send it, because you can't send anything into us at the moment. But we've got lots to do, lots of things to talk about this morning, lots of weird news going on, because we've already hit the sort of dog days of summer. Andy Burnham has come in as the new, supposedly, Prime Minister of this country. And nobody gives a damn, actually. That's the thing. I'm just going to move the water away, because Pooch is now appointed himself head of holidays, by the way. Which is good news because it means that we're all going to get another holiday.
Where are you going to go?
I thought I might try Cyprus because I've heard it's quite a nice place. But nobody's ever been there, apparently. So we'll see. Lee Nalalingam is here. Lee, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike. Good to see you.
Nice to have you here. I'm going to ask you in a moment about, I need your expertise on the sort of statistical scenario around number 10 North. We decided to print up some signs yesterday.
I love it.
Number 10. Well, so I basically said, look, here we are. This is the Mike Graham Show South. Which I think is, you can see that.
Just about there, yeah.
And we're going to put that there, which is number 10 North.
There we go.
Which is there. Oh, sorry, it's not fitting. Or you could do, if you prefer, you can just put that in front of you, and you can be North.
There we go.
Nice.
Which I think is good. I think we should keep this theme going.
What's the budget for this?
The budget's £1 million.
Okay.
And so...
£1 million? That's
£1 million.
just for the pre-work, right?
Yeah, but that's how much it costs to get this stuff printed. £1 million, and we're going to charge it to the taxpayer.
Yep.
I got a bill from the tax man the other day, and I'm going to say to him, look, on account of the fact that I've actually done some signs, I'm not going to give you any tax this month.
That seems fair.
I think so, because I've spent £1 million on some signs, which are for my business, and so therefore I'm just going to make that tax deductible, which I'm sure you'll tell me is okay.
Of course, I'm sure it's okay. Did you see my? I looked into the HMRC's audit.
Yes.
Turns out last year they haven't collected £59 billion worth of tax.
59 billion.
Yeah.
So I think I can get away with.
I think so.
I think they only want about 25 grand off me, so I'm going to say, look, I'm going to write that off because I've done some signs, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm offsetting the cost against my tax.
What's another 25 grand at this point?
And also, of course, because I've now got two offices, technically, even though they're only 3 or 4 feet apart, I'm going to need to double up on all sorts of administration costs.
Definitely.
And also on, transport, security. Yeah. There are things that I'm going to have to spend now because I've got technically
signs for next
I've got 2 offices.
So that's 2 million.
No.
I've got 2 offices as well.
It'll be 5 million. You've got to translate them all as well.
They have to be translated. Yeah, I've got to do them all in Gujarati and Urdu in order to make sure that people in this part of London understand what they say when it says south and north, and also into French, du sud and du nord. Because obviously everybody's fleeing the wildfires and coming here. Although I see that Sadiq Khan yesterday put out a message saying that London is now at the highest alert for wildfires. Starting today, apparently we're at more risk of having a wildfire than ever, right? So be careful where you put your barbecue. Be careful if you're going to start smoking or anything and sticking your Guillotine out. Don't use a flamethrower. Try not to get a magnifying glass. Did you ever do that as a child and set fire to the brush?
I used to do it on someone's arse.
Let's try not to burn the hell out of anybody, right? French racing. The front pages today are as bad as they were yesterday. There's another one here. Look at this. Times. Times is now rapidly becoming my least favourite paper, by the way. Front page, Spain's military emergencies unit had its work cut out at Navas del Rey near Madrid. A 39-degree heat wave is set to hit northeast Spain. We had that. Yeah. We had a 39-degree heat wave. Also, if you work for the military emergencies unit, what do you think you're going to be doing as a general rule? Hasta luego. What do you got to do for us today? Oh, it's emergencies. You're going to have to go put out a fire. Oh, okay. what else would you be doing? Eh? Hasta luego, buonasera, we've got an emergency. Good, that's good, because I work in the emergencies unit. what else are you going to be doing? I just, it's just beggars belief. Anyway, Burnham's hard hat schools, front page of the Times. The Times has gone seamlessly from sucking up to Keir Starmer to now sucking up to Andy Burnham.
That sounds like the Times now, doesn't it?
Their introduction in the story says this. Children as young as 14 will be encouraged into technical training rather than academic education under plans by Andy Burnham to, in quotes, value the hard hat as much as the graduation cap.
And it sounds fine.
So what?
But we've heard it from every Prime Minister going back.
How is that news?
It's not.
It's not news.
And nothing's going to come of it because we've heard it all before. There's no actual strategy behind it.
No.
The solution for everything is going to be to tax us more, give some kid a certificate and think that magically fixes it all.
Here's where they don't tell the truth in the media, right? And we're going to be talking about this later on as well because I've got a meltdown on Holly Willoughby. Nothing against Holly Willoughby, but just about the way that things are covered. Ministers will also change the way school performance is measured. Inspectors will be told to recognise schools that provide high-quality technical education and support young people so they can develop the skills, experience and confidence that employers want. Because, when you have an Ofsted report in a school, you've probably got kids, right?
Yep.
Sometimes the school gets a #1 rating,
yes.
Not because of their academic excellence,
correct,
but because they do a Diwali exercise, or they celebrate Eid, or they take children to a mosque, or they take children to a Gurudwara, or they take children to some kind of synagogue or temple, and they give them a #1 Ofsted report because they've done the whole inclusivity thing and made everybody feel very diverse. It's got nothing to do with teaching.
And it's funny you say that. So my daughter is 5 and I was looking for schools last year for her to start reception.
Yeah.
And there was this school at the top of the Isle of Dogs that everybody rates incredibly highly. It's got all of these awards. Right. It's an academy. And when I went to see them, I had to ask because some people in my family have done really, really high potential things. Like my sister played for the London Symphony Orchestra when she was 12.
Cool.
So I asked them, if there is high potential, how do you manage that? And their response was, we don't do that. The children might feel bad. So
bad?
Yeah, so we don't recognise any individual if they do really, really well. We'd only recognise the class collectively.
Of course.
So then why are you going to have any incentive to achieve?
Yeah.
But again, they are incredibly highly rated because all of the kids feel really, really nice about themselves and they don't grade too hard because if they give someone an A and another kid a C, well, that kid who got a C might feel bad.
Yes.
So they are the best rated school, apparently. It
is mad. But this is the thing. Again, smoke and mirrors, where you're led to believe as a parent that a school gets a #1 Ofsted rating because it's a good school. Actually, no. It gets a good Ofsted rating as #1 because of the way that it ticks boxes in the diversity, inclusion and equity.
And there are consultants.
And I got thrown out of woodwork class because I was joking around, and Mr. Johnson, who was not a very humorous man, threw me out of his class.
Yeah, I don't think anyone actually did it.
And do you know what we made? We were asked to make, and this is a good one for everybody actually, what did you make at woodwork class? I was asked to make an elephant, which was a matchbox holder. So that so you had an elephant, which you could create out of the lathe or whatever it was that you were forming it from. But the back of the elephant had two sort of cuts in it, so that you could put a box of matches on top of it. And can you imagine doing that today? Because you're not allowed to have matches now.
Can't have matches, can't have sharp things.
Why would you have matches? What you mean? You want to smoke a cigarette? So it was a matchbox holder, and you put the matchbox on top of the elephant's back. and so the matches kind of came out the top. So you could just pluck them out.
Ashtrays.
Yeah, ashtrays. There you go.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Oh yeah, we all made those for our parents.
Yeah. But I can't remember what I did. I think I switched the lathe on when he was talking or something, and he threw me out of his class and never went back. So I failed woodwork O level. But
I get
if all you're doing is teaching people woodwork,
and this
how is that in any way skilling them up to become plumbers, engineers, electricians,
what
whatever?
What we really need in this country is it's practical experience. I mean, fundamentally, the biggest issue around youth unemployment, the whole NEETs thing, I forget what the whole acronym stands for now, but it's just everyone not in employment or education or whatever, is that you literally have a choice between taking a British kid straight out of school or whatever and paying them, I think it's like 26 grand a year now, minimum wage, to train them from scratch. Or you can take someone who's arrived, who's got 15 years experience, who work for 26 grand.
Right.
And that is the fundamental issue. And so actually there's a project I did, I've got to be careful what I say here because this goes into day job stuff and client confidentiality, but I worked in my day job a few years ago with a government to design a national skills program. And what we actually did with that government is they would then take, for example, cybersecurity. There's a huge global shortage of cybersecurity skills. And so we set up a national program where you would have year number one, if you hire a citizen from that country, not a foreigner, a citizen from that country, well, you pay 50% of their salary, the government will pay it the first year, 25% the second year, third year, it goes on to you've got to absorb the full cost. And what you actually ended up with is that country then all of a sudden incentivizing businesses to train a whole load of its workforce in cybersecurity. And strangely, they now have among the highest technical capabilities in cybersecurity in the world.
Yeah, because that's an incentive to get into a business that you can actually, advance yourself in. Because the more you know about that sort of stuff, the better pay you'll get, the better kind of advancement you'll get, and the better recognition you'll get for your skills that you've got in a particular area, which is actually something that people want. Other than, let's get a degree in English or let's get a degree in, I don't know, French or geography or whatever the hell it is. But there's nothing in this Burnham plan.
There's nothing in that. There's no substance.
Which actually tells you that you're going to, my kids are too old now, but if I had to say, I don't know, 12-year-old child, and I said, oh, this is good, you're going to be able to get a radical change in your curriculum. You're going to be able to train up as a useful member of society, electrician, or a plumber or something like that. There's nothing in here that says that's what's going to happen.
There's nothing in there at all. And I already know, we all know how this is going to play out. They are going to increase our taxes because it's labour, that's what they do. They are then going to set up all of these bureaucratic entities all around the country in the local authorities, give them loads of money, loads of civil servants working for them to make the local college offer an extra course. And they're going to give them a certificate, and then no one's going to get the job at the end of it.
One of the things, Ellie Hodges was talking about this on her Twitter yesterday, because she is somebody who we love here because she works hard. She's always willing to turn up and do things, and she wants to become a success as a presenter, but she really puts her back into it. But I was at a do last night, and we were talking about it as well, and she was saying, she's had like 3 or 4 different jobs, Saturday jobs, that she did, which you now can't get. There was, I think, a stat that came out yesterday that said something like 71% of 15-year-old kids now can't get a Saturday job because they're not 16, effectively. Because, in order to get a job under 16, you have to sort of get it under the table, and there's a few people doing that. But by and large, most places like supermarkets and sort of petrol stations and pubs, where sometimes you could get that sort of job, are just not giving them out anymore.
No, it's exactly that. I think when I was 15, 16,
I started working when I was 14.
Yeah, I worked in Peacocks. In the back, in the back of the
in the warehouse or whatever.
The warehouse behind the back. Getting the stuff ready for the displays as a 15-year-old. And then I worked for a bookies when I was in college.
Because it gives
my
you,
A-levels.
because the point about it is, it's not so much the job itself, but it gives you a sense of responsibility. You have to be there.
Money, you've got to turn up on time.
If it says turn up at 8 o'clock, you have to be there at 8 o'clock. You understand how to interact with other people. You end up sort of learning things that you didn't know about on the job. You get training, and it's just for me, that kind of thing is invaluable to all children. They should be able to have a job, and they want to. Most kids want to have my kids have always worked, and thank God that they have. because they've always wanted it. But nowadays, it's even my son coming back from. I'm going to go and get him in Manchester on the weekend, and I'll tip a nod to number 10 North, which we'll come on to in a minute. You know, he's desperate to get a job. He's finished his degree, but he's going to come down to Sussex, where there really aren't any jobs.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's going to do. You know,
Well,
he said we were talking to him the other day, and he's like, "I'll do anything." You know, even if it's working in a bar, whatever it is, working in a cafe. You know, he's willing to work in any sort of job which is low paid, as long as it's regular and as long as you can make a bit of money, which is exactly the right attitude. But it's really hard for a lot of kids.
It's incredibly hard, and it's also incredibly hard on the businesses to employ them now, because again, I know a young lad. He's looking for a job at the moment. He's a first year university, and it's the exact same thing. Like he used to work in a pie and mash shop and so on. Just as you know, again, first Saturday job when he was in school, and again, I think it's minimum wage now. It's like 26 grand. Like you're going to pay someone to work in the cafe on 26 grand. It just doesn't work.
Right.
You've taken away that incentive.
Well,
You've
we
taken
saw
away that
yesterday.
opportunity.
Well, did we not? There was a story yesterday which said that if you're, I think, under the age of 19, and you are working for minimum wage, you will actually be better off if you claim
Benefits.
PIP and say that you're too anxious to go to work, and you'll get an extra 100 quid.
Yeah.
It's insane.
And
Absolutely insane.
you get what you incentivise.
Yeah, a couple of tweets coming in, a couple of super chats coming in as well. This one from David. Most young people can earn more on the dole. Until that's addressed, there is no incentive or reason to work. Absolutely right. True, I could say that. One from Sunshine Hawk, who says, thank you for the MG show. Mike Pooch, Charlotte, an excellent guest, keeps me sane in these crazy times. Yeah, it keeps us all sane, actually. One from Simon. Thank you very much indeed, Simon. Appreciate it, as always. One from Mick, who says, good morning, Mike Pooch and Charlotte. Thank you. Yes, good morning to you. We actually started on time today, which is the first time we've done it for a while, actually. Morning, Mike. Rumour has it they're opening a northern version of Checkers. It'll be known as Cheggers. Way! Yeah, thank you, Richard. Yeah, very good. I don't know what he's going to do with Checkers, because if he's not going to spend time here and he's going to go back, what we're led to believe, to Manchester every Friday, then he's never going to be down in this part of the world on a Saturday or a Sunday. So presumably Checkers is going to be empty. It's a nightmare for tradesmen to take on an apprentice, a bureaucratic nightmare. Also, these schemes are open to fraud, says Alistair. That's an interesting point as well. Ashtray was the go-to in metalwork, says DMAS. You see, I didn't do metalwork, I just did woodwork, and I got kicked out. I made a knife block in woodwork, made a flathead screwdriver in metalwork, and some moisture detector in electronics, says Tony. Brilliant.
Brilliant.
See, that's great. I mean, if you can actually teach people that sort of stuff, that's something that maybe stays with you, and you can go and use it in a decent job. One here from Michael who says, this is on Substack. If you're messaging in on Substack, we're trying to include you more as we go. Can we get Majid Nawaz on Mike's show, please? He's a great speaker and a very smart guy. Yeah, do you know, I spoke to Majid not that long ago, and he's very keen to come on. We're just going to try and find a place for him to do so. This one from Billy Joe on the story about Zack Polanski retweeting a tweet in which somebody wished Nigel Farage dead, effectively. So Polanski has put out a tweet asking for Nigel Farage to be beheaded by using the guillotine. This is outrageous. What that Polanski and his stupid Green Party are saying, Nigel Farage should be murdered. Nigel has reported it to the police, and we all know what they will do. Nothing. This is a serious threat on Nigel and reform. And of course, Lucy Connolly was actually talking about this because the defenders of Zack Polanski last night were saying, oh, but he deleted it.
And said sorry.
And she went, I deleted my tweet and I still went to
Exactly.
prison, for heaven's sake. Wish my wife a happy birthday today. Wendy Newman, says Mr.
Happy
Paul
birthday.
Newman. Happy birthday, Wendy. Many, many happy returns of the day. And I hope your husband, Mr. Paul Newman, does the right thing and looks after you and buys you a nice present. These people are incredibly dangerous. They should be shut down as a political party, says Nicole. That's about the Greens. This one here, why are quite a large proportion of the left so hateful and nasty, says Jerry. Well, that's a good point. And then from Tracy, I'm unable to listen at 7 a.m. every day as at work, but I listen from 10 and 11 a.m. when I get home. I've been so fed up with the adverts on your show on YouTube as your show's playing, but half the screen and vocals are an advert. So I've subscribed today. Well, Tracy, great. I think if you subscribe, I don't know if you get it ad-free if you just subscribe without paying, but if you subscribe and pay, you can get it ad-free. If you join the Substack, you can watch it ad-free as well. So those are the two things I think I can offer you. We do have to have adverts on YouTube because that's how we make our money. And we can't run this beautiful, amazing organisation employing lots of people as we do, one of the few growth areas in the British economy, without actually making any money. So I'm sorry if you don't like the adverts, but, unfortunately, That's one of those.
Necessary evil.
We don't have the BBC licence fee to sort us out. And funnily enough, we're going to be talking about ITV and Holly Willoughby coming up later on, because I've got a real bee in my bonnet about Holly Willoughby. But Lee's here, and Lee, I know you've been looking into the whole management of the Prime Minister's office now, particularly now that he's gone
number
to
10 North,
number
yes.
10 North. A lot of people yesterday saying to me, it's inconceivable that this was not planned. It's inconceivable they've done all this in 4 days. You've been putting out some quite interesting information on your Twitter feed.
I have.
So tell us what you've found and what you've concluded from it all.
Let me get my notes here, because there's a very complex timeline. So the chronology is as follows. On the 11th of May, Manchester City Council first published a notice basically saying they were going to have a new lease at Heron House. That's the 11th of May.
Yeah.
The 14th of May...
So 11th of May, the election was on the 6th of May, wasn't it?
11th was 7th of July, was it? June?
Oh, actually, sorry, yeah. Sorry, I'm thinking of the 6th of May was the local elections.
The local elections, yes. So 4 days after that, they've issued this new lease, or let people know that Manchester City Council plan to lease Heron House.
Right.
On the 14th of May is when Josh Simons resigned.
Ah, okay.
So 4 days after that, he's gone, actually, I'm going to step aside for Makerfield because we want the Messiah, the King of the North, to come back.
So just to backtrack, so they've already applied for the lease before he's resigned.
They've made that decision 3 days before he resigned.
Right.
Oops, hold on. My phone is turned off. 18th of May is when he formally left.
Yeah.
The 10th of June, they approved the lease with Manchester City Council with an unnamed tenant for the second floor office. Right? And this is Manchester City Council, it's not the government.
And this is an office building, if I'm not mistaken, which is shared by various different businesses, right?
Shared by various different businesses, including GCHQ and others. But this is Manchester City Council. Right. And who was mayor? Still of Manchester City, Greater Manchester
at that time. Presumably still Andy Burnham.
And isn't the person who was in charge of Manchester City Council now running to be the mayor of Greater Manchester? That's right. All very interesting.
Yeah. Somebody Craig, right?
I don't even remember her name, to be honest. It's they're all interchangeable to me at this point.
They
they're just another Labour
But
politician.
actually, it's a good point you make, though, because people have said to me, in the meantime, now that Andy Burnham is Prime Minister, presumably he's no longer Mayor of Manchester.
Correct.
And so I think it's Bev Craig.
That sounds familiar.
Is running on the elections on Thursday. So as of this moment in time, this message time, Tuesday, the 28th of July, there is no Mayor of Manchester.
There is no Mayor of Manchester. Right. So that's the 10th of June.
Yeah.
The 18th of June is when he was actually elected as the MP for Makerfield. And then on the 19th of June, that lease for the new building became effective.
Yeah.
So the day after he became an MP, that Heron House lease now comes into play.
Okay.
The 29th of June is when he first announced number 10 North. He said that if he becomes leader of the Labour Party, Prime Minister, he will have number 10 North.
Yeah.
The 20th of July, a full month later, pretty much, he became Prime Minister. On the 21st is when he said he's going to formally establish number 10 North.
Okay.
And then 3 days later, that office was already operational.
So you'd have to assume that between the period of the 29th of June and the 27th or so of July, when he announced that number 10 North was going to be a thing, or maybe the 21st actually, so they would have spent that entire month putting together number 10 North in terms of the furniture, the plants, the stuff on the walls, where he had his, his Johnny Marr gold disc.
But how can he do that if he's not the Prime Minister?
Well, exactly. And how has he been given permission to spend the money? Exactly. Where's the money come from? In my view, all of that should have been put before a parliamentary committee.
Should have been put towards
the audit committee, perhaps. Select committee on finance. He has somehow, unless he's used funds from Manchester City Council, which again he should have applied to.
Lots of questions around that.
Yeah, which he should have applied to the people of Manchester to do.
Yeah.
So it's an extraordinary situation for me, where here we are, we've got a new Prime Minister that we didn't really vote for, who has opened a new office that we didn't really ask for, spending money that we didn't give him permission to spend.
Yeah.
and waiting now until September before we get to really ask him any questions about it. I watched, by the way, last night, I don't know if you've seen it, the Laura Kuenssberg interview. Possibly one of the worst interviews of any Prime Minister I've ever seen.
It was a loving.
It was half an hour, right, for a start, which was way too short. She didn't mention immigration at all. It came up, I think immigration as a subject came up when she was talking about whether or not people would be allowed to come here to work. But there was nothing about illegal migrants, nothing about the super dinghies, nothing. He still said nothing about his policy.
Won't say anything about
it. But he can't continually not say anything about it. It's the biggest single issue in British politics, right? But clearly what's happened is that the mainstream media, including the Times, including the Daily Mail, including the Sun, as we've got here, including the Telegraph, none of them are talking about illegal immigration.
None of them.
And I was listening to somebody this morning talking about it who said, the belief inside of Number 10 with all of these kids who are the sort of, political advisors and special advisors and all that, their belief is that if you don't mention migration and you don't mention illegal migrants, it will go away. Which it won't.
I get their argument to a degree. Because if you think about the country at the moment, the country is split on two main issues, right? One being immigration, where I think we will agree with Reform's position on that. We need to stop the boats. I mean, end the madness.
Well, of course you do.
On the other side, you've got the fact that because Labour have screwed the economy so much, the cost of living, economy, taxation, all of that's come to the fore. And when I look at what I would consider the two main parties at the moment, because the Tories are pretty much an irrelevance to a large degree, you've got one party Reform talking about only one of those issues.
Yeah.
You've got Labour that are essentially taking the view over here of, well, we're only going to talk about the other one.
Yeah.
And who wins is going to be the party that actually attacks both effectively.
Yeah.
But you've got to straddle that balance. And
but my concern is more really about the macro kind of scenario that we live in, which is that the press, and I've got this book coming out, and I'm going to keep plugging it because it's going to be out soon.
Plug it.
And it's about this kind of unholy alliance between the mainstream media and the government, and how they completely ignore certain issues because they've either been told to, or they've made an agreement not to go into them, or they've decided that that's just not important. And so we're now living in a world where the things that people care about are not actually being highlighted by the mainstream media. They're being highlighted by people like me and you on your Twitter account. But it's just like, what is wrong with you? How can you not see what people want you to talk about? How can you not talk about the things that people want you to talk about, I mean, look, there's a story today, the Bayou Tapestry, which came over in, I think, July the 9th in a lorry. They had to check the lorry to make sure there were only bleeding migrants in it, right? And that's the story that we haven't seen.
We haven't seen that anywhere.
At all. And suddenly now it's on the front page of the Daily Telegraph. But, why were we not told about that at the time?
Not told about that at the time. And you are right. It is, what's the saying? It's, it's something about, you can always rely on someone not to find the truth if their paycheck depends on them not understanding it, or something like that, right? Is their entire model now is dependent upon them towing the line.
And also they've got such a short memory that they don't want to go into things that were a big story 2 days ago because now they've moved on to something else. I mean, Mail today, their front page, Burnham's 18 billion death tax nightmare. Andy Burnham's last night warned against reviving his nightmare plan for a death tax to pay for social care. Again, probably quite a good story, probably something that people are interested in. But it's a new story.
It's a new story.
Of an old retread story, which has got really going anywhere. And it'll probably turn out that his £18 billion death tax nightmare isn't really there because he's probably not going to do it.
He's not going to do that.
So this is kind of,
it's
almost like bread and circuses for the people to get worked up about when the real problem is immigration, the real problem is Islamists coming into this country and killing people, as they've just done in Berlin, as they did in Paris yesterday. A guy who was arrested for trying to stab two women. He did stab two women and said Allah told him to do it. The French Interior Minister said, we're not sure about the motive. And then you go, well, he said Allah told him to do it. I think that's a pretty clear motive. It makes him an Islamist maniac. We've got Iranian killers coming into the country on the illegal boats. These are the things that people give a shit about, and these are not the things that anybody's talking about.
That's it. But the part of the reason is that only half of the country care about that. and a lot of these people in the papers are catering to the other half, right? So when I leave here and I go and work in the big shiny corporate building in the city of London, there's not a single person in that building that will consider immigration a core issue.
But is that because they're making a lot of money and they're living in a very nice part of the world?
And that is the divide. And that is the divide in the country
and also,
now,
but
right?
also the lanyard class that I'm referring to in my
That's
book
probably
an awful lot,
the best way to describe them.
Who have gone through the university system, who have gone through a very nice middle class upbringing, and who have got no worries at all when it comes to finances, when it comes to mortgages, when it comes to being able to afford the weekend shop at Waitrose. They're all happy. They're all more or less content, and they also think, because they've been taught to think this way, that immigration is good. And that we live in a pluralistic, undivided society, and the only bad people are the right wingers.
And so let me give you a story about this that sums it up perfectly. I went to help reform in a by-election last year in Fulham Town.
Right.
And so I went around, knocked on some doors, canvassed for the I forget who the council candidate was now, but I remember knocking on this one door, and it was an Asian bloke. And he looked at me and went, "What the hell are you doing canvassing for reform?" He's like, "They hate immigrants." Like that. I'm like, actually, they don't hate immigrants. There's a big difference between wanting sensible immigration and just hating all foreigners. And apparently common sense immigration now is hating foreigners. But I'm like, my dad's a first generation, immigrant, and he will, he is more vocal than I'd argue Nigel on the immigration issue. And he's like, "Well, that's a disgrace." He's like, "Look, you should know better than anyone that, we come here, we work hard, we do all of this stuff." I turned around to him and went, "Yeah, but mate, why do you live in Fulham Town and you don't live down in Whitechapel?" And he went, "Why would I live in Whitechapel?" Oh, exactly. Gotcha. And it is that. It is the reason the Lib Dems and the Islington elite and whatever you want to call them, the lanyard class, can sit there and look down their dozens, Elliot, and just kind of shoo it as an issue. It's because they are not affected by it.
Because it makes them feel good as well.
Right.
It makes them feel like decent people. Like, I'm a decent person because I love all immigrants. Well, really? Do you love the guy that's just been trying to stab you to death? Do you love the guy that's been trying to rape your daughter? Do you love the guy that's just been found out to be a multiple killer who's come here illegally, but you didn't know who he was? You like all those people?
Exactly that. I mean, the first time... It's exactly that. I mean, the first time I ever went to a protest in my life was when they put that hotel at the bottom of my road in Canary Wharf with, like you're dropping 1,000...
Britannia,
you're dropping 1,000 unknown men 5 minutes walk from my daughter's nursery at the time.
Is that still being used for that, by the way?
It's still being used, apparently. I haven't seen anyone there for a little while, but my daughter's now on school on the other side of the island. So, but like first time I ever went out, again, I'm very open. My history, I've never been politically active up until a couple of years ago. I came back to the UK, looked around, and what the hell happened?
Exactly, I know.
But it's also one of the things we've got to be mindful of is as we advocate for these arguments, is it's using, and not to be the language police, but it's essentially using language that everyone can get on board with. So the reason why my messaging, for example, when I criticise translation costs, the reason why a lot of that resonates with a lot of people, I get a lot of the Watermelon Brigade that actually follow me on Twitter now. Because I'm not criticising that they don't speak English. I'm criticising the fact that we can translate for free. Now, ultimately, the issue is still the same. Well, why are we doing it anyway? Like there's got to be an entire integration discussion to be had. But it's how do you then make that argument more palatable to a wider audience to bring people with you? Because because we keep now hearing that the government hasn't got any money to do things, right? And so if you want to look at where the money can be saved, you look at things like translation costs. Whether it's in the NHS spends over £100,000 a day.
Whether it's in the NHS, it's insane. And the idea that we suddenly can't find any money to do the things that we want to do, like for example the social care transition that we want to make. I think Andy Burnham is right. The social care business in this country needs to be revamped. However, you can't just say it needs to be revamped and then not revamp it. And you can't just say we want to revamp it but we haven't got any money to revamp it. You have to make choices and you have to say, all right, we need money and we're going to take it from there, we're going to take it from there, we're going to take it from there. And there's plenty of money.
There's plenty of money, and I found the magic money tree now. So there's 140 billion, up to 81 billion pounds a year is lost to fraud and error. So the government just goes, whoops, sorry, someone stole that or we accidentally paid it. 81 billion a year. And then there's 59 billion that they just haven't collected in tax.
Right. Oh, I know.
There's 140 billion
it's
sat
extraordinary.
there.
Absolutely extraordinary. We're going to be talking to a whole bunch of great guests coming up through the show today. Let's have a quick look, though, because the one story we did mention there is that Nigel Farage has reported Zack Polanski to the police because he retweeted something which somebody else had tweeted out, which basically had Nigel Farage's head in a guillotine.
Yeah.
And it said, we're only making plans for Nigel, which is the old XTC song. This is Fiona Bruce, who, believe it or not, is still working as a newsreader, which I didn't know until this morning. Here we go. Here's what she's got to say.
UK have reported the leader of the Green Party of England and Wales, Zack Polanski, to the police, accusing him of incitement to murder. Mr. Polanski shared a social media post, which was then put on X by Nigel Farage. It included a photo of a man wearing a top featuring the name Nigel, alongside an image of a guillotine. Our political correspondent, Ben Wright, is in Westminster. Ben, this has blown up this evening. What more can you tell us about it?
It has. Zack Polanski is prolific on social media, Fiona, constantly posting, liking and sharing content. He has over 700,000 followers on Instagram, and this morning shared a post published by another account which included 20 photographs taken at an event in Bristol on Sunday. One of those photos showed a man wearing a T-shirt which said, "We're only making plans for Nigel," which is a fairly well-known song lyric from the 70s, alongside an image of a guillotine. Now, Reform UK is furious about this. Nigel Farage condemned the post as incitement and said if he published anything like that, he would expect to be arrested. The Green Party has insisted this is a case of carelessness and has said that Zack Polanski condemns the remarks on the T-shirt, the image on the T-shirt. He was tagged in a post with 20 images and clicked accept without realising there was more to it than he had seen, the spokesman said. But Reform has reported this post to the Metropolitan Police, which is now making inquiries. "We take reports of this nature extremely seriously," said the Met this evening.
Ben,
The Metropolitan Police are making inquiries. Inquiries into what? There's Russell Quirk, by the way, only making plans for Nigel, and that's him going into number 10. You might say it's frivolous. You might say that, Reform are sort of barking up the wrong tree. But I think Nigel Farage has got every right to play these people at their own game. Because at the end of the day, there's a guy wishing him ill.
Wishing
right?
him
Now, you
ill.
might say, oh, it's a bit of a piss take. It's not really that serious. Well, it is actually that serious. If you're the guy who's at the other end of 537 death threats in the last sort of 3 months or something.
And that's the point, right? Like, on the one hand, look, I don't want anyone going to jail or being reported to the police for tweets or social media posts or so on. Like, do I agree with it? No. Should we be reporting it? I'd also argue no. However, Nigel has a very real threat to his life.
Also, if it was the other way round, Polanski would be doing it, reporting him. So let's go after these people.
Of course,
that's what I say.
If that's the game, sure, play it. I say my fundamental view on freedom of speech is just I don't want anyone. I don't want Lucy Connolly sent to prison. I don't want anyone at all. Just like with this, it's just an idiot wearing a T-shirt that's clearly wrong.
Yeah.
But given the actual threat to Nigel's life, you can't let that go.
No, you really can't. Because, nutters, in the wake of the Anne Widdecombe case, as we know, will act upon things like that happening.
Yeah.
Lee, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Lee Nanalingham, go and follow him on Twitter and check out all of the various different things, and his Substack as well. Where he looks at all of the wastes of money that our governments, both local and national, get through. Donald McLeod's going to join us in a minute because he's got, never mind what's going on in bleeding Bordeaux in the middle of Spain, he's got the Cairn Gorms to worry about, which is also on fire, and he's got a campsite up there where nobody can go in it because apparently it might burst into flames at any minute. So we'll get from him what's going on there. Also, we'll be talking about Holly Willoughby coming up a little bit later on, and we will also be trying to find out exactly what is the deal with what is going on with his mortuary story, which is extraordinary as well. It's coming up to, where are we, 7:39. Let's have some news with Edward Hughes.
Good morning, I'm Edward Hughes with your Tuesday Bulletin. New Prime Minister Andy Burnham has just hosted his first foreign leader, Ukraine's Zelensky, at a naval base, promising the UK has his back 100% and gifting the tech for a fancy drone jamming system. Nothing says steady leadership like the 7th Prime Minister in a decade still handing out military toys while the country's on fire. Speaking of which, Britain's 4th heat wave of the summer is officially underway, with amber health alerts raised and temperatures heading for 35 degrees Celsius. Parts of Wales remain in drought, wildfires keep popping up, and hosepipe bans cover millions, because nothing beats a proper British summer like rationing water, while the countryside quietly turns to tinder. Meanwhile, Burnham's also floating a possible death tax to fix social care and promising to value hard hats as much as graduation caps. Priorities, people. Remember to like and subscribe. Laters, Tigers.
Thank you very much indeed. Good to see Edward Hughes back wearing a shirt and tie, not doing that old Andy Burnham thing with the old black T-shirt. I did think about coming in with a black T-shirt on, but I haven't found one yet. But I think Donald McLeod might have some. I'm going to ask him in a minute if he's got one. One size fits all T-shirt. But what's that? The real North. Scotcho, brilliant. We've all got a plan. I've got this one here, South du Sud, number 10 South. I mean, what a load of old. And the great news is, Donald, you'll be pleased to know, as a partner in this business, it hasn't cost me £1 million to make this sign. I've actually done it for bugger all.
You've got to pay for the printer ink, and also, is it one size, or do you have various
it's one
sizes?
size, as far as I can see. Yeah, I was thinking about making it into a T-shirt of some kind, but
do you want me to deal with that?
yeah, because that's your area of expertise. Yeah, I'm looking at the front page of the Times today, a bit like yesterday. They've got this big fire scenario going on. Actually, this is Spain. Sorry. And this is the Military Emergencies Unit. But what I did see, and I know this is a story close to your heart because of your campsite, which you'll tell us about in a minute, but there was you probably saw it, there was a farmer who'd made a video up in Scotland who was talking about the things that we all know, that the reason that these fires are not going out is that they've stopped the way they used to look after the land, and they've stopped all the fire breaks that were put in place, and now when it goes on fire, it just keeps burning.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a big furore going on about that, about land management, and a debate needs to be had. You know, they need to all sit down after this and sort it out. They have what they call rewilded the Cairngorms, and and it looks beautiful. In large parts of Scotland, they look amazing. When the heather's all up and out there, and the different colours and hues, purples and whites, but when it dries out, it dries really crisp, and when a fire starts, it just flames through it and goes through the trees. So they've, in a way, from what I'm hearing, and there's a debate going on, as I say, the fire breaks, the land management, burning the heather, what do you call them? What do you bloody call them? The farmers and gamekeepers used to go out and burn the heather to stop this sort of thing happening for hundreds of years. So they sort of know what they're talking about, if you get me. And along come the rewilders, who have got a point. It does look nice. It encourages more wildlife, but without putting proper fire breaks and without having the proper water pump stations or amenities there to put the fire out, it's killing them, and it's destroying large hundreds of acres of fantastic wild countryside in Scotland. That's why people go to the Highlands, because it just looks amazing. When it's all in bloom, it looks amazing in the winter when it's all covered in snow. But doesn't it look amazing right now? There's 5 square miles been devastated with this fire, and lives have been put at risk, and so they really need to get serious about it. And they were warned last year after there was a huge fire caused, it turns out, by a cinder coming from a steam train, the Harry Potter steam train or something like that, and it sparked this fire. But you mentioned that. You mentioned the farmers, right, and or the gamekeepers are right. Oh no, they kick up. They're going daft. Oh no, it's climate change, and it's brought on by fossil fuels, and they start convoluting the argument. Why are we wanting to drill oil? And fire breaks don't work. Well, fire breaks do work to a degree, but they obviously don't work when there's a raging inferno that jumps roads, all sorts of things. But the main problem we have at the moment is that the fire has abated, and quite simply, not because of the valiant, brilliant efforts. 500 firemen have been, which some of them 24-hour days, just trying to beat this thing out, hose it down when they could get the hoses in there, or following up from when the water bombed it with the helicopters, which finally arrived, last week. But where was I going with this? I mean, there's no plan, there's no structure. and people are losing their livelihoods. That's the bottom
Well, no,
line.
because I mean, I was saying earlier, you've got a campsite which is within the kind of area of where it's all going on, right? So what happened? Your campsite people were all evacuated, and where have they gone?
Well, it's now in its 14th day. What happened was, 2 weeks ago, got a notification there's a fire. And within 12 hours, we're getting told this campsite had to be evacuated, and all the guests, 800 of them, had to move, and so many of them having to leave their stuff.
So where have they gone then?
Flames. Well, remember, a lot of them have got camper vans and stuff like that, so they just bolted. But the ones with tents...
Was Nicola Sturgeon there? She wasn't there.
I'm not going to say. Well, put it this way, she wouldn't get a discount, that's for sure.
She couldn't see the camper van to get in it, so she obviously couldn't do it.
But here's the thing, if they'd had the proper resources in place, if they had the helicopters in place they can drop the bomb, it would have stopped the fire within an hour. The fire, as I was told when it started, was the size of a small car. Within 12 hours it had taken an acre, and so on and so forth. Then the wind, so it could have been stopped then. It wasn't. They didn't have the resources. The helicopters, the water bombing helicopters were getting used to put out the fires in the moorland in Manchester. But, from that day to this, the politicians have been arguing about, what Westminster, whether it's Westminster should have water bombing helicopters, which they don't. But more importantly, whether the SNP even would make the request. And they made the request, but eventually made the request, and that was only like 2 days ago, but only once they found out that the government didn't have these resources, these particular types of helicopters or planes. So it's been a bit churlish, it's political, trying to make political points, saying, the government, we don't need it anyway, but the government couldn't supply it. The government in Westminster had turned around and said, well, we can give you heavy lifting stuff, we can bring in Chinook helicopters, we can, help in other ways, bringing in sort of army vehicles to help put it out. So that debate is raging on, but what it's not raging on, what's about to start raging is the compensation. Where are we? Once it's all said and done, the hotel, like all the hotels in the area, particularly one at Nethy Bridge, which the village was evacuated, they've lost all their customers. A lot of people are cancelling because they don't know if it's going to be safe, and you can understand their fears when they see the pictures of the burning heather and people getting evacuated. The stories of smoke belching over to Aberdeen or down the A9. It's affecting a lot of people, and that is the livelihood of that town, the town of Aviemore and that area. This is when they're meant to make their money to last most of the year, and no more so than my campsite. So 800 every day. At the moment, my staff, poor staff, are having to phone up the people and cancel the bookings.
Oh, the people who've got the bookings,
the next day and the day after that, the day after that, and there's still no guarantee of when we're going to be open. We hear rumours, we hear, that maybe it might be, but it seems there's nobody in charge, and particularly not the Scottish government at the moment. You would think after a big blaze last year, they would have had the knowance, the brains to say, well, let's put in plans here.
Well, you would think
fire
so.
breakers, and let's put in fire stations. Let's buy a helicopter or a couple of them, or a plane. Maybe the British government should buy a plane like that. They're good at giving their money away, for other things. Here, the Scottish government giving 500,000 to the Palestine.
I know.
Many have no money.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Now, I'm not getting any compensation at the moment. Maybe the insurance will pay up, but there's no talk of that. Now, this maybe will open tomorrow, or get the green light tomorrow. Might be the weekend, but I suspect it'll be next week, because at the moment, the fires, where it is burning, the helicopters are using the lock. The lock beside the campsite, and coming down Loch Morlick, it's called, and they're using that to scoop up the water and to firebomb the site, waterbomb the sites. Now, the thing is, we can't open up. One of the things we heard, we can't open up in case the helicopter was to crash or something like that and go into the site. So, for safety concerns.
But that's
the irony. And the irony is we need the helicopter, but because it's flying over the campsite, they don't want that. We can't have it open. Oh, it's crazy. It's crackers. It's really frustrating.
Yeah.
So there's no plan. There's a guy up there called Sandy McCook, and he's a community representative, and he's been very good. Every day he's been blasting, the incompetence or the lack of, brains behind it. The lack of leadership, I should say, and that's still going on. So I think maybe we should if we can get Sandy McCook on, because he was even asked to leave his own community centre at Nettie Bridge because he wasn't really wanted. He's the one that's putting out the posts, not slagging firemen, not slagging Forest Land Services, not slagging the volunteers that are trying to beat the fires out, because they've done a fantastic, valiant job, as I say. But just asking the question: who is in charge here? Where is the leadership? Why are you politically point scoring? And he get turned away from his own community centre.
And when are you going to sort the bloody situation out? We've actually got a poll going this morning. Charlotte, what's the poll say? Here it is. What's causing all the wildfires? Is it global warming, global cooling, some bloke's fag, or Andy Burnham's hot air, which is currently winning at 49%? Because at the end of the day, this is nonsensical, isn't it? I mean, we had Paul Burgess on yesterday, who's an eminent scientist about global warming and about the climate change and all that, and he said it's absolute rubbish to blame this on global warming, because actually the number of wildfires is down. If you look at what it used to be like, 20, 30 years ago, there used to be more wildfires, but they never were as devastating because the countryside was put together in a much different way, and nobody
it was managed.
Yeah, it was properly managed, and it was managed by people who are apparently, who know what they're doing, like gamekeepers and people who run the countryside in places like
the farmers. The rewelders seem to think they know more than the farmers. There is. Can we have both? And if we can have a rewelded Scotland and proper measures in to mitigate the infernos happening again, that'd be great. But they need to sit down and have a debate and not get all so precious about their own side. But I at the moment, obviously siding with the farmers because they're the ones that are losing livelihoods.
Yeah.
I'm siding with the tourist industry because they're the ones that are losing their customers and losing livelihood. So it's an urgent debate that needs to happen, and and everybody should just cool their jets, if you get me, and say, right, can we have both? What is needed? Because ultimately, the rewelders do not believe in fire breaks. They do not want that. They want it all sort of, everything sort of lush and green or purple or whatever and blossom. But guess what stopped the fire at Nettie Bridge? Fire breaks. They brought in the bulldozers and created massive fire breaks to stop the flames at that point. And that's not going to work everywhere. It's certainly not working in Bordeaux or where my brother is. He must be shitting himself. And it's certainly not going to work.
How far away is he from the fire then?
Well, from what I gather, half an hour.
Well, that was yesterday. Now it's 10 minutes.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I'm saying. Half an hour. Whoosh.
Crikey.
So I did put a message
out
this morning. It's
terrible.
terrible.
Right.
So that's where we are, and it is raining up there. So that's also helping. But it just shows you how quickly these things can take. Cause carnage and take a light, honestly, and shut down business. And so they have to get together. They have to smash their heads together and get the solution, because it's just not good.
I know.
I mean, at the moment, At the moment, I'm over £100,000 down, in bookings.
I
That's
know.
just shocking.
It's crazy, yeah. Absolutely mad. Mad. Anyway, well, listen, hopefully it'll all be sorted out relatively soon. And good to see him. We'll see you soon. We're coming down next week. Is it next week?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and we're going to be very sober.
Yeah, you're under strict orders not to get me drunk. So,
Well, we can have a couple. You've got the
Well, you
big
go
boss
early.
gin to
Well,
sample.
we tried it last time and it didn't work, but this time we're going to go early. And
You
we're going
wanted
to
to
go home.
stay out.
No, we're going to go home early. That's what we're going to do. That's the trick, all right? That's what we're going to do. Anyway, get lost, get out of it, and we'll talk to you. We'll talk to you next week. Good luck, Donald McLeod from the Clan McLeod. Of course, trying to figure out what on earth to do with these ridiculous wildfires, which are raging all over France, all over Spain, and now in Scotland, of course, as well. And ridiculously, Sadiq Khan coming out yesterday and saying that London is now at massive risk of wildfires. I mean, sorry. I drove into work this morning. I didn't see any wildfires. I suspect I'll drive back home later on this afternoon. I won't see any wildfires either. Because guess what? There won't be any bleeding wildfires. We live in a city. There's Hyde Park, there's Green Park, there's Regent's Park. There's all sorts of parks, but they're not on fire because they're just not. It's as simple as that. Who have we got now?
Patrick Snicker.
Patrick Snicker, who is from News Force, I believe. I met Patrick down at CPAC last week, 2 weeks ago, actually, I should say. And he joins us now to discuss the happenings of the moment. Patrick, very good morning to you.
Thanks for having me on, Mike.
No, not at all. Good to see you. I never did see that interview you did with me. Did it ever go out?
It's coming out today or tomorrow, Mike.
Oh, okay. All right,
You know
great.
how it is.
Excellent. Yeah, tell us about CPAC, because we haven't really discussed it much since I saw you last. It's a couple of weeks away now, but what did you guys take out of it?
It was quite an event. It was 2.5 days full of events and panels and vox pops, and for us, a lot of interviews. And the reason yours didn't come out, Mike, is the majority of them actually haven't come out because we're getting them all lined up, ready to go one by one. But we're going to have a whole lot of them. It was an event full of what my main takeaway was: a lot of plurality on the right, a lot of diversity of thought, which I was very pessimistic about. I thought was lost. And then I turned up to CPAC, my first ever CPAC, and there were actually so many people with so many different points of views, the majority of which I probably disagree on quite a lot with. So it really surprised me, but I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I did too. I thought it was really interesting that we had people from so many different countries, from so many different perspectives of media in particular, and also politically as well. I wonder whether everybody who came from places like Poland and Australia and America had the same experience, or whether they enjoyed it as well. Hopefully they did. But you do get the sense that there's an awful lot of similarities in different countries in Europe, certainly, and in different countries around the world as to the sort of polarization of politics right now. We've just seen the terrible attack in Berlin. We've seen the attack in Paris last night, a few hours ago. Islamists still roaming around Europe, wishing to do harm to people in the name of Allah. And we know here in this UK, we've got Iranians coming in who wish to do harm to the general population. What can we do about all of that, do you think?
Well, if the answer was that simple, I would be in number 10 right now discussing that and giving an announcement. Unfortunately, I don't think it is quite that simple. There's, different parties call upon different things. You have certain parties and certain political philosophies which call to just unanimously shut down borders and not let any migrants come into the country. But it's not really that simple because there's no really practical solution for that. There's no way to just, shut your border. You can't. Well, theoretically, you could build a wall around the United Kingdom, but I think the logistics complicate that a bit. The answer, in my opinion, is increased national security and different steps you take domestically. Increase police patrols, certainly, especially in areas and communities where you see these attacks happening. But again, no really easy solution, Mike.
No, I think that is the problem. And with the new Prime Minister that we've got, Andy Burnham, It's hard to believe that you can even say that in one sentence without kind of laughing. Andy Burnham, the new Prime Minister, it's kind of like, where did that come from? He hasn't mentioned immigration yet properly. He hasn't really expressed an interest in the small boat crossings that are going on, which are now big boat crossings, 165 people per vessel now coming over. He hasn't said anything about what he's going to do about stopping that from happening, has he?
No, he really is not. It has only been a week, to his credit, or to not criticize him too much, as of now. But we see the Home Office pretty much staying the same, right? Shabana Mahmood remains Home Secretary. So I'm assuming we'll see some sort of consistency between Andy Burnham's new government and Sir Keir Starmer's old government, on that point. But I am really curious to see, you are right in saying that he hasn't really addressed it much. He has focused more on, the economy, cost of living. And I think he is, to be fair, I think he is pretty smart to do that, because the average person in the UK, sure, they do care about migration and the consequences of mass migration and illegal migration too. But I do think that the economy hits home for the majority of people. And, it is somewhat of a populist approach, but I think it is the smart and, to an extent, the right approach taken by Burnham. I'll give you an example. I think it was 2 or 3 days into his premiership, he announced the tax cuts on pubs and musical venues. And again, to what extent will that actually help pubs and the individual and make pints? If Andy Burnham ends up making my own pint cheaper, I won't complain. I love going to the pub. I love London for that reason. But to what extent will that actually come true? I'm not sure yet. But those sorts of moves, cutting the VAT as well, which I saw on your previous show, you mentioned that it actually doesn't make a big difference because it ends up cutting about 90 pence a week.
Right.
For the average person.
Yeah, because the actual cost of energy has gone up by more than the amount that they're cutting. So nobody's going to be happier.
Exactly. No, you're absolutely right. But I do still think that going down the route of more economic change and more economic policy rather than focusing solely on or increasingly on migration actually does good for Andy Burnham, and it is in his self-interest, because I can predict that in the next 3 years, at least until 2029, if Andy Burnham does end up lasting until the next general election, unless one is called early, of course, I don't really see the state of migration in the United Kingdom getting any better.
No, exactly right. And what about his relationship with Donald Trump? Because a lot's been made of that. He says he had a 15-minute conversation with Trump, I think, last Friday. We've got Ed Miliband, who's Foreign Secretary now, who said some very disparaging things about the president, in the same way that Wes Streeting has, who said that, that was all in the past and it's all going to be fine. I mean, Trump is a unpredictable character, I suppose you might say. Do you think that he will come to Manchester for some kind of meeting? Will he come to the G7? Will he, how will he treat Andy Burnham, do you think?
Well, I certainly don't think President Trump will end up coming to the number 10 of the North. That's for sure. I don't think he knows where Manchester is. He will. I do suspect he will probably make a visit or two to Downing Street in London in the next, hopefully by the end of the year. I'd like to see that as someone who lives in London. But I do suspect he will maintain the so-called special relationship, as important as it actually is. I do think they'll see each other plenty at the G7 meetings, next year's NATO summit, any sort of international conference. I'm sure he will acknowledge at least Andy Burnham. Now, I'm curious to see whether Andy Burnham gets more or less recognition than Keir Starmer did, because if you remember correctly, Keir Starmer wouldn't really get much attention from Donald Trump, even when they were in the same room. When Donald Trump, about a year and a half ago, at the very start of his second term, brought in a bunch of European leaders, you even had Finnish President Stubb closer to Donald Trump than the British Prime Minister at the time, Keir Starmer was, who was at the very edge of the table. And that to me was really striking, because I would have never expected in the past to have a British Prime Minister in the same room as the US President, and for him not to be face-to-face with him or side-by-side, let alone at the very end of the table. So that's what I'm really curious to see, whether Andy Burnham gets more or less attention and recognition than Keir Starmer does.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see. Good to see you. Patrick, thank you very much indeed. Patrick Staker from News Force there, talking to us from here in London about what's going on with Andy Burnham and Donald Trump. We haven't heard really much from Burnham this week, considering last week he was all over the place every single morning coming out, giving us an announcement one after another, all of which didn't really come to very much. But and now this week, apparently what he's saying is that this is now all about trying to make the delivery happen. And it's like, delivery of what? Exactly. The interview he did with Laura Kuenssberg was absolutely dreadful, absolute rubbish, right? We might play you a clip of it. But there was nothing to it. She didn't ask him anything. And then yesterday, he was down in Portsmouth, I think it was, and he appeared on, I happened to come home while he was on GB News, I think, but it was like a pooled interview. And again, the people interviewing him aren't asking him the right questions. It's like, what are you doing? You've got the Prime Minister in front of you. Ask him anything you like. But they go, oh, no, don't upset him because, we'd like to be able to talk to him later on and maybe tomorrow and maybe next week. No, you go into the room or wherever you are about to meet the Prime Minister and you want to get an answer out of him about something like immigration, about, for example, the 165 people who are coming on one single boat. We've had nearly 900 people come since he's been in power, just over a week, right? What's he doing about it? He hasn't said. What's he going to do about it? He hasn't said. What's he planning to do about it? He hasn't said. So the journalists are really doing us a disservice here and not doing what they're supposed to do to hold him to account. On the basis of what? So that they can keep in with him, so that they can, make sure that they get invited onto the next, prime ministerial plane ride up to Manchester or up to Glasgow, and they can all pretend they're on, Air Force One. It's pathetic. Ask him some proper bleeding questions, you morons. Let's get some super chats. It's coming up to 8 minutes. What have we got? One from Ms. Behaves. 10th birthday wishes to my beautiful dog, Duffy.
Happy birthday.
Many happy returns, Duffy. Enjoy yourself. Hope you got some cake. One from Shalina. All planned, rigged, no democracy. Yeah, well, that could apply to almost anything. This one from Crag. Mike, thank you for talking about what we give a flying one about. You and your team, keep up the fantastic work. Well, this is it, Crag. People don't talk about the things that we talk about because they've already moved on and they've already forgotten because they don't care. Mike Hucknall's first workplace, and Mick Hucknall's first workplace was at a clothes shop, Simply Thread. Very good. His job, folding back the tears, says Dave. How long did it take to come up with all that? What about me and Mrs. Jones? Mike, there is a load of land that's being excavated in the centre of Manchester, ready for North number 10. Is there? What are they doing that for? South Staff's Kev says, quite right, Mike, he's spending money without parliamentary approval. Surely that's misconduct in a public office. I think so. I don't see any way that Andy Burnham can actually justify what he's done, how much money he spent, and why is nobody asking him? Richie says, poor Anne Widdecombe, I can't stop thinking about it. R.I.P. Anne. Yeah, I know, it's been awful. Luckily, we've got a picture of Anne Widdecombe to my right over there, which you can see. And, it makes us think about her every day. And all we do is we look at the picture and marvel at what a wonderful woman she was and what a fantastic human being she was as well. Coming up, we've got lots and lots of people to talk to. I think we've got the Nowhere photographer coming soon. And for the first time, he's going to be giving us a bit of an exclusive as well from his travails over in Calais, watching the French police not stopping anybody coming over on these super dinghies. But before that, let's get some news with Edward Hughes.
Good morning, I'm Edward Hughes with your Tuesday Bulletin. New Prime Minister Andy Burnham has just hosted his first foreign leader, Ukraine's Zelensky, at a naval base, promising the UK has his back 100% and gifting the tech for a fancy drone jamming system. Nothing says steady leadership like the 7th Prime Minister in a decade still handing out military toys while the country's on fire. Speaking of which, Britain's 4th heat wave of the summer is officially underway, with amber health alerts raised and temperatures heading for 35 degrees Celsius. Parts of Wales remain in drought, wildfires keep popping up, and hosepipe bans cover millions, because nothing beats a proper British summer like rationing water, while the countryside quietly turns to tinder. Meanwhile, Burnham's also floating a possible death tax to fix social care and promising to value hard hats as much as graduation caps. Priorities, people. Remember to like and subscribe. Laters, tigers.
I don't know.
Thank you very much indeed. That is, of course, Edward Hughes with the news. Coming up, we've got loads more for you. Not least, Nigel Evans is going to be here shortly. He's in the studio, former Deputy Speaker of the House, of course. We've also got Joan Kennedy from Politics in Pubs. Are they having another meeting?
Yes.
Excellent. And Peter McElvenna and Michael Wilson. I'm not quite sure who they're going to be talking about, but we've got plenty going on. Also, I've got a big bee in my bonnet about Holly Willoughby, which I'm going to be telling you all about very shortly. But right now, it is Adrian, the nowhere photographer, who is a man we've been trying to get on for a while because he's very busy out there in the wilds of Normandy and the north coast of France, basically cataloguing and watching what's going on and giving us the lowdown on precisely what little, if you like, I suppose, the French authorities are doing to stop people coming here. Adrian, very good morning to you. Thanks for joining us.
Morning, Mike. Thanks for having me on.
Not at all. I believe you've sent us a video, which I think we're about to play, are we?
Yes.
Let's have a look at this and then we'll talk about it.
Who are these people? You don't tell me what to do. Oh yeah.
That's some amazing footage, that, Adrian. I mean, that's one of those huge dinghies, isn't it? Which maybe carries. I mean, that may be not one of the biggest ones you've seen, but there's certainly 100 people on there, maybe more.
Yeah, they're normally about 80 to 100, depending on how crammed they put the people on.
Yeah.
But that was Dunkirk Saturday.
Right, and you're in the water, presumably filming that, right?
Yeah, I'm chest deep. Yeah.
Right, and I've seen some other footage that you've done before where you've been harassed by various different migrants threatening you and throwing rocks at you and threatening to kill you. I've seen other video footage of the gendarmerie not really exactly being happy to see you there or not really protecting you. I mean, it's an amazing thing you're doing, and I thank you for it because it's an extraordinarily brave thing to do. But what made you decide to do this?
Just purely from a selfish point of view, 2 children, and I can see where the country's going, and that was it. I did documentary protest photography before, so it was a natural progression. And I've got the ability and the time, so I thought I'd do my part. You've got this show, I've got photography. Everybody can do their part.
Sure. And so, how much time do you spend over there, normally speaking?
Normally 3 to 4 days at a time, 18, 20-hour days, and then come back depending on the weather. To be honest, the only thing stopping the crossings is the weather.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing, isn't it? Because you hear all sorts of politicians going, we've managed to stop the crossings because nothing's happened for 2 weeks. And you go, no, actually, that's BS, right? You know that it's because of the weather, because this week, as we saw, or in the last 7 days, suddenly it started up again. And we've had, I think, 900 or so coming here since Andy Burnham became Prime Minister. And, I mean, I'm interested in, and I don't know how long you've been doing it, but you've certainly been doing it for a few months. I mean, have you seen any sign of it increasing, decreasing, getting worse, getting better? What are you seeing?
When you go actually to the camps, that's probably the biggest indicator. They're overflowing, especially after a period of bad weather.
Right.
They're literally, you go to the camp at 11, 12 o'clock for lunchtime to see the charities feeding them, and it's overflowing. And then last time I went, the beaches, I've never seen so many people trying to get on a boat. There was 200 on Thursday trying to get onto one boat.
Yeah, right.
I've never seen so many people waiting or attempting to try and get on boats. They were literally everywhere along that coastline.
Yeah. And, it's hard to imagine what the French authorities are doing, because they don't seem to be doing very much. I mean, we've seen footage from your own camera of them just sort of assisting them to get on the boats and helping them to get on the boats, and certainly not stopping them from getting on the boats. What can you tell us about the way the French authorities are?
They actually, I've never seen them actually stop anybody. If I had, I would post it, to be fair to them. I want to show them, in all honesty, stopping 10, 20, 30 boats. That would be a dream, wouldn't it, for all of us to see them stopping them. But so far in all the crossings, never seen a single attempt. I've only ever seen them get their boots wet once.
Yeah.
On Saturday, they actually just they stopped them in Dunkirk, and then they just walked around. They just took the next street and just wandered down the street. So French authorities are they're doing nothing, in all honesty.
Right. And the people that you're seeing getting on these boats, are they presumably all young men, or do you ever see anybody from family backgrounds or anything?
No, there are some families, but what I think people get upset about when you show, like the image behind me with the children and the family getting in the boat, they don't actually get on the boat. They're an afterthought, and they're always last. The men always get on first, and the women and children are an afterthought. Mostly men, but it is sad to see young children in the water. I don't want them in this country, but I also don't want them armed.
Yeah, but you can't imagine, can you? I mean, as a father, I'm a father as well. I mean, you can't imagine putting your child in that kind of jeopardy and that kind of danger. No, I mean, I can understand people being desperate enough to want to come, but for me, when I watch them getting on those boats, it doesn't seem to me that they feel in any way frightened by the prospect of travelling across the channel. They look as if they're more than happy to take the risk, because the risk isn't that great. But when you're talking about children, obviously it's a different ballgame, isn't it?
Yeah, they change as soon as they're on that beach. They change personalities. The desperation kicks in, the politeness vanishes, and the instincts take over. It's just pure desperation. As soon as that boat appears, it's just a mad rush for the boat. They don't care who gets in their way, and that's probably the most difficult time to be around.
And do you feel, obviously it's kind of a stupid question, but I mean, do you feel in danger doing what you're doing, or just occasionally do you feel like that?
There's always there's an atmosphere, especially when you get near the smugglers and they start to know you, because I see the same smugglers over and over again, and that's one of the questions I can't answer yet. How do they get back off the boat? How do they get back to England?
Right.
It's the same people, even though they've got masks on. You can tell by.
That's a really good point, actually. That's a really good point.
They've actually started talking to me.
Yeah. Because a lot of people have said to me, what happens to the boats when they get here? Yeah. There are some suggestions that they get put on a lorry and get driven back to France on a ferry of some kind. They don't. Apparently, they don't get destroyed, do they?
I'm not sure about the dinghies, but on Saturday I actually saw 4 men get off the boat onto the rescue boat that was in that footage, the one with the light.
Yeah.
And I confronted them, and the first 2 said they were going back for their families, and the other 2 hid their faces and ran off. And I think the smugglers, they get changed on the boat. They kind of take their hoodies off and their masks. They put a life jacket on, and they escape that way back onto the land. That's how I think they do it. And they just ran off, covering. Why would you cover your face after nobody else was?
No.
So that they just ran off, and the police, the gendarmes had gone. Of course, they'd gone. For
Oh, so
breakfast.
what? So they're coming back. So they're coming back to the coast of France then to continue.
So the rescue boat, they actually the French rescue boat on that footage, it just hovers near them just in case.
Right.
And they literally jumped on board two lots of 2 men, and which is the 4 smugglers that were on board. There was 4 smugglers, and 4 people happened to jump off.
Right.
So they all didn't want to be on camera. They all hid. They all did the hiding of the face.
Yeah.
And they just. So when I confronted them, the first 2 I got their faces for reference. The second 2 wouldn't. Literally just ran off.
Right.
So I couldn't see them.
And do you ever see any kind of exchange of money anywhere going on? I mean, in terms of whether it's at the camps or whether it's at the... Because my sense is that some of them may be paying to go, but others may be in sort of what you might say, in sort of enslaving themselves, if you like, so that they say, right, we'll go to the UK and then we'll work our passage, if you like, and we owe you $5,000, we'll go and work in the drug business or whatever it is.
I think there's definitely a mixture of pay later, pay in instalments, and end up in probably massive debt over a few years. But also there's I was told by one of the illegal migrants that apparently the Somalian guys that happened on Thursday, they just hijack the boat. They just jump on board and take over. They don't pay a penny.
Right.
So you're a mixture of €1,000 to €1,500 bandied around. But then you also hear these people, the people on Thursday, the guys that I filmed on Thursday, they just jumped on board. The smugglers had no choice. There was just 50 men. They all got on. There was no choices.
Right. And when you're in the camps themselves, can you tell where people are mostly from? I mean, is it mostly Africans now, or is it people from Afghanistan or what?
Yeah, a lot of them do. I think a lot of them do claim they're from different countries, so that you don't judge them. But I think most of them are from countries that we don't want here. The majority of them, they look like they've got bad intentions for this country. A lot of them, but there is families, there are children, and I tell them the same thing to every single person: is England isn't worth risking your life for. That's the truth. It isn't, you wouldn't take your children and I won't take mine on that boat.
No.
France is not. They're not at war. They most likely speak a form of the language in France, and they would assimilate better in France, in all honesty. So I think I would say to them, stay here. It's nicer. Right. You don't want to end. You imagine coming to England and end up in Scunthorpe. Sorry to Scunthorpe, but you're coming all that way. You end up in.
There are worse places in Scunthorpe. I can tell you that. I mean,
I'd list them, but I'd get attacked on here. But,
right.
Imagine coming from Dunkirk and ending up in the north of England. It's just these people are they're deluded. They're only coming for money.
And I mean, is it the case that they can't do the things that they could do here, for example, in France? I mean, if they were, say, they're coming here to be part of some kind of drug business, or they're coming here to be part of I don't know, they're going to drive a moped around and deliver food. Can they not do any of that in France then?
I don't see much of those companies. Obviously, I don't want to mention the names. I don't see many of those companies in France, but I think the French police have a less tolerant take to the migrants than we do. I think over there, they seem to be allowed to put their foot down a little bit more, and when they do the evictions at the camps, they're quite heavy-handed. So they're on their best behaviour in France, a lot of them, apart from when crossings. The gendarme, because they are armed and they've got the weapons, unlike our police who have just got, a voice and maybe a taser at best.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? And did you get a chance to talk to the local French people in Dunkirk and those places? I mean, what do they think about it all?
They actually, they're actually quite for the migrants. It's kind of strange. They actually, at first, I thought they would want to move the problem on, which is what I hear a lot of. Is why would we would do the same? But actually, I've never heard that from the French. They're normally understanding to the people, and they say they want to go for a better life. So it does kind of make me laugh that the French are actually basically admitting that England's better than France by saying that.
Right.
Even when the guy threw the rock at my head and threatened to cut my head off, the French family actually said, well, you know, why are you upset at them coming to England? And I just said, well, the guy's just threatened to cut my head off, and you're defending him over me. It baffles me. You know, they just wander through the towns, they wander through the beaches, and Wissant, where there's been a lot of people leaving at the moment, is a beautiful French town on the coast. It's gorgeous. You wouldn't want these people wandering around your apartment, your home. And they just camp wherever they want. Don't think they have massive camps. They will camp overnight in a tiny little woods, 30, 40 trees, and they'll just sit down and sleep.
Right.
That could be your garden. It could be, you know, they literally, I tracked them through Dunkirk, and they just went to a small little park, followed by the gendarme, and they just sat down at the park overnight.
And do they get assistance from the British charities on that side as well? So do they get given tents and that kind of thing?
Yeah, they get given everything. Yeah, they have that entitlement, and that's what happens when they come to England. They're given everything for free, and people are handing them water, pizzas, food. So why wouldn't you continue with your hand out when you get to England? You've been given everything late. On Thursday's crossing, the charity were actually there by the beach, and they actually gave them lunch, and then they actually went on the boat half an hour later. So it's almost like when you're on a school trip and you have lunch before you get on the bus.
I know, it's incredible, isn't it?
Those same charity workers were 2 miles. I had to run down the beach after the migrants. They moved further down the coast to get the boat. I ran 2 miles down the beach to track them, and as it was finishing, all the charity workers turned up. How did they know? How did they get there? They didn't run. They drove there. How did they know where they were?
Yeah.
So the charities are complicit in all this, and without those charities, we wouldn't see the numbers we see, for sure.
Yeah.
Because they bring food, they bring clothes, they bring medicine, everything they need on a daily basis. They bring it to the beaches, to the camps.
Yeah. It's amazing. And I mean, in terms of your own life, in your own kind of time frame, how much longer do you think you'll do this for, and what do you hope to gain from it?
I'm doing I'm doing a full month in September in France. So that's my next project, is one entire month on the ground there to do various things, to try and track different parties that take more time. And then I presume the ban will come from France, to be honest. I can't see it lasting much longer. I'm surprised it's lasted as long as it has.
Right.
Gendarmes have taken my ID 50, maybe 60 times.
Yeah.
And they just WhatsApp it to somebody. I don't know where it goes. It's a bit concerning when people photograph your ID and just WhatsApp it.
Yeah, right.
But the aim is for me is to one day get the politicians to actually wake up and take notice.
Yeah.
And for people to wake up, you know, the general public, I don't think they realise how coordinated this is. They are literally guided by the gendarme.
It's an industrial scale problem, isn't it? There's no question about
it. It is.
That,
We are being. I don't like to use the word invaded, but we are being invaded on a daily basis.
Yeah.
And it's especially from Dunkirk. It's incredibly sombering to watch a reverse thing happen at Dunkirk with all the stuff that happened in the past there. Yes. But the more people that see this, the better in terms of open their eyes to.
No, you did a brilliant job. You did a brilliant job, and we thank you for it. Shall we have another look at just maybe another bit of a clip of the footage that Adrian's done?
Thank you. Lovely. Throwing shoes at me, look. Look at shoes. Look. Look what they throw at you. These are the people that come into England.
What was that in the water there?
There was one of the many shoes that was thrown at me that day.
Yeah, they throw shoes at you. That's a sort of it was an Iranian thing, wasn't it? That they that's a sort of a mark of disrespect.
Somebody actually commented saying I had more thrown at me than the American President Bush. So I think that's good.
Yeah.
I take that as a bit. But yeah, it's just they just throw anything they can. Luckily, there's nothing heavier to throw on the boat. But it's kind of humorous. But it's always the smugglers. They don't want to be, obviously, even though they're fully masked up.
Yeah.
Last time they actually asked where I was from. And the irony, of them asking me as they're invading Britain, they're questioning me.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? Listen, it's amazing what you're doing. Absolutely brilliant. And so do keep it up. If there's anything we can do to help you, please let us know if there is something we can do. But we certainly, one of the things we can do is to publicise what you're doing, because what you're doing is really, really important and brilliant and so brave. And so thank you, Adrian.
No problem at all.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you.
The Nowhere photographer there. Sobering stuff, as my friend Cliff has just mentioned. Incredible sobering stuff, really. Nigel Evans is here. Nigel, very good morning to you. Looking resplendent in your...
I borrowed this jacket off Nigel Farage.
I was going to say, sort of Headley-esque. I'm just going to do a bit of news and then we'll come back to you, because I want to talk to you about not only that, but also all sorts of other things. Andy Burnham, Prime Minister... I'm still finding it hard to say in a sentence, But let's get some news with Edward Hughes first.
Good morning. I'm Edward Hughes with your Tuesday Bulletin. New Prime Minister Andy Burnham has just hosted his first foreign leader, Ukraine's Zelensky, at a naval base, promising the UK has his back 100% and gifting the tech for a fancy drone jamming system. Nothing says steady leadership like the 7th Prime Minister in a decade still handing out military toys while the country's on fire. Speaking of which, Britain's fourth heat wave of the summer is officially underway, with amber health alerts raised and temperatures heading for 35 degrees Celsius. Parts of Wales remain in drought, wildfires keep popping up, and hosepipe bans cover millions, because nothing beats a proper British summer like rationing water, while the countryside quietly turns to tinder. Meanwhile, Burnham's also floating a possible death tax to fix social care and promising to value hard hats as much as graduation caps. Priorities, people. Remember to like and subscribe. Laters, tigers.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm delighted to say that Nigel Evans is here, former Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons, a former Ribble Valley Tory MP, now author.
I'm going to Dubai on Thursday to do 10 days. Because, of course, only madmen would go to Dubai in August.
In August, yeah, because most of the time people from Dubai are coming to London.
No, absolutely right.
To cool off. So you're going out there. I'm told the hotels are cheap at the moment. Because,
they are. No, the prices are
because people
definitely...
are still not going there that much.
It's collapsed. But my idea is it's going to be so hot that I will be spending my time between... the gym and my room just tapping away. So I'm going to do 10 days.
It's a bit like when you go to America, isn't it, in the summer? I mean, I always laugh at people who go, oh, it's really hot, isn't it? And you go, well, I used to live in New York, right? And from about, middle of June till probably the beginning of September, it was unbearable in Manhattan. It was so humid. I used to have to, if I was working, I'd go out, say, to a press conference in the morning, and I'd have to change my shirt at least twice during the course of the day. Yep. But you were always in air-conditioned places. You'd only get hot sort of travelling between the bar and the venue and your house, because you'd have air conditioning everywhere. And the same with Dubai. I was there last May, and I arrived, and my daughter said, "Oh, we're having a heat wave." I'm like, "Oh, great!" And so it was like 45 degrees.
Well, I remember I went to New York last August, and I got in touch with a ton of friends who I know out there, and I said, "Look forward to seeing you in August." They said, "You are mad.
Yeah.
We're going.
We're leaving.
We're away."
Exactly. But the thing is you can't, because those countries are prepared. You can go to. I mean, you'll go to Dubai. You have a great time. You'll sit in your hotel room or whatever it is. You'll go out to the odd restaurant, the odd bar, and the only time you'll feel the heat really is when you're outside the hotel waiting for a cab.
Yeah, I've sort of worked it that I'll, if I want to go out, it'll be early in the morning, or it'll be towards like 9 and 10 at night.
Yes.
So when the temperatures were roughly what they are in France at the moment.
Yeah, exactly right. Without the fire.
I hope, I pray.
Well, indeed. You should look up my daughter while you're there, actually. I'll give you her number.
All right, yeah,
she knows everybody out there. I'm sure you know plenty of people as well, but she's
I'm not too sure how many of them are there in August.
Very well connected.
Great, yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, that'd be good. So just you get your reaction first of all. I know you were watching the Nowhere photographer there. I mean, it's extraordinary when you see how calm the water is, because you don't. I suppose in my mind anyway, you don't think of the sea as ever being that calm, but it really is literally like a mill pond, isn't it?
But that wasn't a small boat, was it?
No.
I'd call that a mega dinghy.
Yeah, mega dinghy.
And having 160 odd people on it at one go, as the French gendarmes are more interested in Adrian than they are in the 164 people on the boat.
Isn't that amazing? And also, as you can see, when they put the outboard motor on and it sails off into the distance, it doesn't look dangerous to me. And I know that people will say, oh, well, people do die. Yes, they do. But actually, as a proportion of the numbers of people going, not that many people do die.
Yeah, do you know, as we know, Andy Burnham's on an initiative a day, isn't he?
That's what he says.
And at the moment, we know that he prefers pork scratchings to scampi fries because of that lovely video that he did.
That's always helpful.
At the same time, 164 people are coming in on a boat, and we don't know what he thinks about that.
No.
Now,
and nobody's asking him. I mean, what the hell are the journalists doing?
Well, of course, it's very difficult to pin him down. As you know, he choreographed his entry as our Prime Minister as Parliament was going into recess. So the guy has now got 6 weeks where he basically picks and chooses how he does his interviews. Gary Lineker wants to interview him, or fine. Laura Kunsberg,
that was awful. Laura Kunsberg's interview was actually worse than Lineker's. I don't know what she was thinking, but I mean, I was assuming because they were holding on to it and they didn't run it out on Sunday as normal for a Laura Kunsberg show, I thought, well, it'll be a sort of hour and something. It was half an hour. Really, really didn't touch the side.
I tell you what, we miss Brian Walden and times like this.
And Andrew Neil.
Yeah, that's right, where you basically nail somebody down for an hour on policy, because quite frankly, I call him the easy rider of politics. He's come into 10 Downing Street, basically elected by 20-odd thousand people in the north of England, and without any of the scrutiny that you normally get, even when you have a change of Prime Minister, as the Tories did during their period. But at least there were hustings and journalists were able to ask questions. There was none of that.
No.
And now, anyway, let's get back to this thing, which is policy initiatives. We were getting one a day. Not costing an awful lot,
but very localized kind of nothing policies.
Really. But this one, right, the boats, everybody is animated by that, and the reason we're animated as well is because for each one that steps off that boat, it's costing taxpayers about £1 million to look after them. And so why Burnham doesn't now say, right, that's it, and institute the policy that anybody entering on one of these boats is already guilty of a crime.
Exactly.
Right, the crime of entering Britain illegally. And then, of course, he can do the same thing that Trump has done, what Rishi was trying to do and failed miserably, which is to do deals with third countries, and then you ship them abroad, and they are banned from ever coming to the United Kingdom ever again. The only way they'll get back in is on another boat. And the wider problem as well, Mike, which you were asking Adrian about, is some of them are paying £1,500, or they are becoming part of the modern day slavery, which is that they are coming here and doing jobs in order to pay the people smugglers. I mean, I was rather interested to hear what Adrian was saying, that some of the Somalians see the boat and they go, right, that they're taking law into their own hands, and they're saying to the people smugglers, right, we're on you now, and you can forget it because we're going.
It's going,
I mean, it's it is quite staggering. And I tell you what, right, at the same time that we're looking at this happening, we're seeing that Jodrell Bank in the north of England could possibly close because the government can't give the £3 million, £3 million, right, which is a smidgen of the money that we're paying on a daily basis for the illegals. It's the last figure I saw was about £8 billion a year.
This is the point, again, and I'm sorry to keep going on about the media, but it's a particular bugbear of mine, because I've worked in the media all my life, and I've never seen it at a more sort of low point where scrutiny doesn't seem to be something they do. I mean, look at the Times. They've moved now from a very pro-Starmer kind of organ to now a very pro-Burnham organ, and so they're literally just pumping out the latest press release from Downing Street as per their sort of front page story. Burnham's hard hat schools. He wants to make vocational education the first choice. Where's the scrutiny? Where are the questions that should be being asked about where is the money coming from and why are you spending so much money on things that we don't have to spend it on, i.e. the illegal migrants and some of the other ridiculous things that they're giving money away on and welfare and all the rest of it. You know, it's almost as though he's getting a free ride.
Easy rider.
Yeah.
And of course, what did he do on the steps of Downing Street? The first policy initiative was that he was going to make rough sleeping a thing of yesterday, as he's done in Manchester, except that any analysis of what's going on in Manchester shows there's a ton of rough sleeping going on there.
Yeah.
And then the 5% off electricity, which is basically the equivalent of £45 a year, which is, next to nothing.
Which is also it's worse than next to nothing because it's less than the amount that it's going to go up in the autumn. So it's actually going to be less of a discount and more of an increase.
I mean, everything that he's announcing is more veneer than my teeth, Mike.
It's true.
I
mean, I did a. They haven't put it out yet. Hopefully, I wish you could chase them actually for the old meltdown from yesterday. Alison Pearson described it as just William does politics. Where he said, "This is what I did on my first week in politics," and on Monday, I did this, and I ordered rough sleeping to be ended, as if he was going to slip his fingers, and that would be the end. And then on Tuesday, I gave you £2 buses. And then on Wednesday, I told you I was going to give you, what was it, money off the hospitality business. And already, 2 pubs a day have been shutting since Rachel Reeves has been in charge.
That's equivalent to £1,000 a year.
Yeah.
I was with a bunch of publicans, funnily enough, the day before that policy was announced.
Right.
There were about 18 of them in a room, and what they wanted was a cut in VAT.
Yeah.
They wanted it cut to 10% to encourage people to come in and to eat. That would be way more valuable to them than £1,000, which is next to nothing, particularly at a time when some of them have seen their business rates double.
Yes, and particularly at a time when they've seen their national insurance rates go up and their minimum wage go up, so they have to pay people more money. But it's all smoke and mirrors. And this is the thing, he's talking at people, but this is the other thing that's a bugbear of mine. People in the media are sort of saying, well, he's made a good start. He's announced some things. It's like, no, he hasn't. Are you being conned by this guy?
No, but listen now, Mike. I think he's been incredibly clever. The choreography, the showbiz of it, the Disney-esque style of how he's
really that
entered.
Stupid?
Yes, they are.
Because my viewers, my viewers are seeing through it, right? They're going every single day, this guy's a charlatan, he's a nonsense, he's an idiot. They're not buying it.
Mike, you've got discerning viewers, right? So we accept all of that. But I'm afraid there's a bunch of people out there who, and this is why I think that Burnham is doing what he's doing, is he remembers what the first few weeks of Starmer was like, and it was a disaster.
Yeah, it was.
He was like the captain of the Titanic who was holding his own ship, never mind waiting for the ice.
Right.
And what he's done is small announcements costing almost next to nothing, and some of them uncosted anyway.
Right.
Compared to what happened with Starmer, which was, I'm taking your winter fuel payments away from you, your farmers, I'm attacking you, you're the hospitality trade, I'm putting in employers' national insurance and upping the minimum wage just to crucify you. The comparison between the two, people are going, well, he's better than Starmer. I know the bar was low, and that is what this is all about. And so, is it working? Well, just look at the opinion polls yesterday, Mike.
Well, I was going to ask you about that because it's a Boring Common poll that came out in which it showed that for the first time in, I think, 16 months, the Reform is not leading. Reform has dropped to second place. I find it impossible to believe. I mean, I know that Reform have been doing a bit of self-harming over the course of the last few weeks and even being generous to them, you could say. And I noticed that Nigel Farage has now sort of slightly moved his position. And nobody's picked up on this, by the way, and I will, where he said in an interview over the weekend, well, if I'm guilty of not filling out a form, then that's not the worst thing. So he's kind of already now admitting that maybe he should have filled out a form.
Well, do you know, Mike, if I was advising him at the time, I would have said, that's what you should be saying to the Commissioner and to the public generally, is listen, I'm a new member of Parliament. I appreciate that when people said that you've got to go back 12 months before you were a member of Parliament to register any gifts that people have given you, and he didn't quite see it as a gift, although, clearly 5 million. I mean, in my 32 political career, nobody ever gave me 10 quid, never mind 5 million.
But it's real politics, isn't it? I mean, you'd have to say, I mean, he's a very smart man, Nigel Farage. I know him quite well. I haven't spoken to him. He hasn't come on this show. I haven't interviewed him, which is a disappointment for me since since we started in January. But we talked to an awful lot of other people in Reform. And I just think that, at the time when it first broke, he said he'd taken advice. But what he didn't say was that he'd taken advice from an independent lawyer who, if I was Nigel Farage now, I'd be shooting, frankly. I mean, but you gave me the advice that I didn't have to tell anybody about it. And it may well be that the information was obtained nefariously by the press, whatever. And there's no doubt that there is a press vendetta against him. I get all that. But there's no question as well, and he must know this, that he should have dealt with it better.
Well, I saw him on July the 3rd out in Washington. I was at one of these receptions prior to Independence celebrations, and I said to him, I can see him there, and I said, it's relentless, isn't it, Nigel? Right? Because, of course, it was a daily... a daily news coverage of either the 5 million or Posh George, or one after the other. Richard Tice, one after the other, and he admitted to me. He said, "Yes, it's like body punches I'm taking." But of course, the reality is that he should not have called this by-election, as absurd as it is. Never mind the fact that none of the other major parties are taking part in it. He should have just allowed the commissioner to carry on, got to the finding, and quite frankly, he should have said, listen, I should have, you say I should have registered it, and my own view is he should have, and then take whatever punishment, and the worst punishment would be recall, in which case he is where he is now.
But I think the reason that he did what he did was that he wanted to be in control of it, rather than to wait to see, because if you wait to wait for the committee's decision, and the committee's decision is that you did something wrong, you look like the bad guy. Whereas I think now, and certainly for his supporters, and you and I can differ about this if you wish, but I think it looks as though he's taken back control and gone, actually, no, if you want to mess me around, the best will in the world, I'm going to call the election myself.
Yeah, but his problem on that, Mike, is that my own view is he'll probably win this by-election quite comfortably.
I think he will.
And then the commissioner will restart his inquiry. And we could be into second by-election
territory.
We could,
but then that makes the system look bad, to me anyway. In the same way that I think, the main parties, the Tories, the Labour Party, Lib Dems, I think they all look ridiculous because they should have stood against him. Why would you not stand against him?
Well,
other than to make a point.
As Kemia said, that should the commissioner find against him and there's recall, doesn't necessarily mean just because recall's there that they get enough signatures. Maybe the people of Clacton, after the 5 weeks of this charade, will think we've had enough. All right, listen, we've had the by-election and we all know about the 5 million quid, but we'll see what's happening there. But the impact on the opinion polls, you were quite right to say this, is that Burnham, there's a Burnham bounce. There's the Polanski plummet, and we all know about that. Reform are definitely on the decline, and Kemi is strengthening. Now, my own prediction is that Burnham, with all his veneer announcements, will carry on, and he'll break the 30% barrier at some stage. Don't forget, Keir Starmer only won the last general election with 33.7% of the vote, and he got a stonking majority on that. And so I've got this, I can smell it, that what Burnham is going to do, irrespective of what he said about no early general election, that if the sweet spot is reached at some stage, that the Labour Party get to 33% of the in opinion polls. Reform continue to decline, as I think they will. Tories go into second place, but, still a huge margin.
It's a very soft second place, though, that, isn't it?
Yeah, very soft. I say it's a huge margin between Labour and the Conservatives. Then I think he will be tempted because of all the things that we're reading in the papers about a reform of inheritance tax, getting rid of it, putting in a wealth tax, and various other things that he wants to do, a top rate of 50%. All of that is going to need a mandate from the people because he's got no mandate for this. He's the Messiah without a mandate.
Well, I've always said that I believe in his own sort of, shall we say, conceitedness that he thinks, because of Makerfield's success, that he is the answer and that he has got, a great ability to kind of unite the country behind him. I don't think that would be right. I think he's wrong about that, and I think he'd be shown up at a national election to be no longer the messiah of Makerfield, and in fact, people would go, hang on a minute, you're going to have to give us a bit more than what you've given us so far. And I don't agree that Reform are going to continue to go down, because I think there's two things going on here. One, people say that the reason Labour have sort of have gone back up a bit is partly down to
the Greens.
The Greens and people moving back to Labour because they think Andy Burnham's a bit more left-wing than Keir Starmer was. So they've sort of deserted Zack Polanski and his mad, guillotine-inspired, plan to kill everybody off. But also, I saw Robert Jenrick talking the other day, saying that basically this is now a two-party or a two-horse race, if you like, between Labour and Reform, because I'm not sure that what you say about Kemi is right, that she's coming up on the rails. She's personally, I think, doing very well. However, it's not really showing up.
She's doing way better
in the sense of
she is a bit, Mike, because the latest opinion polls that were out yesterday show the Tories up to about 22%. Labour, one of them shows Labour and Reform both on 24, and another one shows 28% for Labour, 24% for Reform, 21% for the Tories. So there is definite movement there. It is now whether people actually see Kemi completely different to the failure of Rishi Sunak, for instance. I believe, and I've known Kemi very well, I think Kemi, I know Kemi to be a true Conservative. We haven't always had Conservative leaders of the Conservative Party.
And there are still lots of people in the Conservative Party who are not.
No, absolutely right too.
And the reason I say what I say is because a lot of the people that have been with me as former Conservative voters and now Reform voters have said to me, we're never voting Conservative again because of what they did.
No, I'm getting some of that as responses to my tweets, Mike.
Right.
People go, but a quarter of the Tory party are Liberal Democrats.
Yes.
And it's really fascinating to see Kemi taking on people like Gavin Barwell in the House of Lords, for instance, suspending him. Don't forget, he's a former Chief of Staff to Theresa May, and she's suspended him. She's got the guts to do that. She's got the ability to do it, which is interesting. There would have been a time in the past when the left of the Tory party wouldn't have allowed her to have done that.
Because they would all say, isn't it a broad church? Isn't that great? Well, actually, no, the broad church is what got you deselected, effectively. So you get a big your house in order and your church in order before you can go forward.
That's right. So, for instance, if Rishi had only got Britain out of ECHR, then he could have stopped the boats. But he couldn't do it because of the soft left of the Tory party. And a lot of that soft left of the Tory party actually went down with a ship. There's a small number, I would say now, within the 121 that got elected in 24 that I would still say are leaning more to the Lib Dems than the Tories. But the fact is that Kemi's taken a grip of the candidate procedure. We've got 2,000 new people now that want to come in as Tories, and they've got to sign up to ECHR.
What did you make of her decision, although she hasn't really admitted to it or held her hands up about it, about Grant Shapps? Grant Shapps, who apparently hasn't made it onto the onto
well,
the
it's not just him. There's a ton of others that have also applied who have not got through as well.
But is that because of his sort of slightly left-leaning agenda, or is it because he's previous, sort of old, cold, mouldy food?
Can we set up a procedure there? I don't think she's the one going, all right, we won't have him, we won't have her. The procedure that is there, people are going through, and they've got to make sure that they want to junk the net zero fanaticism of the Labour Party and former Tory administrations, that they want to leave the ECHR so we can actually stop the boats and do one or two other things that human rights lawyers prevent us from doing. So there's all of that sort of stuff, and unless you're going to be prepared to sign up to that, you're not going to stand for the Tory party. So I don't know which bit of the procedure Grant Shapps failed on. As you know, he's not saying too much about it. And there'll be a few other candidates, so I know, and some of them I've actually seen as centre-right. But for whatever reason, they've not got through the process. I just think Kemi wants to get this, on the whole, a new look. There are some other guys girls and guys who lost out at the last election, who are coming back. We used to call them the retreads. So they are coming back at the next general election, and we'll see where that goes. But I genuinely think that Kemi wants to tell the public this is a new Conservative Party. It's new management. and forget this thing about what the Tories were like in the past. And I've got to say, Rishi did let down the public, and calling the early general election allowed Starmer to come in on 33.7% of the vote with a massive majority, and to inflict 2 years of misery on us.
Absolutely.
So he's got a lot to answer for.
He has got a lot to
Sunak.
answer for, and a lot of people. I mean, I'm looking at the comments as you're speaking, and they very much appreciate what you're saying. However, they still believe that the Tories are a busted flush. And again, I know that this is a niche. I suppose a group of individuals, but it's quite a big group of individuals, and I think that the Tories have still got a very long way to go to come back into anywhere close to getting any kind of majority.
Mike, listen, I've got to say, right, shows like yours and the initiative you've taken, thank goodness, has given a voice to millions of people who felt totally dispossessed by the BBC. I was joking about now Andy Burnham has got number 10 in the south and number 10 in the north. Maybe we should have a BBC of the left, which we currently got, and then they should institute a BBC of the right. But of course, I'm not going to hold my breath for that, am I?
Well, I think the best thing we can do with the BBC is to just disband the whole bleeding thing.
Well, I think that's where we're going.
And start again.
No, that's where we're going. The model is totally busted. Thank goodness for the fact that the new technology is now allowing people like you to present a voice to millions of people who felt totally dispossessed. People who were told that they were scum. People who were told that they didn't know that they're thick, that they didn't know what they were voting for during the Brexit stuff and all of that. And you go, really? And I'm paying my licence fee for this?
I mean, the story for me today that sums up the state we are in is the one that's just going across the ticker there, which is the lorry bringing the Bayeux tapestry here, which is about to be put on display in the British Museum, I think, or somewhere, had to be searched for migrants. I mean, that kind of tells you everything you need to know, doesn't it, about where we are in the world?
No. And something's got to be... I mean, I thought it was a joke when I first looked at it. I thought, wow.
It is extraordinary.
It was George Osborne, was it, looking through the through the lorry?
Well, I mean, he's got plenty to answer for as well. I mean, because I've just written a book, a very small book. It's only 15,000 words, but just about kind of the relationship between the media and the government, and how people aren't really told what they should be being told. The rot set in for the Tories, for me, when Cameron and Osborne took over, when they suddenly decided that actually we're not that different from Tony Blair, we're all kind of, glad handers together, and we might have to do a bit of austerity, but, we don't really mean it. And I just think they really, really began the rot at the heart of the Conservative Party.
Do you know what got it for me was when David Cameron, if you remember, he thought him and George, using Project Fear, could frighten the British public into voting against what their instincts told them. Instead of which they didn't. They kept to their instincts and they voted to leave the European Union. At the same time, Cameron was saying, well, whatever you decide, I will enact. And I will remain Prime Minister. And then he resigned as Prime Minister that day, because I was up in Manchester when all the results were coming in. And then he said, but I'll stay as a Member of Parliament. And it was a few days later, he resigned as a Member of Parliament. And I just thought, this is so wishy-washy rubbish, quite frankly.
And people see through it.
And then we got Theresa May in, and she said, and I had a phone call with her, she said, I'm going to put Brexiteers in charge of Brexit, Nigel, I can assure you that. And we all know what she did then, helping to engineer people like David Davis and Boris out.
And I think that is what people remember more than the positives, because they remember the lies, they remember the promises. And the same with, when Andy Burnham came out the other day and they put it out as a clip from Laura Kunsberg that, there will be no early election. And immediately everybody went, well, that means there will be one then. Because people are so now conditioned to expecting politicians to lie, which is a terrible place to be.
No, it is awful. Really. When I listened to Andy Burnham in that Fluff interview, and I just thought, wow, he is saying no early election, and I don't believe a word of it. He is literally engineering this whole thing so that he can go the 6 weeks of little bits of great news. I mean, anytime soon, he will announce that the Chagos Island thing is absolutely dead, saving £35 billion. He's already got rid of Lord Hermer, right? So now he'll be able to do that. All of a sudden, he'll factor in that £35 billion, which I suspect was never properly accounted for anyway, in order for him to bring in a ton of other little measures that are going to cost next to nothing. So, that's cost-free. All of these little bits of good news, it separates him away from the misery and the doldrums of Keir Starmer, people are going to go, well, actually, he's better. Well, it's a low bar, as I said.
Yeah.
And then if the sweet spot is hit, he's going to go for an early general election. My view is he'll go into I think it's late September when the Labour Party had their conference. Yeah. And then he'll announce basically we're going to have an early general election because he wants to deliver.
So would you say, if you're a betting man, you're thinking, what, October time?
No, listen, he wants to put hope in your heart and growth in every postcode.
And he hasn't put any hope in my heart at all. And my postcode, I'm still getting, getting flamed by Southwark Council.
This is engineering at its very best. I'm looking at it and I can smell an early general election. I really can.
I can. I mean, again, I'll be proved right because once again, all sorts of people who said, when I told them that Keir Starmer wouldn't last, and they all went, oh, no, that's not possible. You can't get rid of a Labour Prime Minister. I went, well, we'll wait and see, shall we? That happened.
Yep.
I've been saying since Burnham took over, he'll take an early election. Everyone's going, oh, no, I don't think he'll do that. He won't get it past his backbenchers. Well, now an awful lot of people like yourself, and I'm not saying that you're late to the party or anything, but are now saying the same thing because it would make perfect sense, wouldn't it, for him to do it?
And do you know, now he is Prime Minister, he won't care about those people on the backbenches who are going to lose their seats because they should never have been Labour in the first place.
Yeah.
Like, places like the Ribble Valley.
And also, to be honest, if those are people who are going to stop him from pushing through his welfare reforms, if he can do that, then he doesn't want them anyway, does he?
Right. Now you're touching on the nerve, right?
Yeah.
We're spending more on welfare than we're raising in taxes.
Yes.
Just think about how many people, there's over 1 million people now not in education or training or employment, right? So, of course, the big policy initiative today is hard hats, not mortarboards.
Right.
It is
but again, it's meaningless.
Yeah, of course.
It's, I mean, I've read it. It's in the Times.
Yeah,
The Bible of the Fabian Society and the Labour government. If it's in the Times, that's what they want, and there's nothing to it. It's literally
the vast majority of people out there,
gossamer.
The common sense people go, why should more than half the population go to university? Isn't it far better that they take an apprenticeship and learn how to be a lecky or a plumber?
Yes.
I mean, that's got to be way more effective.
But there's nothing in here that tells you how that's going to happen. We were joking earlier about, when I was at school, I went to a grammar school and we did a woodwork class, which I got thrown out of for being cheeky to Mr. Johnson, who I always remember his name. But it didn't teach me how to do anything. There's nothing in here that says you're going to be training people to be engineers or plumbers or electricians. You're just going to tell them that they can be those things without actually giving them the tools to do it.
Yeah. So the point is going back to the old welfare stuff, right?
Yeah.
So you've got over 1 million now, right, who are not working, and they're not even looking for work, some of them. And then you've got, I think it's over 4 million people now on basically the higher disability level, the PIP as they call it. Yeah. And there's a ton of them earning more money on that than people going out to work on the minimum wage.
It's insane.
Right? They're earning 100 quid a week more.
Yeah.
On doing nout.
Yeah.
And the vast majority of people are going, well, this can't survive. Now, you're right. Starmer sort of said, oh, let's have a look at the welfare budget. And then his backbencher said, you're not touching that.
And he bottled it.
And he didn't. And so it's got out of control.
Yeah.
It is colossally out of control. Yeah. Now, I think the big test will be if, and there again, it could be part of the veneer, that all of a sudden Burnham goes, right, we're going to take those benefits off people. Nobody should be better off out of work than in work.
Exactly.
That's a common sense thing.
And it makes sense, yes.
But can I think that's where he's going. That's where he's going to go. And the threat to his backbenchers, because some of them, don't forget, as I said, never expected to be in Parliament. Yeah. They rather like the fact that their backside's now on a green bench. They want to stay there.
Yeah.
And if they start rocking the boat, then all of a sudden Burnham's going to go, right, I want to see welfare reform and put it to the public. That would be very popular. Could you imagine if he says that to the public? All of a sudden, a ton of people out there are going to go, despite some of the Labour MPs who may either get deselected or indeed get fingered and said, right, these are the ones we don't want. All of a sudden, a vast majority of Labour MPs are going to go, oh, no, we'll back Burnham's welfare reform.
If they think it's going to be successful as an electoral...
They want to keep their jobs. Yeah. They don't care. I almost swore. They don't care about other people's jobs. All they care about is their own jobs. That's all it is. Yeah. And, Burnham has been very successful with hardly any scrutiny, the easy rider of politics in number 10 Downing Street, and he'll carry on doing these little bits. A lot of it is, as I say, the getting people learning how to be an electrician. A ton of people out there, Mike, who have electrician problems or plumbing problems, they know it's difficult to get a plumber. They know how expensive they all are. Sure. We need more plumbers.
Absolutely.
So a lot of people like that will go, good idea.
Yeah.
We don't need more people doing media studies.
It's going to be, well, we don't need any more of those, that's for sure. But listen, great to see you, Nigel. Maybe we'll get in touch when you're in Dubai, if you're able.
Absolutely.
I give us a view
tell
from
you about how many drones are going past my window.
Well, apparently it's not that bad, I'm told.
It's
nowadays.
not. It's not. And in fact, the Dubai government are now doing a huge initiative to try and get people out there.
Yeah.
So they're doing all sorts of incentives to get people there. I talked to people, even yesterday I was speaking to somebody who's got a house in Dubai. He was there last week. He said it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Good to see you. Great fun the other week, by the way, at Colonel Bob's party and your party, which was very, very
good. It was wonderful.
Yeah, it was. Is that what you pointed your watch for?
What's the guest again?
Oh, okay. Yeah, but they're not as good as Nigel.
It's this.
I mean, with the best will in the world. And they haven't got such a nice jacket either. Anyway,
I've got to give this back to Nigel Farage.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he's knocking on doors.
He's literally taking the coat off his back. Nigel Evans, thank you very much indeed. Coming up, we're going to be talking about Piddington, which is that little town where they've decided to get sort of UDI from the British government on the grounds that they don't want too many more migrants coming to their place, which we're going to do in a moment. We're going to talk to our next guest on that, Michael Wilson, I think. Peter McElvenna is going to be here as well, and Joan Kennedy from Politics in Pubs. And also my meltdown, I've got a lot to say about Holly Willoughby, so you don't want to miss that. Because Holly Willoughby is getting the sort of the VIP treatment from The Sun this morning, talking about her YouTube channel, which is quite frankly crap. My YouTube channel is far better, but they haven't done a double page spread on me. I know I don't look like Holly Willoughby, but come on, guys, for heaven's sake, a little bit of support would be nice. This is the Mike Graham Show South, and we'll be back after the news with Edward Hughes.
Good morning, I'm Edward Hughes with your Tuesday Bulletin. New Prime Minister Andy Burnham has just hosted his first foreign leader, Ukraine's Zelensky, at a naval base, promising the UK has his back 100% and gifting the tech for a fancy drone jamming system. Nothing says steady leadership like the 7th Prime Minister in a decade still handing out military toys while the country's on fire. Speaking of which, Britain's 4th heat wave of the summer is officially underway, with amber health alerts raised and temperatures heading for 35 degrees Celsius. Parts of Wales remain in drought, wildfires keep popping up, and hosepipe bans cover millions, because nothing beats a proper British summer like rationing water, while the countryside quietly turns to tinder. Meanwhile, Burnham's also floating a possible death tax to fix social care and promising to value hard hats as much as graduation caps. Priorities, people. Remember to like and subscribe. Laters, tigers.
Thank you very much indeed, Edward Hughes there with the news. Don't forget, coming up at 10 o'clock, Kelvin McKenzie here, of course, on the UK Live Online. We switched it over yesterday, and I think we managed to do it with some success. Pooch is there. It all worked pretty well, didn't it? So a couple of things to tell you about. If there were some of you who said that you weren't able to watch the Mike Graham Show live after it was finished, if you like, because I know a lot of you like to do that just after 10 o'clock. And if that's the case, then you will now be able to do that. Yesterday there was a slight hiccup. Same with Substack. It took a little while for us to figure it out, but I think we now know how to do it. So the Substack should be available after 10 o'clock, as should be the self-contained YouTube show. But the channel will continue on with Kelvin McKenzie, because what we're trying to do is make sure that we try and keep as many of you, there's 13,000 plus of you watching at the moment, and so we'd like to keep as many of you to go over to Kelvin's show if you possibly can. And as we said yesterday, if you can please keep liking the channel, and we got to 4.8 so far, 4.8 thousand likes. If you get us back up to 10,000 again like yesterday, that'd be brilliant. And please do subscribe, because that also helps us. And we've got 174,000, I think, now. It's 173. Let's get it up to 180,000, and let's just keep going from there. We're going to talk now, though, about a place called Piddington, which many of you may never have heard of before. But before we speak to Michael Wilson from Piddington, and sorry to keep you waiting, Michael, we're going to play you a little bit of a clip from Sky News. Shall we have a look at this?
Welcome to Piddington. This is a tiny village in Oxfordshire. It's got no shop, no pub, no pavement. But next time you visit, you might need one of these. That's because it is planning to hold a referendum on whether to become independent from the United Kingdom. It's in response to government plans to build a huge centre to house asylum seekers just next door. The leader of this separatist movement is Tim McNally, chair of the parish council.
This is not a problem that's going to go. It's an ongoing issue. And I'm going to create a bad smell, a stain here that will be here for an extended period of time until the problem is resolved.
You're not actually going to become independent, though?
It might. You know, the very fact that we as a group of individuals have pulled together, we're examining all aspects of legal opportunities to have Piddington heard.
This is the former military base. If the proposals go through, 1,250 asylum seekers, all single adult men, will be housed here. There'll be facilities on site, but they'll be able to come and go. This is why the villagers are revolting. The proposed site is right by Piddington, and it borders the green they use for the kids to play football or to walk their dogs.
If you put that...
Michael Wilson is here. He's also a councillor in Piddington. Michael, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Mike. Actually, thanks for having me on.
Great to see you guys taking a stand here, because we had just before you in the previous hour, we spoke to a guy called Adrian, who's a nowhere photographer who spends a lot of time over in Calais and Dunkirk and places like that, filming the invasion, as he calls it, of people getting on dinghies and coming over. And you guys have decided to take a stand because, like many communities in Britain, I suppose, you've had this kind of situation forced upon you.
Yeah, so it's been forced upon us. So I'm actually not a councillor for Piddington. I'm actually councillor for Bicester West. I am for Reform.
Oh, okay.
UK, for the first time, winning it in May for Reform. I was.
Okay, so Bicester and Piddington, forgive me for not being geographically knowledgeable here, presumably reasonably close to each other?
They are, yes. So Piddington is about 3 or 4 miles from Bicester it is. We've also got surrounding villages near it, which is Arncott and also Ambrosden near it as well.
Right, okay. And I mean, what's the state of play at the moment in terms of what the belief is that the Home Office or whoever is going to do?
So at the moment, we've actually got an MOD Site A, which is actually Bicester we have. They actually, Home Office want to house 1,250 asylum seekers there, they do.
And that's a big number, isn't it?
It's a very big number. It's also sort of worrying to my residents for my area it is, that actually elected me for it is. They're actually very worried, they are, because they're actually worried about their safety, they are, concerns, no consultation from the government over this we've not had.
Right. And one of the things that we've been, because obviously we've been tracking lots of different places, like we saw what happened in Essex at the Bell Hotel in Epping. We saw in Crowborough, where they've got a former army barracks being occupied now currently by a lot of single young men, I suppose you would call them, who have come seeking asylum. The house prices, apart from anything else, in Crowborough have literally plummeted. You know, people, they've lost something like 10 to 15% of their value in 6 months.
Yeah, so when I attend the peaceful protests I do, which is organised by a lady called Paula and other organisers from my area, Bicester West, she is a supporter of me. Other people actually come over and actually talk to me and say that their house prices are actually dropped. They have significantly. They're actually worried about it. They are because they've lost a lot of money if they're trying to sell the houses. I've had other people that have also come up to me and said that they've brought the house in, say, Blackthorn, and they just moved there, so they're worried about their house price.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. So what's the status right now, as far as you're aware, Michael? Is the government taking any notice of what's going on, or what?
So we've, when actually the government put it on to us, we actually sort of wasn't informed as actually councillors. We wasn't. The local MP also actually was informed by actually the government. The only first time that I found out about it as a councillor, actually myself, is from the news when it broke out that morning to say that Bicester was one of the sites that would get 1,250 asylum seekers here.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, are they showing any signs of kind of softening their approach, as it were?
I would say no. From what we've been told, from the conversations from actually residents, conversations that I've been into, I would say that there has been no communication to actually residents. There's been no consultations over this. There has been hardly anything actually given from actually the government. What they want to do is just drop these people in to this site without asking the residents, without asking they actually cancel or actually sort of getting anything through.
Yeah, it's a bad situation, isn't it? And is there a deadline coming up by which time you might know something?
So at the moment, we're actually in the dark still. We are over this, if I tell you the truth, from what I've heard from actually people, the local MP, from other councillors, from other people. We're actually in the dark. We're actually waiting for the consultation to come through. We are, so we know what's happening. Because at the moment, Site A for MOD Bicester is a storage place. It is. So there's nothing there to house them in. There isn't.
Right.
They'd have to bring probably port cabins in, like sort of rooms they would, because at the moment it's only used for storage. It is.
Right. Shocking stuff. Michael, well, listen, keep in touch and we'll see whether we can do anything to help you out because it's a terrible situation. Obviously, local people not happy at all about having all these migrants sort of forced upon them, as it were. Michael, thank you very much indeed. Michael Wilson there from Bicester, which is up near Piddington, I should say, sorry, where they want to house something like, what, 1,250 migrants, he said, I think. Ridiculous. That's mad. Anyway, listen, a very, very big surprise, and a great surprise, by the way, to our very good friend, Mr. Lewis McLeod, who joins us from French France.
Yes.
Hopefully safe from the wildfires. I don't see any sort of redness in your face, so I can only assume that you're far enough away from the flames. Good morning to you.
That's just blood pressure. No, it's been all right here. We're in the Charente-Maritime, which is in the area of trouble down near Bordeaux. We're about an hour from Bordeaux, but it's a massive area, the Nouvelle Aquitaine, and then as you go over on that the ferry from Royan, you're in the Medoc, so it's that area.
I've had wine from the Medoc.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh,
it's nice.
I mean, I've been holidaying here since I was a kid, and it's the best place on earth. I love it. And yet, a few years ago, we would take the bikes over from Royan to the Pointe de Grave, and there's a forest, and you go through, and then you end up on this beach at Sur-Mer, gorgeous place. And the forest, I remember when we were back, I was in the sea looking over and I'm going, that forest went up. And this is now a common occurrence. It's not the southwest that's getting it so much. It's it's now here where we are. But when I say that, I mean like Provence, they're always getting fires. The temperatures are always ridiculously high there in the Var region. But where we are in the Atlantic, which I guess is west, but it's that area is now going up, and that's relatively uncommon. But I'm told that they have these nurseries where they can just replant trees, so they have a limit of that. But it's been pretty bad. I mean, on Friday. I was looking at the sky and I was going, Marion, look at this. And the sun had this kind of weird kind of haze over it. And I didn't put two and two together. I was actually filming it. I was doing Brian Cox. Look at this. This is amazing. This is a lunar anomaly. And look at that, the sun's poking through, but you can actually look at it directly, unlike when it's an eclipse, you go blind. It's one of the many causes of going blind.
What I was loving earlier in the month was watching you doing Richard E. Grant going to the bottle bank, which I thought was brilliant. It was fantastic. Richard E. Grant in France.
Yeah. Well, no, I did one the other day. I've just had a delicious lunch. Toilet bound, baby. Yeah. He always finishes with "yeah, baby," and he likes them as well. He's been sending, wee messages. No, he's a great sport. I love it when they do that and they go, "That's a load of pish. That's nothing like me." Ah, shut up. But he's brilliant. He'll it's like my brother when you do him.
He doesn't like it.
Ah, shut up. That's a load of shit.
Well, He's got his own fire problems up there in Cairn Calls because he can't get anyone into his bloody campsite because of the fires.
There you go. I can't even grab me a bag of chips. The whole lot goes up. Everyone's just catching fire. My paper trousers went up like a done. No, I mean, but no, it's no good. And and you think the Cairngorms, it's always pissing the rain up there, but no, it's. You know, I'm getting messages from my pals in Glasgow. They're going, "That's out of the back last week. It was 32 degrees," and you think 32 in Glasgow, but it's mental. It's like,
it is crazy, isn't it?
It's hot. Yeah.
It's really mad. Absolutely mad.
I watched John Swinney doing that. Hello, I've just chaired a joint staff meeting, and I'm so glad the people of Nethy Bridge got back home. I was falling asleep. I was like, "Hey, you know, and do you like my, do you like my really old polo T-shirt? I really should get a new one. I don't know what."
Well, I mean, I did say to your brother, you know, it's strange that they all managed to evacuate in their mobile homes. I says, well, unfortunately, Nicola Sturgeon was left behind because she couldn't find her mobile home. She couldn't see it, you know, even though it was in front of her.
I have looked for my camper van. I don't know where it is. Look. Off your arse and find it then, you boot.
Have you managed to? I don't know if you've had a chance to do the Burnham scenario, because Andy Burnham is he's a bit like Brian Cox. He's you know,
Well,
you know.
We went to see the Odyssey last night, which was
did you?
Magnificent.
Was it?
It's amazing. But I couldn't help but think that's his premiership. It's a mythological whole. I am Burmicus. I've returned from the Battle of Manchesterus, and here I am, miraculously in power. A mythological address that doesn't even have number 10 in it, and here I am. Yeah. We'll see how long that lasts. And this number 10 North, what a load of nonsense.
I've got my own sign here, as you can see, because I've got the Mike Graham Show South, and the Mike Graham Show North is to my left. And it hasn't cost you £1 million in taxpayers' money either. You know, it's just a sign. You know,
I know.
Show me a sign.
It looks terrible. It's like it looks like the remnants of a '60s shopping centre that they've shoved them all into. You know.
Well, this is the thing, and I mean, everybody's saying, well, they've obviously had loads of time to put it together. They must have been working on it since May when they took out the lease. But also, you don't know who's living next door. You know, there could be a bunch of jihadists in the next building. You know, the sort of, you know, the Manchester branch of ISIS is next door. Yeah. You know, but don't worry, that's fine. You know, no problem at all.
Yeah. A room full of squatters would be brilliant. Listen, you know what I mean? You come up here with your suits on, shut up, we're playing some music, that's it. Get used to it. Massive, mad for it. And you, get rid of those specs and get some contacts, you can afford it.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. Listen, it's been brilliant and fantastic to see you. When are we going to see you over here? Are we going to get you back into London anytime soon?
Yeah, but I'm over next month, I think, so should...
How are you? We got to get you in the studio. You got to come and visit us because I haven't really seen you. I haven't seen you since that great night in Shepherd's Bush, which was fantastic.
That was so much fun,
wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a lot of him. I came on as him. That's right. Very exciting, great place. Shepherd's Bush. The Shepherd's Bush. It's a great place. I didn't see anybody. I saw a lot of crooks, but no shepherds. You know, wildfires. It's crazy over there. I got to phone Charles and make sure he's okay.
Yeah. You know, there's also some talk, and I don't know whether you've heard this, that we may be getting George Galloway on to come and do a show on our channel, and maybe you have some thoughts about that.
That is going to be a spectacular return. The prodigal son, like Ithacus himself. I will fly in my winged serpent and park my Bahuki on the throne which has been rightfully mine, ousting and jousting everyone else who has come before me to my rightful place as the master of the breakfast meal. Be of good cheer, my friends. I am returning to home.
That's fantastic. Listen, great. Stay safe, as we say on the BBC. They say that to everybody now on the BBC. You know, stay safe. Yes. It's like you're a reporter. It's not your job to stay safe. It's your job to bloody well get near as close to the fire as you can without dying. Yeah. That's your job.
I know. It's yes. It's not since the first and said. You don't have nightmares.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Anyway, how's the new baby doing? Is everything good?
Oh, he's brilliant. I mean, well, we're getting sleep now. He's kind of getting into more of a routine.
Fine.
Actually, Marion just went next door to her mum's because he kicks off when he gets hungry. So I was thinking, how are we going to do this interview in the background? You're hearing, "Bah, bah." But he's brilliant. He's every day, like today, you know, he's talking more. He's kind of going, la, 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 la. He's making more noises, which he wasn't doing like 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Loads of smiles. He's great. It's absolutely brilliant. It's amazing, Mike. Yeah.
Brilliant. He doesn't start sounding like your brother Donald. That'd be fine.
Listen, you, give me the boob, I'm starving. I'm absolutely Hank Marvin here. Listen, I need all the milk I can get to put the fires out. Get it in here, get the formula. Put it in that tank, we'll take it up and we'll pour that on the fire. So something's got to put them out. This is men all up here.
Brilliant. Fantastic. Good to see you, man. Let's cheer this all up.
too.
You know, look after yourself. Love to Marion and the kids. See you soon.
Cheers, mate.
Lewis McLeod, what a guy. I mean, literally, the tears are rolling down my face. You can't deal with it. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Coming up, we have another, we're going to talk about Zelensky, aren't we? Should we play that clip? Andy Burnham, right? He's only been Prime Minister for, what, a week? And he's decided his first guest is going to be Volodymyr Zelensky. Have a look.
Well, thank you so much. Yes. Once you're in the war, we can't do it. Just we're exactly there.
I'm a former mayor. Well, they've so much, haven't they? And
Too much details
with everybody.
I want to share with Minister of Foreign Affairs.
In any way we can, and that Britain, even though we've had changes at all, and hopefully.
Yeah, well, that's good news, isn't it? It's always nice to know that we've got more money to hand over to bleeding Volodymyr Zelensky, because he's only had, the last time Keir Starmer saw him, I think he gave him like 300 million quid, didn't he? Peter McElvenna's here. Peter, good to see you. How are you doing?
Very good, although I can't do any impressions, so sorry, I can't follow that.
No, nobody can follow that. It's fine. It's okay. It's all right. But I actually haven't asked him to do a Zelensky one. He probably could do that as well. But, you know, what is this obsession that we have with bleeding Zelensky in Ukraine? And you know, I've seen Burnham now say more things about the defence of Ukraine than he says about the defence of Britain.
Well, exactly. And I've been delving into the British Empire and looking at kind of where Britain were. And I mean, if you go back to the Spanish Armada, 1588, from then, Britain for 350 years, the Royal Navy did rule the waves. And to think where we were then, and now to think where we are now. And the whole thing was Zelensky. Obviously, he was I think the first international leader that Burnham welcomed.
Yeah.
I would think there are probably other priorities in terms of trade, in terms of engagement, in terms of relationships around the world, others that we should foster much more rather than Zelensky. It's funny, it didn't take him up to Manchester up north, but anyway, he brought him to this military base.
Yeah.
And then you learn that we're actually training Ukrainian forces up. Why are there any Ukrainian military forces on British soil? That is utterly ludicrous.
I know.
It's one thing actually to send them, we can send them a bit of cash, and the amounts are crazy, 10 billion I think we've sent so far since 2022. But it's another thing then to send them weapons. And of course we are sending, I think they just announced that we have sent 99 howitzers, so guns to fire the large projectiles, and we've sent 99 of them, and then thought, oh dear, we should think of replacing them. Oh, quickly, let's do a process, and we're now going to buy, I think, German guns, but we don't have them. So we've sent all our guns to Ukraine. We don't have any to protect ourselves.
No.
And there have been 2 or 3 cases of us sending military equipment before we are ready to replace them, or we sent military equipment before the British Army get them. There was one case we sent missiles, new missiles, and we sent everything, the first 2-year batch, to Ukraine before the British Army were going to get them. So we are sending stuff to the edge of Europe, which has nothing to do with us,
Right.
instead of keeping it to prepare ourselves at a time where supposedly the world is in crisis and chaos in many parts of the world, and we're not even prepared. So it's utterly frustrating to think that, one, we are not prepared militarily, and even the few pennies that we have seemingly of spare, we are sending abroad. And really, it would have been a time for Britain to say, look, either you come to the peace table, this is all a time limit, 3 months, 6 months, whatever, and then we stop, because this seems to be a forever war that we are getting into. And at some point we have to say pull out. But of course, it was a plague on both houses. Obviously, Boris Johnson, one of his favorite places, I think, was Kiev, and he went over there a lot. So it's been the
Well, I
Tories.
think he's got a
and
square
it's been
named
Labour.
after. I think he's got a square named after him or something, isn't he? In Kiev, he's like, Boris Johnson Square, Boris Square, or something ridiculous. But I find it baffling because I don't speak to many people now in sort of the common world, if you like, or just ordinary people who give a stuff about Ukraine. Nobody really believes that Putin's going to invade Western Europe. Nobody really thinks that. I know that if you're Poland, you might have a slightly different view, but nobody really in Western Europe, in France or in Britain, actually believes that Putin is going to try and take over Western Europe. And yet here we are. We get warned about it all the time by the sort of powers that be, and we're supposed to suck it up and go, better give us more money then. It's ridiculous.
No, it is. And of course, you're not allowed to take a position to say, I don't really care about either side. I would just like a war to finish on the edge of Europe. You must either be pro-Putin or pro-Zelensky, instead of saying, I don't really give a damn. I mean, it's not my war. So all I want is some kind of peace deal for it to finish. But you look at Poland. I think Poland are the highest defense spending. They're, I think, certainly over 5%.
Yeah, something like 4.5%, 5%. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can understand why they would do that, and you can understand why they would do all sorts of things, because they're right there. But we're not,
No, and maybe Poland should have been the first country that we invited over. Maybe let's be friendly to those countries. Or maybe India, or maybe there are other countries that we would benefit more. We don't seem to benefit from Zelensky coming over. And if we think we're going to be the world's policeman, we are sadly mistaken with West Streeton in charge of the military. Although I do like John Healey as Chancellor of Exchequer, but West Streeton, who's never gone to war in his life, neither have I. But I always wanted to join the RAF. Through Air Cadets, through University Air Squadron. I mean, I wanted to do military, and then that didn't happen because of 9/11. But you've got people who have fought for the country. You've got veterans, and we don't care for them or treat them right. And then you got Wes Streeting, who I think basically has been a political consultant more or less all his life, apart from working for Stonewall, which is a whole other issue. But now he's actually running the defence. And now he's put his foot down to Andy Burnham and said, no, you must meet this 3.5% defence spending.
Isn't it?
What do you know?
Yeah, it's totally pathetic. I mean, he's probably the worst choice. I mean, the more ridiculous one would have been Rachel Reeves, I suppose, but apparently they only offered her education. You know, imagine Rachel Reeves in charge of defence, would be like, for God's sake. But it is just ridiculous.
What about Ed Miliband?
Oi, no, please. I mean, I'm hoping they've just given him the job of Foreign Secretary just to keep him flying around the world so he just never comes back. And he just goes into his first trip was to the Philippines, where he saw Marco Rubio, put out a tweet that he'd seen Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio put out loads of tweets about all the people he met in the Philippines. He didn't put one out about meeting Ed Miliband, because even he realises the guy's a complete dud, you know. So but the whole thing's a nonsense. I mean, I can't even still quite grasp the concept that Andy Burnham is now the Prime Minister, because I never thought it would happen. You know, I knew it was coming, and as I watched it, it was like watching a car crash in slow motion. I was kind of going, surely something's going to happen to stop this, and it didn't. And now he's the Prime Minister, and I'm kind of going, Christ, how did we get here, you know?
No, I agree. The only thing is, I think it makes us look slightly better because he is able to string a sentence together more than Keir Starmer.
True.
So that's a slight improvement.
Yeah.
But no, if he's going to go around with his T-shirt, he'll be trying to copy Zelensky, I guess, with his black T-shirt or his anorak. Manchester anorak. Can you imagine?
Although, did you see that story that it turns out that all of his clothing, although it looks as though it's kind of, bought in Primark, is actually very expensive. He's got a tailor who makes all this stuff, and it's a quite well known. I've never heard of him. But it's quite well known kind of tailor in London who buys all of the materials that he uses from Lancashire, and he makes like Harringtons and bomber jackets and all these kind of like retro clothes. But he was wearing a jacket that looked for all the world like something you'd buy in the high street. It was about 450 quid.
We're probably going to have a number 10 merch store. That's going to be the scary part of this.
Yeah.
Going
well, that's all right. We'll get our friend Donald to run it. One size only. Brilliant. But yeah, it's worrying times because I don't see Burnham as a man that has any kind of real foreign policy experience and any kind of real. And I said this to somebody the other day. Everybody looks fine until something bad happens, and when something bad happens, that's when you judge how people behave. And what killed off Keir Starmer, as far as I'm concerned, is how he reacted to Southport and the murders of those 3 little girls, right? If something bad happens and Burnham doesn't get it, that's the end of him.
Well, it is. And of course, he hasn't mentioned the small boats coming over, hasn't mentioned how he's going to tackle immigration. He's more concerned about a 2-point bus fare, which really is not the priority.
Yeah.
Or what cutting 20% in some of the tax rates for businesses in the hospitality sector. I mean, just get rid of it all. Why go for 20%? But you're right. And he's obviously been up in Manchester. To me, if you've got someone in government, ideally, they've had a role in the real world.
Right.
And then in industry, then they come in. Ideally, then they've been a minister at a department and actually learned how something works. And then maybe they move on to prime minister. But for him to be out in the backwater as a mayor, all local issues, and suddenly to be dealing with Britain's place in the world, how is that going to go whenever he meets President Trump? And which minister was saying that? Was it West Reading or might have been Healy saying when he meets Donald Trump, he's going to tell him things in public if he needs to hear them? I think, oh my, this is going to go so bad. This is Trump getting a telling off from a nobody in the UK. Maybe it'll be Ed Miliband. Actually, it probably will be Ed Miliband telling off Trump. It could be another banana moment like his brother. I mean, how is that going to go? And I fear how the world will see us, just like the world mocks France because of Macron.
Yeah.
You want a strong leader. And sadly, I think probably you the same, Mike. You have to go back to probably Margaret Thatcher's time to have a leader that actually was on the world stage that brought that greatness to Britain. And since then, it's been a bunch of pygmies all the way to.
I mean, to be fair, and I know this is an unpopular view, but I think Blair was actually quite statesmanlike during the whole 9/11 thing. I mean, we might not agree with what he did with Iraq and all the rest of it, but he was at least a relatively substantial figure, and people really hate him. And there'll be people literally sticking pins in a picture of me now, going, "How can you say something good about Tony Blair?" But he was actually, in my view, until the Iraq War, doing a decent job. We now know that he was also undermining the whole institution of Britain, and yes, so I'm not saying that he was a good guy, but he was a statesman at least.
Oh, I agree. Look, you have to respect your opponents, and you respect them when they have that charisma, when they have the ability, when they have vision, when they have drive, when they know what they want to do. And you're right. The difference between, and obviously then you went on to Gordon Brown and just limp, didn't know what to do. And you compare Tony Blair and that vision he had, that kind of cool Britannia in 97, people felt something was happening. Although we don't agree the direction it was going, there was impetus there. I agree 100% with you, Mike. And then you put Keir Starmer beside Tony Blair, and you realize someone who's just devoid of any ability, devoid of any charisma, devoid of any vision for the country, and just sits there and is an embarrassment. So you're right. Andy Burnham, I think, has a little bit more presence, but then it's not really much to ask to have a little bit more vision or charisma than Keir Starmer. That's not really saying something. That's the low bar that we have. And then, you look at who's around him as ministers. And again, it's an embarrassment because obviously he's got rid of anyone who backed Keir Starmer, whether they were good or bad, and has just put his own people in. And it is, you look around and there are no bright spots. Well, apart from John Healy, I think I have respect for him just because he resigned on the military issue, and someone who's been in the military understands where we need to be. But really, apart from him, you look around and there's no one that stands out to think, yes, they're going to make a difference to the department they're in. It's just moving the deck chairs on the Titanic, really.
Yeah, I agree. Totally. Peter, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Talking great common sense, as ever. Hearts of Oak. Peter McElvender there giving us his view on Burnham and the new regime that we're about to be run by here in the UK. Not very helpful, is it? Now, I've got to do my meltdown. Do you want to do some news in between? Or are you not bothered? Should we just go with the meltdown? Let's just go with the meltdown. Now, we've been doing a pretty good job, I would say, in the last 6 months. We celebrated our 6-month anniversary just the other day. We've hit something like 33 million views on our channel, The Mike Graham Show, and now also incorporating UK Live online. We've got something like 174,000 subscribers, and we're pretty happy with the way things have gone. Thanks to all of you, we have had a great deal of success, and we are now employing more people. We're looking at doing more shows. We're looking at actually expanding the operation because the truth does not stand still, ladies and gentlemen. The truth waits for no man. And so I want to talk to you about the way that the insidious nature of the British kind of entertainment business, the TV business, is an absolute and utter joke. Holly Willoughby, you might remember her, the woman who was the sort of foil, if you like, for Mr. Schofield. We remember him, don't we? Philip Schofield, the man who had to quit his job. He says because it turned out that he was gay, but actually no, it turned out that he was involved in all sorts of scandals. So the whole This Morning show blew up, right? So Holly Willoughby decided just a little while ago, I know, I'll do that thing that Mike Graham's doing and I'll go on YouTube. And the difference between Holly Willoughby and me, well, there's several differences, obviously, is that I don't wear a dress. I don't wear high heels. I don't have blonde hair. And I don't have an agent. She does have an agent. And she's in The Sun today, right? On the front page of The Sun, it says, F-bombs and saucy star pals, Holly on YouTube, review pages 12 and 13. And it can only be described as a complete and utter hagiography, if you know what that is, which means it's just a sort of love fest about how brilliant Holly Willoughby's channel is. Now, I'm going to let you be the judge. Have a look at this clip and tell me what you think.
Yeah, well, let's do it here. Okay. Are you ready? Yeah. Right, today, we are talking jumpsuits, high street makeup, fashion, smash burgers, beautiful flower arrangements, tequila, Caribbean food, toad in the hole.
Spaghetti.
Hoops.
Spaghetti hoops. It's called spag bowl.
Oh no, I feel like I'm on OnlyFans.
No, that looks dirty.
This is just so not me. I'm
so proud of you.
I just see her getting changed.
She doesn't give a shit. She'll take her clothes off in front of anyone.
That's me.
Here it is, our buddy Holly, right? Holly Willoughby has obviously got a very good agent because the agent has managed to get a double-page spread in what used to be the best-selling newspaper in Britain, not so much anymore. But they've got Joanne McAnally, no idea. Catherine Ryan, nope, don't know. Emma and Nicole and some shoes. Oh, that's Emma Bunton, I recognise her. Emma and Nicole and a dog. Holly's move to YouTube is something of a surprise as she has such a long history of making traditional telly. Her Together channel, which had a soft launch 2 weeks ago, already has almost 8,000 followers. What? 8,000 followers? Oh, brilliant. Well, we got 8,000 followers in the last week, right? And then it says, and that figure is expected to boom after today's first episode. No, it isn't. I'm looking at today's first episode. And do you know how many views it's got? 41,000. Do you know how many people watch this show every day? About 100,000 a day. She's got a new, 2 hours ago, put out Listen to Italians, We Know What's Best with Stanley Tucci, 3.2 thousand views. Why has she got a double-page spread in The Sun? Is it because she's part of the internal media mafia? Is it because she's part of the so-called, celebrity set? Holly's change shouldn't be too much of a shock, as she is just one of a host of stars turning to the social media platform as part of developing their careers. But where's my spread in the sun? Surely they're not doing me, or not choosing to do me because of what happened with the parent company. Let's hope not. I'm a Celebrity Presenters Ant and Dec launched Belter Box earlier this year to indulge their love of comedy. Well, good for them. I mean, I just find it extraordinary. Rod McPhee, the TV editor, I know Rod actually, and this is what he says. With a fridge full of bows and a scattering of F-bombs and lashings of sexual innuendo, the TV phenomenon that is Holly Willoughby has been brought back to life, just not quite as we know it. Well, I think it's dead on arrival. Never mind brought back to life. It's rubbish, right? And I predict that Holly Willoughby will shut down her TV and YouTube channel, and just as quickly as she started it. She's just doing This Morning on YouTube by the looks of it, says John Evans. You're absolutely right. Please subscribe. 8.97 subscribers. Just don't bother. People like what we do because we're entertaining, we're newsy, we bring you a show every single morning from 7 to 10. She's everything that's wrong with this country, says Dave. It's true. I tell you what, YouTube is a fantastic place to be. We're enjoying it. We're starting a new channel, UK Live Online, Kelvin Mackenzie at 10 o'clock, coming up very shortly. We've got lots of other big plans in the offing, which we're going to be able to announce to you in the coming weeks. But Holly Willoughby, sorry, sounds like a Meghan Markle production, says RBM. Yeah, it does. I find it really kind of insulting, actually, and pathetic. And it's one of the reasons why the Sun is dying on its arse, in the same way that Holly Willoughby's dying on her arse, because they don't know what they're doing. They literally don't get the public. The public are not interested in that, right? They're just not. Anyway, that's my rant out of the way. That's my wind-up. It is. Pooch has just pointed out, yeah, YouTube is hard work. And she doesn't know what hard work is. Because she's used to being surrounded by... this is the same woman who, by the way, when she and Philip Schofield used to do a show called This Morning, they weren't... Kelvin wants my papers. Yeah. I mean, tell him the Sun's gone up in price, by the way.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. It's gone up like 10p or something. Right. The reason that they don't know what they're doing is because when she was in sort of, her high dudgeon place, and she used to be the queen of morning TV, people weren't allowed to speak to her. People who worked on the show were not allowed to speak to her, right? The MG show is raw and authentic. Holly's show looks glossy and lacking in substance. Entirely correct.
Oh, this one.
Married to Dan Baldwin, agent to many and powerful in the showbiz world. That's why. Yeah, that's why she's in the Sun. That's how it works. But it shouldn't work like that. They should be actually covering... If the Sun wanted to put their circulation up instead of down, what they should be doing is covering this show. They should be doing me, Mike Graham, back from the dead, right? They tried to kill him off. They tried to put a stake in his heart. They tried to slash his throat. They tried to put a bag over his head. But unfortunately, it didn't work, and he's back. And here he is. And I've got a few more than 8,000 subscribers. And I've got a few more than 40,000 views. About 33 million more than that. So let's see whether or not they can actually figure that one out. Quick super chat from Cookie Boy. We want Kelvin to do a mid-morning cookery slot. I'll tell him. I'm going to go in there in a minute and see him, so I'll tell him. How about this? A couple more messages coming in on the Substack. Watch Ask Mike, says Laura Jane. Woohoo! We'll be glad to have Plonk back. Yes. Plonk will be coming back, I think, this week, won't it? Yeah. Who have we got on?
Kelly J. Keane.
Oh, Kelly J. Keane's going to be on. That'll be great. She's brilliant. She was at Speaker's Corner the other day, which was fantastic. And she did a great thing where there was these Muslims praying, and she was like, "What are you doing? What are you praying here for? Bugger off. Go and pray somewhere else." It was brilliant. This one from Panda. The stupidity of both the Tories and Labour paying the French millions of dollars when the French clearly want rid of the migrants. True. Absolutely right. Now, I've got a long one here, and I'm going to read it out just before we go to our next guest, because it's coming from Linda, and it's on Substack. Yesterday on UK Live, Pooch talked about how governments want to control our spending. This has already started and they are picking on the weak and vulnerable. Let me explain. My son is severely autistic and as part of this, he is extremely honest. He does not work at the moment because of a physical injury, but is looking into setting up a one-man business as he never wanted or expected to be claiming benefits. Now, this is disgraceful. Every 6 months, he has to supply 4 months of bank statements and then has to go through them with the Department of Employment and explain every item on his bank statement with the forensic inspection that makes him feel like Britain's #1 criminal. He is dyslexic, and the last time he took the call at the Citizens Advice Centre, he has difficulty remembering where and what he was doing on, say, the 15th of April. But the lady who was trying to help him was not allowed to speak or assist him. They asked him why he hasn't got a passport or a driving licence, why he brought a takeaway. When there are so many rogues and charlatans in this country, why pick on people like my son? Simply because they can. My son is generally very upbeat, but now is becoming broken and even, I fear, suicidal. He has already once ceased to claim any benefit and became homeless when his savings ran out after a previous run-in with the authorities. With the help of Citizens Advice, he now has a flat and is trying to work to rebuild a new career. My granddad and I used to discuss everything. He used to say all politicians were the same and they all peed in the same bucket. One of his worries for my future and children involved the fact people never seem to want to learn from the past. He often talked about the 1930s in Germany and how a few people, through fear, intimidation, indoctrination of children and the young, caused a malevolent dictatorship to gain power. He also said we had a group of people called the Fabians in this country who believe in selective breeding, amongst other ideas. He believed these people worked across all political parties. I used to think my granddad didn't know what he was talking about, but seeing how we are divided and persecuted for being British, it makes me wonder if he was right. Interesting thoughts. Very interesting. Do join our Substack if you haven't done it already, and do join our YouTube channel, and do subscribe to it, please, if you wouldn't mind. It doesn't cost any money, but it helps us to reach more people. And if you hit the like button as well, that would be great. 6.6 thousand likes today. We got 10 yesterday. See if you can have a quick flurry to do it. I won't watch Holly. I will watch The Truth Show. Mike Graham, says Brenda. Thank you very much indeed. Naga Manchetti's quitting the BBC breakfast show. Probably because Mike Graham stole all the viewers. I saw that actually coming up. I saw it. Where is it? See if I can find it. Yeah, Naga Manchetti quits BBC show as she lands new job following bullying probe. Wonder what she's now moving over to Radio 5 Live. Is that right? She will take the helm from the current 5 Live breakfast. Oh, she's going to do Radio 5 breakfast. Well, we'll kick them in the arse as well. Because, quite frankly, why would you bother watching that rubbish when you can watch this? Let us now talk, though, to our next guest, who is, I think, our favourite woman in the pub, if you like, Joan Kennedy from Politics in Pubs. Joan, very good morning to you.
Morning, Mike. Morning.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
On.
Yeah, not at all.
No.
How are you? Last time we spoke, you were about to have a sort of an evening in somewhere like centre of London. What are you up to these days?
Yes, we've got 2 meetings coming up.
Okay.
So tonight we're in Manchester, and it starts at 7:30. The welcome in North Manchester that we'll be talking about is a Third World War inevitable.
Right. Are you calling it Politics in Pubs North? Because obviously, that's the new thing, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah,
politics, just put North on it.
Manchester. Politics in Pubs Manchester. And then on the 3rd of August in London, we've got a meeting in the Warwick in Pimlico. Okay. And it'll be looking at direct, parliamentary or devolved democracy, which form of democracy serves us best. So both meetings will be a discussion, encouraging as many people as possible to speak. It'll be chaired. So it's not all who shouts the loudest, but we usually have a good evening. Okay, great. And so the one in Manchester, you don't sell tickets or anything, do you? People just turn up, right? That's right. Yeah. So we it's the pub lets us have the room. They don't charge us, so ideally people will buy drinks to help the pub out, and it's free. Whoever turns up is great. Yeah. Okay. We usually get between 20 and 30 people. Okay. And in terms of what people want to talk about, I mean, you're saying that the Manchester one's going to be about a Third World War. I mean, do you think a Third World War is inevitable? What's your take on that? I don't think war is inevitable. I don't think war helps anybody, helps people. No. But the reason we chose that title is that there doesn't seem to be much debate about it. The only discussion is how much of our GDP we should be spending on what they call defence, but so often it's about attack. It seems in other parts of the world, and whilst, as you've said earlier, to another guest, we're leaving Britain undefended. So
we are. We seem to be paying an awful lot of money to Ukraine so that they can defend themselves. We've got a Prime Minister, an outgoing Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, who got the Napoleonic Legion d'Honneur Award from President Macron because of his assistance in keeping the European Union safe and secure, but without actually worrying about keeping us safe and secure.
Yeah. So yeah, it'll probably be a lively discussion tonight. So but it's good. It's always good. It's always enjoyable. Yeah.
No, that's really good to know. And I mean, how do people find out about where you're doing these things and what you're doing? How do they do that?
Thank you so much. You're great. Yeah, we've got a website. So it's Politics and Pubs, all one word, .org.uk. And there people can go and find what meetings are coming up.
All right. And have you got plans to go to different parts of the country as well, apart from like north and south?
Yeah. So we're completely volunteer organised, very grassroots. But I am speaking to a woman tomorrow. Well, sometime this week. We have to sort the date out still. Who's interested in starting one in Liverpool, which would be great.
Right. Okay.
And we have had groups in Sheffield, Newcastle, Pontine previously, and people. It's great if people want to have a go. They can get in touch, and we'll give them our experience really.
Okay. And can they suggest topics as well? Can somebody sort of get in touch and go, I think we should talk about, is Andy Burnham the worst Prime Minister of all time, or something like that?
Yes. I mean that's helped because it does take a bit of effort organising, getting speakers.
I'm sure.
So we're always interested in what people actually want to talk about, and even if someone wants to actually start the discussion themselves.
Right.
But yes, at the moment we've got people lined up till September, talking to someone about possibly October or November. So yes, that's the Manchester group. London might even be ready to take a topic from September. But yeah, get in touch with us. We can.
All right, great.
Things out.
Brilliant. Joan, great to see you as ever. Have a good time in Manchester, and we'll definitely come and see you one of the do's you do in London, I'm sure.
Yes, that would be absolutely brilliant. That would be great.
You have trouble shutting me up then. You have to sort of move you to the side, but there we are. Good to see you, Joan. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, Joan Kennedy there from Politics in Pubs. Go and check them out, and you can go and see them in Manchester and indeed in London. Now, a couple of announcements to make. We're going to do Pooch's Pooch in a minute. I've got to tell you this, though, because we're going to try something. I don't know if you know this, Charlotte. Yeah. We're going to try and do Ask Mike on Sunday live.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we're going to sort of try and push the boat out. I don't know if we're going to be able to have any success. It might be a complete and utter brick. But the idea is that we thought we'd try and do something a bit different. Because I've got to go to Manchester on Friday. I'm coming back on Saturday. And then Sunday, if I'm compos mentis enough, we're going to try and do an Ask Mike. So if you're on Substack, you'll see that, and you'll be able to see it live. And if you want, I don't know if I'm not sure if we're going to have the ability to actually take questions live. But if not, you can submit questions anyway before that, and we can do it. And that should be fun. Meanwhile, it's time for Pooch's Pooch. And once again, I'm going to bring you my own daughter's dog, who's called Zane. Her name is Emma, of course. She's in Dubai, and he is a hunting dog, an Arab hunting dog. And for a long time, he didn't like water.
Oh, Pooch's Pooch.
Yeah, Pooch's Pooch. And for a long time, he didn't like water, but now he loves it. Have a look.
What is it, Zane? What is it? Get the water. Get the water.
Sweet.
Isn't he sweet?
What is that? Is that in Dubai?
Yeah.
The grass.
I think it's real
Good
grass.
Boy. Bless you.
Yeah, that's Pooch said Zack is in Dubai. It's real grass apparently. Wow. When they moved into this house and it had AstroTurf, and they said no, we want real grass.
Yeah, nice.
So they got real grass. It actually looks greener than the stuff we got here.
Yeah.
I was in Blackheath the other day, and it's so yellow.
Brown heath.
So yellow heath.
Yellow heath.
I mean, it looks like you know if you rubbed your fingers together, it'd go up in flames. Here we go, Mike. You might have the brains, but you must admit Holly has the looks. Or is it the other way around? Says Bruce and Ken. Yeah, she looks great. Yeah. Looks great, but you know, as Pooch said, the problem is if you want to do YouTube properly, it's quite hard work, and I'm not sure that she's able to do that. You're all doing a brilliant job of giving us a laugh in these difficult political times, says Mr. H. Thank you very much indeed. And of course, one here from Lulu Rose. Thank you so much for your work. Adrian, that's for the Nowhere photographer, of course, who was brilliant when he came on earlier. How's the Burnham Alert competition going? That's a good question, actually. How is that going?
It's going well. We have got quite a few entries.
Because we were last week, we said we were going to try and roll them all out and have a look at them, weren't we?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll do that later this week. We'll do what we can. There's so much going on here that, you know, if you don't do it straight away, you got to go, what happened to that?
We've got staff on holidays.
And also we've got staff on, well, Pooch is is head of holidays, as he now is, has been sending people away.
Yeah.
And so now we've got anybody working here.
I'm going to send you away soon.
He's going to send me away soon. And
oh, well, yeah, how about Cyprus, Mike?
do you know, I was thinking about Cyprus because I'm told it's really nice there.
Yeah.
And
it might be nice.
It might be nice. I'm not sure, though. I don't know if anyone can recommend places in Cyprus for me to go, because some of you might think that I've been there before. I can't remember it, of course. Anyway, but listen, Kelvin Mackenzie's coming up next. It's UK Live Online. We're going to do another switch over as we did yesterday, but this time, I think if you want to, and I know this is kind of a mad thing to say because you're probably already doing it, but if you want to watch the show back, you'll be able to do it. And if you're on Substack, you'll be able to watch it back quicker than you were yesterday as well. So that's the plan. We'll be back, of course, tomorrow at 7 a.m. When it's going to be Wednesday.
And if they want to watch it back, they just rewind the live feed.
I've just somebody's pointed out to me there's no hosepipe ban in Dubai, apparently. No, there isn't. No, despite the fact that it's 50 degrees. What about Cyprus? Red, black, thank you. Yeah, thanks a lot. I get it, all right? I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I'm going to have Cyprus banned. Ban Cyprus. Anyway, listen.
Go and have a chat with Kelvin.
Yeah, I'm going to go and have a chat with Kelvin. Great to see you all. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Thank you very much indeed for all your thoughts and your ideas and your messages. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 7 a.m. Oh, look at that.
Brilliant.
Okay. Yeah, hi there. Good morning. Kelvin Mackenzie here. Another great show from Mike Graham, and whose numbers are hitting records almost every day. So where are we now? There are a couple of things that I feel uneasy about. I feel uneasy about what's happening, what the polls are showing in relation to reform. Look, there's no doubt that they're in a period of unease. I don't blame people feeling, that they feel unsure about what the future looks like when the leader is quite blithe about accepting 5 million quid. I have urged in pieces and on air that I believe that Nigel should pay the £5 million back. He has not told me to get stuffed, but he's told everybody else to get stuffed. And on that basis, I'm afraid we are watching, I think, a bit of a decline. Most of the people I speak to who would be natural reform voters say two things. One, that the public don't care. Well, I see their polling in one of the polls is at 24%, which I think is fantastic, actually, in the light of all the negativity. And also the fact that the whole of the mainstream media has now become Burnhamified. This is a moment in time. A year from today, it won't look like this, but right now, I'm afraid the political parties just got to put up with it. But if, for instance, we get ourselves in the bizarre position where
Nigel stands next to Bin Face and Mr. Fishfinger and everything like that. Those pictures are unhelpful. Let's say he wins at Clacton. Let's say that the parliamentary party kind of investigation committee come back and say, look, that 5 million is enormously unhelpful, especially in the light of the fact that you now have a policy which is going to help the person who gave you the 5 million quid. Let's just say they said that. I think that becomes a serious issue because it won't be 10 days he'll be banned for. I suspect he'll be banned for 3 months, possibly even 6 months. 6 months of it. Now, actually, Nigel will quite like that because he can just go and earn a lot of money working on GB News, and actually he does a bloody good show on GB News. However, you know, it kind of devalues reform, and for reform voters, they haven't got anywhere else to go. The reason that they're voting reform is because they want to secure our borders. No other party is offering to secure the borders. And secondly, they came from Labour and they came from the Tories. They don't want to go back again. So reform and the voters find themselves in a difficult position. I would just simply say to Nigel, take it on the chin, take the 6 months off and come back again. And in that 6 months, what would happen was that the Burnham burnish will have disappeared. But these are tough times for people who've gone to reform. People tell me that that they feel that they have nowhere else to go. I kind of buy that. So until the Tories start saying they're going to secure our borders, there's not going to be an easy place for a reform voter to go to. Anyway, joining me now, Mike Graham. Hi, Mike.
Morning.
So there's two things that caught my eye. I thought that I was just told by Pooch, who should do a show. It'll be a 1 hour show.
Yeah.
The maddest man in Britain.
Yeah.
Why I won't travel on state transport.
Yeah.
Why I'm obsessed with those plastic water bottles. I have to tear the cap off.
Yeah.
And apparently the cap is only constrained because the EU don't want caps being left all over.
It's true, but occasionally you can still get a cap that isn't constrained like that.
Oh, have you?
Which is weird. I don't know how that...
On wine bottles, I suspect.
Wine bottles, yes. But also other water. I've bought water bottles in the past where it's not the case. So this one,
yeah,
right.
That's the only brand I buy.
So there you go. Look.
Well, of course we're not members of the EU. We don't have to do anything.
So how are these guys getting away with it, and the other people having to tether it in some
Perhaps
way?
Perhaps you're being charged more or less on the basis of that cap.
Possibly. I mean,
do you ever check what the price of water is?
Only occasionally.
Yeah.
Only occasionally.
So at some places you can kind of pay £1 and 10 pence, £1.50.
£1.99. I've seen it in Pret.
Okay, £2.20, £2.
I'm not paying more than £2 for water.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
I'm not doing it. But I agree with you. Also, his hatred of cheese is a fascinating one as well.
But he's only got to mention this stuff on air.
Yeah.
And suddenly there will be a load of nutcases like him.
Yeah, they will be, yeah.
All of whom are as totally...
Well, he shares a particular curiosity with the mother of my children who can't stand the sound of anybody eating. No. He can't stand it. I go to Sussex, right, and she tells me to be quiet while I'm eating.
Hold on.
At the dinner table.
Hold on 1 second. We've lost the... We've actually lost...
Oh.
Have we lost audio as well?
Do you know, I had this in my telly yesterday. I managed to something to do with the heat. I put the TV on and I could hear it, but there was no picture.
There we go.
Oh, right. Oh, there we go. Okay, well, welcome back.
Yeah.
Can I just say that's one of the joys of hold on, it's just gone again. One of the joys of startups is this kind of thing, right, in which nobody cares.
They don't mind.
Right? And actually, my advice to Holly Willoughby, who's been pretty much a disaster, but you could have forecast that.
Well, not only did I forecast it, I did my meltdown on it today. Because have you seen the coverage in The Sun today?
Yeah,
she's on the front page. She's on pages 12 and 13, right? Both, they're all going, isn't it amazing? She only just started the show. She's got 8,000 followers. What? Why they? There we go. Oh, there we go. Holly Willoughby alert.
Go on then. Lembe, here comes Lembe.
Come on.
Lembe. There we go.
Yeah, it's finished.
Right, that's it.
So where's the spread on my show? You know, I've got.
And by the way, you were a loyal employee.
I was.
She's just a Johnny come lately.
It was pointed out to me that her husband happens to be a rather powerful agent called Dan somebody or other.
I think he's a TV producer who does all right on mainstream telly.
That's what I mean. But
this is a different.
But he's presumably said to them, you know, if you do this, you know, help out Holly here, I'll get you this or that or that. You know how it works, right?
Oh right, yeah.
So I imagine that's why they've given her a spread in 12 and 13. Rod McPhee, the TV editor, has written this, you know, sort of hagiography of Holly Willoughby's crap show because it is crap. I'm sorry to say that, and I'm sure she's a very nice woman, but it's rubbish, right? It's like this morning without the TV signal. That's all it is. Let's talk about food and let's have here's Stanley Tucci. Oh, look, he's great, isn't
Dungarees.
he? Some dungarees.
Yes,
Why don't you suggest that you go on there?
Yeah.
Because that would have one enormous effect, I think. The audience would collapse. and
So, you know, I can tell you a story about Holly Willoughby, right?
Hold on, there we go.
Right.
Holly Willoughby.
Holly Willoughby story.
Not like
I
Craig
was,
Burley, is it?
you know, I was once at London Bridge Station.
Yeah.
And I was on
She
my
saw
way.
you and walked in the other way.
I was on my way to where I then lived, which was down near Hastings, and I'd finished my show at TalkSport.
Yeah.
And I noticed there was a very elegant and tall-looking woman sort of standing further down the platform with those, you know, those Louboutin shoes.
Oh, very
You'll
nice.
know about
With
those,
red
right?
and all
with
that.
the red, so you notice the red soles, right?
Yeah.
And,
well, I've been given the Louboutin by a number of women.
I'm sure you have, yeah.
Thanks very
I
much.
can tell you another.
I'm
funny,
here all week.
There's a funny Robert Johnson story about that as well, but I'll come back to that. So I see these shoes and this very tall woman and a very short bloke with her. Short, like literally half her height, who I think later I identified as her agent. Turns out it was Holly Willoughby, right? So I got this train, and the train that goes to Hastings stops at a number of places, you know, including Sevenoaks, Tunbridge Wells,
it does.
blah, blah, blah. Where it doesn't stop, however, is Hildenborough, which is another part of that part of the world.
Don't tell me it stopped at Hildenborough.
It stopped at Hildenborough.
Not to let her out.
let her off.
No.
I am not joking. The train obviously was ordered to stop at Hildenborough to let her off.
That's disgraceful.
Isn't it?
On the 8:32 from Weybridge this morning was cancelled due to a shortage of train crew.
Of course.
Okay, so let's get this right. They make 80 grand for a 4-day week.
Yeah.
Why don't they halve that money and just get some of these desperate youngsters, right, who are fresh out of university?
My son would do that. My son would take a job tomorrow.
At 40 grand?
40 grand.
For a 4-day week?
Yeah.
Fine. And by the way, the other aspect, they can't join a trade union. Smash as left.
Yeah.
Right? That's one of the... Okay. I did notice a tweet from you.
Yeah.
I know this guy. That there was a Labour spad who often appeared on GB News, and he often appeared actually on the Michelle Dewberry show.
Oh, yeah.
And I go on there every Thursday, and he was the Labour side, and he has just pleaded guilty to six.
Matthew Talbot.
Talbot. 6 grand's worth of accommodation and rail fare fiddling.
Expenses fiddling.
He was saying he was going somewhere on business, but in fact he was going there for whatever other reason. Now I thought you were a little bit dismissive of him as a person.
Oh really?
Well, what do you mean? Oh really? It's a tweet.
What do you mean? Why dismissive?
Well, people can commit criminality without them being necessarily totally bad, can they?
Yes, I don't suggest that he's totally bad. I just suggest that he's a bit sanctimonious. And he's a man who put himself out there as this great sort of, formerly homeless, recovered alcoholic, now got a family, whiter than white, lovely bloke. One of the reasons that you might find I have a view of him is that I asked him to come on my show,
and he refused,
as he used to, and he didn't answer my message.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Well, he come on now. He'll come on now shortly before. Do you think he's likely to go to
come on now? He can put in the old prisoner's garb on, and I'll be more than happy.
Yes.
Striped pyjamas.
Will he get jailed for that, do you think?
Probably not. I mean, he
I
probably
would have
shouldn't
thought
be.
$6,000 in that area.
I mean, to be honest, the amount of stealing that goes on in the public sector, I mean, he's literally scratching at the old surface there, you know. I mean, look at what's going on in number 10 North, for heaven's sake. You know, the amount of money that's going, you know, south.
I love the idea it's called number 10 Coronation Street.
I love that, yeah.
It's a very clever one, which is almost as clever as the one that Pooch told me, that there's some Saudi Arabian women's football team, and they have to wear this kind of half hijab kind of thing.
Right.
And
who's taking the corners?
And but the British fans who are watching this game are all shouting out. What are they shouting out, Pooch?
Get your face out for the lads.
Get your face out for the lads.
Yes, that was a Millwall thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think
they played. It was at Millwall. They played it because they not only did they play the game, right? They played it at Millwall.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, and you're going, what? Have you got, you know, of all the places, of all the, you know, the gin joints in all the world?
Can I just point out, we've got Jean Hatchett coming up shortly.
She's
Who's
great.
quite a very tough lady
She's
from
lovely.
Sheffield.
Yeah, brilliant.
And any suggestion of misogyny, I think she might come round and kick your rear end.
Jean also is a realist, and she doesn't mind a bit of, you know, mild misogyny.
Are you sure?
I'm very sure.
Mild misogyny.
Mild misogyny's all right with her. You know,
Bit of
she's
mild.
okay. What she doesn't like is the pro-Palestinian lot who are constantly giving her grief.
Does she actually get grief from them?
Yeah, she got attacked by them. She went up to them because they were going round in Sheffield. The reason we got to know her was in Sheffield there was a bunch of these pro-Palestinian tossers knocking on people's doors.
Oh, that's right.
Asking them if they would support a boycott of Jewish goods or Israeli goods. And she started filming them, and the guy went up and gave her a slap.
No. What, physically a slap?
Yeah, physically.
And is that guy now been charged?
Well, I don't know. You could ask her about it. Attacked her partner as well.
Oh, right.
So you can ask her about that. I don't know.
I mean, this is one of the... Okay, we're going to deal with this. But, so there were two reactions, public reactions, to the killing on the Pride March by that Islamist terrorist. In this country... First of all, there's a woman called, as you know, Kate Osborne, who nobody had ever heard of, by the way. MP for Gateshead since 2019. Actually married to a woman, and they've got 2 kids. Okay, so it's big LGBT.
Yeah, trans ally, I think she calls herself.
Trans ally. Okay, fine. So she comes out and she blames GB News and Reform for this attack. No mention, by the way, no mention of the Muslim aspect to it, i.e. the reason it happened.
Well, Sky TV did a whole report that night on from Berlin with this woman who was in situ, who was a reporter, I don't know her name, who was banging on about, you know, it was a meeting, people were here celebrating love. You know, it's awful that, you know, this hate has come into part. You know, no mention at all of the fact the guy was a member of ISIS.
Is that true?
Yeah.
That is absolutely.
I tweeted about that as well.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, I obviously have to keep up with you on that.
You obviously missed that one.
Yes. No, I enjoy going out on Saturday night. It's an old-fashioned idea. Anyway, so the other one was Stonewall.
Yeah.
So Stonewall say any kind of violence is to be abhorred.
Yeah.
Any kind of... So you should point out that as in a good piece written by Jean Blindor in the Mail today, in the Middle East, off the end of buildings, if you're gay, in places like Iran, it's still got the death penalty. They've still got the death penalty in Saudi Arabia for it all. You know, at the very least, you're going to get a knock on the door and off to jail for a period of time.
Yeah.
There's no mention at all that you thought, look, if you're powerful like an MP, you should use that power correctly and with analysis.
And
it is not GB News. GB News, give them their credit, as you would expect in any television station, there are quite a few members of the gay community within GB News.
And by the way, so does Reform have an awful lot of gay members as well. Why wouldn't you? But the point is this, right? Also on Sky that night, I was quite outraged actually by it. They interviewed a guy who was a Berlin councillor, who was from the LGBT community. He started blaming Donald Trump for the attack. And you're going, sorry? He said, you know, hatred around the world, this is the problem, you know, it started in America, Donald Trump started it. And I'm kind of going.
What about the hatred in the Middle East and any other Muslim country towards the gay community? In Israel, they have a massive, as you might expect, a massive kind of gay community and pride marches. Why? The biggest in the area. Why? Because everybody from the area, from the whole wider area, know they can go to Israel and they're not going to face the problem. I mean, if you said to Iran, look, I tell you what, would it be all right if we have a pride march in Tehran, right? What would happen? No, the entire lot would be rounded up,
be shot.
and they might be shot, or they would certainly face some terrible area. Right, Mike, thank you very much indeed.
So,
good numbers today?
Yeah, very good numbers today.
Okay, good for
just
you.
an update from a friend of mine who knows young Mr. Talbot, who said, it was very weird yesterday. He was posting on Twitter while he was pleading guilty. Like it was a normal Monday.
No, is that true?
I've just had that.
Well, that is absolute. Well, I'm going to get him on because obviously, if he's got something to say, we should get him on, shouldn't we?
You should. Maybe he'll come on your show. He wouldn't come on mine.
Oh yeah, well he likes me.
Does he?
You see, the voice of reason.
Oh well, that'll be it then.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. People are getting quite. Let me tell you, if you worked with these nutters, you would know this is the voice of reason. The founder of the company is off his chump, right? He is completely bloody barley. I have to come in every day to discover he hates cheese, won't go on public transport because he's going to nut somebody, has a problem with water bottles that can't easily be taken off, has an anger management issue that Rupert Murdoch would approve of, right?
You're fired, mate.
Yeah, you're out. You're out. Anyway, thank you very much indeed, Mike. We're going to go to somebody with some brains now.
Excellent.
So I was really, I tell you what, I was astonished rather than upset at a MP, Miss Osborne, MP for Gateshead. Before she became an MP, by the way, she spent 25 years in the Royal Mail, which may or may not account for the fact that the letters were never delivered. But I think with the other aspect to it was, I imagine her leaving party was probably one of the smallest leaving parties in the history of the Royal Mail. I mean, they probably very, very pleased to see Miss Osborne go. But what upset me, and this is why we got Jean Hatchett coming on. Now, Jean is, she and I would be on different sides of the political discussion, but she is a fierce advocate for her community and worries, I think, like me, that when an MP starts saying that it was GB News was the reason behind the attack by that Islamist in Berlin and or Reformer were responsible for it, that actually we're not focusing on what the real issue was, that this was a Muslim attack. Joining me for this discussion, always pleased to see him, is Lembit. Hi there, Lembit.
Good to see you. I'm shocked that you describe yourself as the voice of reason. The world's gone mad already.
I know. Well, that's the thing. I am the voice in here. By the way, I'm the least person described as nutcase of the millennium.
Weird is relative.
Yeah, you're quite right. Well, that's right. I'm balanced. I like to supply some balance in here on the right. Okay, is there? Oh, hi there, Jean.
Hello. Good morning.
Morning, Mike. Morning, Mike. So there were two things that upset me, really. One was Kate Osborne. She, I can't understand why she'd want to say that. And the other one was Stonewall. Because Stonewall said all violence is to be abhorred, right? You would have thought, why? I know you're not at the centre of LGBT activism in one sense, and you are in another. Why is it that they skirt around the issue? Why don't they simply say it is wrong that a minority of the Muslim community, and I'm not sure how small the minority, take homosexuality to be something which can be attacked? Why don't Stonewall actually say something? Why does this MP believe that that's a good idea to blame ridiculous people like Reform or GB News?
I've got absolutely no idea. I mean, I'm in a same-sex relationship and I appear on GB News all the time. They are a very, very fair platform. I've spoken for them for years on a variety of feminist issues. And I think part of the problem here is that, they're all very fearful. The hard left, and I will call them the hard left, are really, really fearful of naming the problem. And the problem here in this specific instance, and also in Paris, where a guy said, Allah told me to do this.
Yeah.
Targeting women, targeting gay people, targeting Jews are all part of an extremist Islamic agenda. And they are afraid to say this. And part of the reason they're afraid to say this is because their support comes from hard left people who are funding them in the case of Stonewall, or voting for them in the case of Osborne. So, and the other thing is, I often, a lot of people from the gay community are sick of Pride too. They wouldn't go and attack it. And I think that's really important to say, that the co-opting of the LGB cause, adding on the T and the Q and the 1,000 other letters that, seem to be accumulating daily, really we object to that, because trans is not, it's an identity, it's not a sexuality. So, those things also are why a lot of these people come out so wildly unable to talk about Islam. They really don't really want to discuss the fact that LGB issues have been co-opted by the trans, and it's just all put into one big box with the pro-Palestinian cause, and all of it needs to avoid mentioning that extremist Islamists are a real threat to the UK. And Wes Streeting has come out and said that there's going to be armed policing of the largest Pride in the UK, which is Brighton and Hove. And he has managed to do entire press interviews without saying what the threat is. Why is there suddenly an enhanced threat? Because who's that coming from? It's not coming from, I'm called a TERF, I suppose, that, I'm against the trans inclusion in LGB issues. And, there'll be some TERFs turn up and say, we object to this. This is no longer representative of our community. They're not going to go and attack it. They're not going to get machetes out of a car. This was a completely different threat, and named the problem. The problem was Islamic attitudes towards gay people. So it's infuriating that they won't name the problem.
Right. And
sorry, ranted.
So if we look at the far left, what have the far left got in common apart from votes with Muslims? What is it? Is it as simple as that? That if the far left said anything about the Muslims would then desert them as MPs, and they wouldn't be MPs at the next election? Is it as simple as that?
I think it's part of the reason, and I think sometimes this understanding, I think, amongst some of these real extremist left-wing activists, that they are on the side of good, and they are moral, and they are better than other people, and so they package these causes together, and there they go, they're a good person. And Calvin, I still consider myself left-wing, just not this. Well, actually, I don't know, because these days I think so many people are going, well, I disagree with this, but I also don't like this, and and so pick and mix politics are becoming ever more attractive to people like me, who, I won't put up with this prescriptive pro-Palestinian lobby nonsense. And so then I get thrown over to the far right, which I'm definitely not. And then I don't agree with, saying men are women, because they're not. And so I'm over to the far right again. I've been thrown to the far right so many times, I'm dizzy,
That's a very good point. Could I bring in Lembit on this and continue conversation, because that point that you make about pick and mix politics turns out to be 100% true, because the polling now shows that the country is now moved towards Burnham. I mean, he's basically been everywhere for 10 days, and people have moved with where the publicity is. It's moved against reform, and Jean points out she doesn't know where to go. I suspect you've been told where to go. But,
by you sometimes.
Yeah. and Pooch, he definitely doesn't know where to go because. So there's this constant churn now. We haven't seen this kind of churn in our lifetimes.
You're dead right. I was a Liberal Democrat when the party was liberal and democratic.
Yeah.
And I stayed where I was and watched this Liberal Democrat group just become part of the Uni Party.
Yeah.
It moved away from me.
Yeah.
And I think Jean's right. And you're right. The old, quite clear divisions have gone. I think the left-right thing's vanished. Everybody says they're pro-free market and so on, even though Rachel Reeves did the exact opposite and pretty much wrecked our economy. I think the problem now is it's more about freedom versus authoritarianism. It's about whether you're going to be told what to do by the politicians or whether they give you the space to live your life. Now, Jean's also right about the tokenism. It's really bothering me because why do we spend so much time talking about sexual identity, sexual politics? And most people don't think about it all the time, but it's almost like the key to life itself. So some people like Jean, it's got so extreme. People like Jean, who should be actually one of the doyens of tolerance, are told that they're intolerant. Classic line, you get accused of it, so do I. Far right. It's just ridiculous. And so I think there's a void. And the debate between the parties is an interesting thing, but people are hoping Burnham's going to try and sort this out. There's a totally different debate whether he can or not. But people want some clarity. And at the moment, we haven't got it.
Fine. Let me ask you, Jean, about Stonewall. I just couldn't understand. We haven't got their statement, but I read their statement last night. We're all against violence in any form and all the rest of it, right? Within Stonewall, they were very careful, that statement from the chief executive, enormously careful that the word Muslim, Islam, or any suggestion that you could read into it, a criticism of whoever was responsible for it, it wasn't. It was a statement saying we're against violence. No shit, Sherlock. Really, really, gay charity against violence. Well. Can you imagine? Imagine the old director of comms. The CEO invites them in. You're the director of comms, right? Could I ask you, Mr. Director of Comms, whether we could just put in there that some pig of an Islamic terrorist, right, attacked perfectly innocent people who were enjoying their day out and their sexuality for the day? Can we just say what it is, please?
No. Mike, this company will say we're in favour of violence. We're in favour of violence wherever we can find it. This is the thing. I learned a long time ago, if the opposite doesn't make sense, then the original statement doesn't make sense either. Right. Too many pensioners are living in poverty. Okay, how many pensioners should live in poverty then? And you hear this kind of, West Street thing's terrible at this. For too long, too many people have suffered in a terrible way. Let's all sing Kumbaya and go home.
Yeah, I couldn't understand, by the way, why does West Streeting, why has he joined in on this? By the way, is he allowed to? I'd be astonished if West Streeting's still in office at Christmas. He's already threatened to resign if
on the first day.
He's only. Can you imagine him come in? I'm going to hold a press conference. Oh yeah, what are you going to say? I'm going to tell that tosser of a prime minister that unless he gives me the money, I'm resigning. Actually, I'm Burnham. I'm thinking we should get rid of that dick. He's not having one single penny. He'll be gone by Wednesday, right? Can you imagine them all getting together? Why would he say? I think he used the expression disaster, didn't he? Look, it was terrible. Honestly, 7-7, a disaster. Manchester Arena, a disaster. I think the killing of the two Jews in Manchester, Bolton, Manchester Way, to me, that was a disaster because that really meant for every Jew in the country, they felt threatened. Yeah, a disaster. Honestly, this was a long way away. It was terrible, I agree. By the way, had it been Nice, where that guy killed 83, right? But by the way, there's one thing in common. No Christian killers, no Catholic killers, no Hindu killers. And in Europe, no Jewish killers. Who are the only killers of people in belonging to one religion? Ladies and gentlemen, be upstanding for the Muslims. Why do they feel they have to kill in pursuit of some political arrangement? Okay, in 10 years' time, I won't be here. And Lembit will be operating from one of these care homes that we're all going to be funding, right? But you'll still be here, Jean. Do you believe that the gay community will the Muslim view of homosexuality, particularly, will it be lessened, more, much the same? Do you see what I mean? In 10 years' time, are we going to see liberal change in liberal Europe?
You know, I'm 60 this year, so whether I'm here or not is a bit.
Right. Well, I'd like to be complimentary.
More liberal. I mean, what's worrying me, and I mean, it is a genuine fear that if nobody is tackling this problem, and it's not just the gay community, it's also women, and you know, we've long said if we're talking about what extremist Islamists in this country would like to see, is it going to be that I'll be sat here, if I was allowed to sit here, which I wouldn't be, in a burqa, in a niqab? Because that is where it could very easily go. And when the absolute refusal to engage with politics that are necessary in this country by left-wing politicians, and Labour in particular, because they're in government now, they are doing so little to stop the problem that we have, which is more violent and unpredictable men, particularly towards women, coming into this country. And they can't get rid of the ones that are here. They will not, take appropriate action to deport the violence that is already here in this country. I am frightened as a woman. I'm frightened as a woman in a relationship with another woman. Have we got to disappear from view? Well, yeah, very likely. I mean, we were in Birmingham when the Islamic rhetoric had become so high, that those little guys in Birmingham, and he is a little guy, can't remember his name now, and we went to the Maccabi game, and it was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. And when we came, they put us in a cage, for one thing, and when they needed to take us back to the place that they'd had surrounded with horses, by the way, such was the threat that they had to surround all of us and march us into the place. Going out, it was 10 steps at a time. And I've never been so frightened in my life, Kelvin. And I knew that somewhere there were some people that could break through those lines of police, and we were absolutely surrounded. There were ranks of police around us, and they halted us every 10 steps because of the threat to Jewish people. That threat didn't come out of nowhere. It came out of a group of extremist Islamists in Birmingham, and there is a real problem in Birmingham. And we've got to name that problem. And I thought we were beginning to name it. We all saw that guy say, "Oh, leave your weapons at home," with a little twinkle in his eye. That's here now. And so, no, I'm very frightened. And if you've got leading organisations like Stonewall or, West Streeting or whoever else is unable to say what the threat is, then that threat can only grow.
Can I just add one thing briefly? One of the questions, no, you're dead right. One of the questions that no politician will answer me is, why are we allowing an entire parallel legal system called Sharia law? Mm-hmm. Now, everything you've described is promoted, really, pretty much by this whole new different system. If you want to live under Sharia law, go to somewhere which has Sharia law. Why are we allowing it? Simple answer, because politicians are terrified of losing the bloc vote. And that tends to be on the left side. It's just unbelievable to me that we're allowing this, what's called cultural relativism, to come in here. Do what you like. You don't have to embrace our culture. We'll just try and bring yours in. When my parents came to this country, they taught me embrace the culture that embraced us. But that's all out the window now, Jean.
Which country did you come from?
My parents came from Estonia, and they had to come here because they would have been killed. And sadly, some of my family members didn't get out of Estonia because of the Soviet system.
Right.
And so we were grateful for the fact that we owed our lives to the largesse of Britain. But the quid pro quo is you come here and you be British. I might celebrate Christmas a day early, but the reality is it's inconceivable to me that we say we're going to have Estonian law in this country. We do it the British way because Britain welcomed us in, and those are the terms. But that's all out the window now, Jean.
Yeah. Well, isn't there some element of actual, the fascism has changed hands here? Because my partner is also an immigrant, legal, and she's from Serbia, Dutch Serbian. So, you know, she's regularly accused of being racist or right wing or all of these things, and she's an immigrant. So you think, who's controlling the language here? Because this is outrageous now that you've got an actual threat in this country of Islamic extremism. Does anybody really think there are going to be no further attacks on Jews? Things have gone very quiet recently, but that doesn't mean that that's not coming, because the rhetoric is still high, and it is still, you know, if you're seeing that in Berlin and you're seeing that in Paris, when are we going to see it in the UK? Because if we think we're protected by some words that Wes Streeting says without ever naming Islam, we're not protected at all.
When he used the word disaster, did he mean disaster for the security of pride marches and therefore gay and lesbian marchers, or did he mean disaster in some other context?
That's an interesting one. You know, is it a political disaster?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Did he? Look, I
so
think,
hot.
I think,
I'm sorry.
That's all right. I think okay, well, look, Jean, I'll leave you now. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Always makes a great deal of sense. And remember, Jean and me will be on different ends of most of political argument. But the great thing about Jean is she, as she points out, it's difficult to put anybody in a straightforward political box now. It used to be easy. The one thing I always go on about, Jean, is we need wealth creation. And I don't hear any politician talk about that. And I feel very upset that we need to encourage our kids to earn money. And by the way, at 60, by the way, you look splendid. If that sounds sexist, I apologise, but it's meant to be a compliment. Okay, Jean, thank you very much indeed for that, Jean. Lembit.
I look good at 61.
Yeah, you look bloody awful. Yeah.
I'll take it. I vaguely agree.
You look well. So, I don't worry about Wes Streeting. I couldn't give a damn about him. I hated the fact that he was trying to encourage himself to receive some rather more major cabinet post than Defence Secretary of State, which you would have thought was just about, right now, the most important job in the cabinet, right? More important than Chancellor, somebody to defend us. And what he said was, we need the money, and therefore we will start treating capital gains in the same way as we treat income. And therefore, instead of paying 20% you pay your marginal rate, which could be 45%. And he suddenly says this out of nowhere in order to catch the eye of somebody that he thought was likely to be the next Prime Minister. It was absolutely sick-making, and I was delighted. And he only got that job, did you see that? Because Rachel Reeves turned it down?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Streeting basically wanted to run the election campaign before Burnham could come in. He couldn't get the numbers.
Yeah.
There weren't even 80-plus Labour MPs who thought he was worth a punt.
Yeah.
Streeting, to me, is the absolute archetypal problem at the moment. We've got people who just don't have the experience to run a country. They're career politicians. They haven't done anything in the real world.
Yeah.
You've been around long enough to know we used to have big beasts. You didn't have to like them all. Alan Clark and Kenneth Baker, maybe not so much Thatcher, whether you liked her or not. She walked proud on the world stage. Now we've got these jokers. Wes Streeting in front of the military. I bet you Putin wakes up with a cold sweat every night saying, I hope Wes Streeting doesn't attack Russia. I mean, this is the problem. We've got people who just haven't got the capacity. Also, Justin, I've never liked this. Why do we have this merry-go-round? Why can you do one job in the cabinet and then get tossed into another one?
Correct.
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I was Shadow Secretary of State for Northern Ireland for 10 years, and I just watched clowns coming in and out who knew nothing about Northern Ireland. It's even worse now.
Yes, I noticed that Ben got the elbow, and they put in that rather strange guy.
Doesn't cut it down much, does it?
No, you know who the guy was. He was Secretary of State for. He was a leader of the Commons before that. I can't. So there we are. That's it. But I'm Northern Ireland. I'm Northern Ireland. I'm always getting people, and if you live in. So the thing about Northern Ireland, you have to know it. Yeah. You have to know the nuances. You have to know the name. You have to know the name. What does that name mean? Yeah. What does that colour of hair mean? Yeah. He or she came from that street. And they are clever.
And they need to understand subtleties. Some people say Northern Ireland. or the north of Ireland.
Yeah.
Some people say Derry, others say Londonderry. These people don't know it. It's a good example of the problem we've got. We've got these totally inexperienced people dealing with, in this case, some of the most professional, clued up politicians in the world because they've been through terrorism. And you can say the same about defence and about health and education. And the reason this country's run so badly is because we've got amateurs who think all you have to do is do politics and then you're entitled to run an entire department. Right. No. Totally disagree with that.
Yes, I'm sure there's some intelligent, some very clever people in politics.
Well, they're hiding well, aren't they? Really?
And the other issue is if they really do have brains, they can make 90 odd grand a year. Look, if you're on the Labour side, that's a promotion. That is definitely, it's more money than they've ever seen before. It's right. So they're even getting a pay rise if they used to be a driver on the railways, right? Because there's only 80, and I've now moved to 94. And I've been promised by the union I can have my job back when I'm thrown out. But other aspects of life, if you come from the Tory side, you're probably believe in capitalism. I don't feel many people seem to believe in capitalism. Is it right? You're a professional politician, right? Certainly have been, right? Tell me this: are you not allowed to talk about making money, or does it create a problem with the electorate?
You're allowed to talk about it, and it creates a problem.
Oh, right.
And the reason for that is because people say, oh, you're all in it for the money. I took a pay cut to be an MP. I had a great job, a wonderful company called Procter & Gamble. Yeah. And I loved it. I only left it because it'd be churlish to turn down the chance to be an MP. Yeah. But the people say, oh, you're just doing it for the money, your nose in the trough. No, that's really not the case. Good politicians, as you say, can earn 2 or 3 times more, maybe even more than that, by doing something in the private sector. Yeah. The problem is politicians keep apologising. Every time there's a pay rise, instead of saying, well, it's independently set and I'm taking it, it's well, we're not going to talk about that. Basically, if you want idiots in Parliament, then pay too little to get the good people, but just enough to attract the bad ones, like you say, who couldn't possibly earn that outside politics.
Okay, right, but what about actually talking about making money? What about saying to young people, there's a lot of discussion about, and by the way, I'm 100% understand this, about you've got a problem finding it, there's 1 million in NEETs, there's this, there's that, there's the other, and the fact you can earn more money by claiming you've got depression than you can by doing a Saturday job. I really, honestly, that's so bad. But nobody ever says, we need people to go out and literally make money. We want you to make money. Does that cause a problem?
Yes, it does. Because we've got this welfare benefit mindset now. Right. Oh, I do suffer depression. Okay, well, just, there you go, live your life. Yeah. Here's 78 grand for you and your family not to do work. And the reason it's a problem is because politicians don't want to seem like they're heartless. They don't want to sound like, oh, but you got 94 grand and you're telling us to go and do a menial job for 25,000.
But what is the point? Oh, so what you're saying is the only way a politician can be certain of a career is actually by being on the here you are, rather than saying you're going to have to get on with it.
They think that, but actually it's wrong because, once again, back to Thatcher, she was, I didn't actually agree with Thatcher. I think she did a lot of damage, but she was popular because she said it like it was. Ronald Reagan, he was the same. There's actually a mindset in this country that it's bad to get rich. In America, it's the opposite. In this country, you say, oh, my neighbour's rich, the greedy git. In America, you say, my neighbour's rich, I want to be like him. That's the difference. They celebrate success. I was talking to some American people yesterday, and they said, we can't believe what you're doing in Britain. Over here, we've never had it so good. Whether they like Trump or not, they think that Trump has really made the place spectacularly entrepreneurial. In this country, we squeeze the rich so much that we've got a record number of millionaires leaving this country and taking all their entrepreneurship with them. And what do we get left? Well, we get people who, let me suspect, come over on boats without the intention of starting major businesses. But very happy to live in hotels.
Let me just take that point then. I would say I live in Weybridge, and there is it's not the high street, but it's a secondary street, right? If you took the migrants out of that street running shops, all the shops would be shut. So to give them their credit, whether it's the corner shop, the dry cleaners, the lock shop, the new Italian, the next to it a Malaysian, right? Then I think there's some white entrepreneurs run a bar, right? And Italians run a pizza joint. The point I'm really making is that some of the people that come to our country, if we took them out, right, I can't imagine what the high street would look like.
First of all, you've probably guaranteed your 10% discount in the whole high street now, which is clearly your intention.
That's true. I wish that would happen.
I've spent many years in Leicester. My family lived there. And it's truly multicultural. I'm pretty sure there's a majority of Sikhs or people who've come in from other countries. They all work hard. Leicester is actually a peaceful place. And it's been happening over maybe 70 years. I guess that's one reason Estonians, my old heritage, settled there in their thousands. And it works because everybody works. But that's not the problem. It's when we are a soft touch to people who don't come here to work.
Right.
So I agree with you. It's not about where you come from, it's what you think.
Yeah.
And what we've now said to people is, go through half a dozen safe countries and claim asylum here because we're a soft touch, and we'll take 5 years to decide whether to send you out again. Those people aren't doing the work. And I bet you that the people you describe in that industrious high street probably didn't turn up on a boat.
No, they definitely didn't. In fact, I'm pretty good friends with most of them, actually, mainly because I pay my bills. Well, I'm thinking of paying them anyway. Right. do stay then, because coming up now, the economist, Damien Pudner. I think that's how you pronounce his name. Hi there, Damien. How are you?
Actually, Kelvin, I'm not too well, but always happy to join you.
Oh, right. Okay.
A little bit of the lurgy.
Okay, well, if you do drop dead in the middle of it, probably be the most interesting thing on this show. So
it'll go viral.
Yeah.
See what I did there?
Exactly. So just do it. I tell you what you should do. We definitely do this, right? At the end of it, keel over, right? Just in the middle of me saying goodbye.
A heart attack.
Yeah, go on. No, grab your heart and disappear over, and then we can issue a statement saying we're very sorry, Mrs. Pudner.
I might actually be able to.
What's that, Mrs. Pudner? You've got Tom the gardener coming around in 20 minutes. Yeah, okay, all right. Speak to you later.
I think the Mrs. Pudner would be very happy if I keeled over.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine all the women in the world hoping that their husbands and partners will drop dead, you know. Anyway, that is not true of mine. That's not true of mine. Leslie, we've been together now for the thick end of 30 seconds. She'd be very grateful if I'd last another 20.
Good recovery.
Good. Right. So look, Damien, you come on to talk specifically about the state of Scotland. There were two aspects which, one of which really cheered me up, was that rent freezes have been a total effing disaster in Scotland, where actually the rents have gone up. Well done, Scotland. Well done, Scotland. And the second one was that we've decided for your own good, the people of Scotland, we're going to put up income tax from 45 to 48p. How's it all going? Actually, because people are quite bright and they start paying themselves through dividends or actually not taking jobs, or the most important thing, not going to bloody Scotland to pay 48p, right? Right, the place is a shambles anyway, and why you'd want to pay tax on top of that, I have no idea, right? Or Jockistan, as it's better known, right? Actually, what happened, there was a collapse in the income tax revenues at the top layer, and they fell by 22 million, which cheered me up no end. And I only know anything about this through another economist, right, of which called Dan Needle, who seems to have secured the market in coming up with ideas. So good luck for him and his tax associates.
He's very good. I like Dan. I like that. We don't agree on everything, but he's very good with the detail and the analysis.
Yeah, well, that's great. So tell me, why? So Scotland is basically a petri dish for England to look at what works and what doesn't work. And the good news is that with the collapse of the rent, with the rents actually going up following a rent freeze, even Angela Rayner, as stupid as she is, or as clever as she is, has said that there's not going to be a rent freeze in the UK.
Well, it would be a disaster. I mean, you're right. If you look at Scotland, they initially froze rents at 0% and then capped them at 3%. And all that really happened was that the landlords clobbered the next people coming in. So if you were a young couple looking for your first flat, or someone moving for work, or for a family needing an extra bedroom, you got absolutely clobbered. So it was a complete disaster. You're right. The average two-bedroom rents in Scotland went up 14%, Glasgow something like 22%. So, these are not small increases, and they didn't abolish rent increases. All they did was just shift them to the next person coming through the door. So, if you're going to discourage investment and reduce the supply of rental properties, put caps in place. I mean, it's a ridiculous policy.
Something similar happened.
Go on,
briefly, something similar has happened in England, because what they said was you can't have a gazumping, you can't negotiate and haggle and upstage. So what's happened is, and I know this from landlords in London and rent agents, they say, so now we put it really high because we can bring it down, but we can't put it up.
Oh, I
see.
The
absolute opposite has happened of what they wanted there as well. So instead, if you were going to charge $1,000 a month, you say, well, we'll put it up to $1,500 a month because we can bring it down. And so, once again, the law of unintended consequences.
Although I was told by an agent the other day that there is absolutely a limit to what people can pay. So even taking that, I do prefer that high to low, because you can't do it the other way around. Because what your agent has to do when a property comes on the market is they have to go round the area to see whether there has been a rise in rents. And actually, I could actually see an example right now with Labour coming in that there will probably be a decline in rents. But what about the other area that you know all about, Damien, which is the raising of income tax by 3p from 45 to 48? And
they brought this in. I mean, it's just insane. I mean, they've already got higher taxes in Scotland. So, you get charged 45% from £75,000 onwards, 48% from just over 125,000. It's lower in England, as you know. So this isn't just hitting millionaires or the ultra wealthy. This is doctors, consultants, business owners, senior managers, what we could class today as ordinary high earners, whether you like that or not. So the SNP said, well, we're going to get £53 million by increasing from 47p to 48p on the higher rate. But their own fiscal watchdog at the same time said, hang on a second, well, people are not going to just accept that. They're going to change how they work. They'll put more money into pensions, as you rightly said earlier. They'll take dividends instead of salary. They'll work less. They'll restructure their affairs. And once you allow for all that, the fiscal watchdog said, you're not going to get 53 million. You're going to get about 8 million. So they already knew before they introduced the policy that 85% of the extra revenue was likely to disappear. And of course, that's exactly what happened. And the higher top rate taxpayers in Scotland, the revenues there that were declared, or the income declared, fell by 7.6%. Whereas across the rest of Britain, it actually rose by 5.4% during the same period.
Really? So, okay, so we're looking at Scotland, a total disaster of a place, right? And I have no, and do you know what? Social mobility has changed in this country. I can remember when London, you couldn't get out of the way. Well, it could be even worse. Couldn't get out of the way of the Scots. Even worse, you couldn't get out of the way of the Welsh, right? Of which, and so, but and people coming here from Northern Ireland, it was a real melting pot of people and interests, right? I noticed none of them went back, by the way. Anyway,
is that on me?
You wouldn't want to go back to Wales, trust me.
No, but that's that is actually my point. So you are with social mobility having changed dramatically, and there was a decent article I saw the other day saying that people were now staying at home, and of course all this nonsense from Burnham about rejuvenating areas, which I'm not hostile to. But the idea that people stay in their own neighbourhood, that is not a good idea. You want people to travel. Does it broaden the mind? I don't know. But it certainly changes the way you look at that. You learn a lot. And then if you want to go home, that's fine. But what is the point of living in environments where they're sticking up taxes to the point which are a disincentive to want to get on? So we have in England, well, everywhere actually, a kind of 100 grand cliff edge, right?
That's
where
right.
actually you do better not to take it, or arrange for the money to go into your pension, or do something, right?
Well, that's it. You're right. There's this cliff edge between 100,000 and 125,000 where your marginal rate, shoots up, and it's literally just not worth earning that extra few pounds after the 100,000. So, that is a massive disincentive. And I appreciate that there are lots of people throughout the country that think £100,000 is a lot of money, and it is. But also, if you're in certain parts of the country, and London's the perfect example, with the cost of living there, the cost of housing, of travel, it's not a lot. It's not a lot.
It's tosh. Round my way, right? By the time you're commuted, parked the car, done this, and you need a couple of hookers thrown in, you've basically got no money. No, but seriously,
you don't have money.
You are in a serious difficulty. And your missus will has to go, the old days, like the old days where you go out and get the meeting and all the rest of it. That's totally yesterday.
I know plenty of people who are married couple, who are earning between them 150, 200,000 pounds of income before tax, and they're struggling. And I know that sounds crazy to a lot of people, but they are struggling. When you add in the cost of housing, the cost of travel, the cost of childcare and everything else, they are struggling, and that is a reality that politicians need to grasp. And whether that annoys, and I don't want to swear, whether it annoys certain other voters, well, tough. I mean, that is the reality we live in.
We want people to make 100 grand, 200
we
grand,
do.
300 grand.
We
I
do.
don't want £80,000 members of train crew, right, not turning up for work and leading to us all being sardines coming up from Weybridge today. Anyway, that was a personal rant. Thanks very much, Damien. Very good to speak to you. Speak to you next week.
I'll speak to you later.
And love all the detail.
I'm gonna die.
Oh, God! No, better news.
The wife will be happy.
Right, the audience has gone up. A couple of grey-haired twerps, they've gone. That would be great, wouldn't it? We should definitely do that. What was that guy, Cooper? Who was the Tommy Cooper? He died on air, didn't he?
Yeah, he actually died in the Royal Performance.
Yeah.
And people laughed because they thought he was acting.
Yeah.
But he actually died on stage. It was quite a dark moment.
A funny guy, though.
Not so funny in real life.
Oh, is that true?
Oh, he was a mean so-and-so.
Oh, was he?
Oh, yeah. Really bad. I mean, he mistreated his partner, something awful.
Oh, did he?
And it's a shame to know that, but he was a comedy genius.
Yeah.
Like your good self.
Well, hold on a second. I'm
the second part, not the first.
Being generous to everybody. Okay, fine. Now we're going to go for the news now, I think. And after the news, we've got Sophie coming on. Sophie must be the most feisty. I don't know how old she is. I think she's 21 or 22. How old are you, Sophie? Okay, all right. Sophie in her 20s. By the way, hang on to your hats. And if she starts attacking me, then I'm afraid I'm going to have to call the cops.
Then you deserve it. You deserve it.
Okay. Right, Lembit, thank you very much indeed for spending your time, and we'll see you in a couple of days.
Absolutely. Yeah, be well.
Okay. Good to see you, man.
Good morning. I'm Edward Hughes with your Tuesday Bulletin. New Prime Minister Andy Burnham has just hosted his first foreign leader, Ukraine's Zelensky, at a naval base, promising the UK has his back 100% and gifting the tech for a fancy drone jamming system. Nothing says steady leadership like the 7th Prime Minister in a decade still handing out military toys while the country's on fire. Speaking of which, Britain's fourth heat wave of the summer is officially underway, with amber health alerts raised and temperatures heading for 35 degrees Celsius. Parts of Wales remain in drought, wildfires keep popping up, and hosepipe bans cover millions, because nothing beats a proper British summer like rationing water, while the countryside quietly turns to tinder. Meanwhile, Burnham's also floating a possible death tax to fix social care and promising to value hard hats as much as graduation caps. Priorities, people. Remember to like and subscribe. Laters, tigers.
In February.
Hi there, welcome back. Kelvin Mackenzie here, having recovered from my heart attack. Damien didn't look too good when he fell over. So that's the whole point. Everybody having been interviewed here drops dead, and the audience then rises. So we'll be in great shape. Joining me is Sophie. Now, Sophie, how many followers have you now got on your...
Oh, God, I think about 260,000.
260,000, right. So tell me, what the hell is aggravating you today?
Pretty much the entirety of British politics. But no,
Oh, really?
I actually think what's going on with reform is winding me up. And
okay, tell me. Let's talk about that then, because a lot of listeners, a lot of viewers here, are watching something happening in politics, which disturbs them. Reform have had a fantastic run, right up to the 30s. Now, I still think a triumphant 22, 24, possibly going to get worse. I don't know. I still think that's a triumph from a dead start, to be honest. But they feel as though they're kind of shifting plates underneath them. Is that how you feel?
I think so, and I think for the first time they've actually lost the lead in the polls. They've been leading for, I think it was about 15 months or something like that consistently. They've now lost to Labour. Obviously, we've got the Burnham bound, so that's going to be a factor. But Burnham is definitely far more difficult to beat than Keir Starmer. First of all, because he's actually sort of charismatic. I mean, Keir Starmer is just an absolute... He's like the ChatGPT Prime Minister, essentially. But Burnham is much better.
Actually, hold on a second. I use ChatGPT. It's fantastic. He was not fantastic, was he?
That's
okay, I'm
point.
sorry.
That's a good point. But he has no character. He has no charisma. He's got nothing about him, really.
Okay.
But nonetheless, Burnham obviously is a completely different factor. But what's going on with reform, obviously, regarding all these financial scandals and things, I mean, that's something of their own doing, first of all. And I disagree, and your viewers are going to disagree with me massively here.
Well, that's all right. That's all right. We don't take any... Hello, they've all gone.
Which is good, because I think the right should stop defending reform on this.
Oh, right.
We've had the right come in and say it's a witch hunt. Everything that's come out is completely factual, first of all. Nobody's making anything up. And secondly, we should expect better from the people that defend our position. We should expect better from our politicians. And I don't care. I always get a lot of people coming up to me and say, well, Labour's doing this, Andy Burnham's doing this person's done this. Did you not learn as a child that two wrongs don't make a right? So I don't give a crap what anyone else is doing. I don't give a crap what the left are doing. I don't care what Labour is doing. What I care about are the people that defend our views are doing the right thing, and that they uphold themselves with integrity, that we have basic standards, that the people on the right are not corrupt, that they're not taking money from dodgy people. I don't believe at all, whether you think that Farage wants to use this money for whatever reason, for his security, this man could get money from all sorts of places because of who he is. He doesn't need to take money from somebody that is a convicted fraudster. He has done. And whether you think he's used it for the right purposes or the wrong purposes, either way, he's wrong. And I don't think the right should be defending him on this.
Okay, can I just interrupt and just raise another issue? Not one that's identical. But if you look at the Trump issue, much of the stuff which Trump has been accused of has turned out to be right. Okay, and he's had to pay out money in relation to alleged rapes or whatever, or attacks of some kind. So the Americans seem to have just swallowed that and moved on. I presume that is what Farage is betting on, is it? That eventually everybody just moves on and everything's fine. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, he is betting on that. And he thinks that just because he says the right things, that he can do whatever he wants. And just because whatever happened was before he came into politics, that therefore it's fine. He uses that excuse quite a lot. Oh, well, it was before I became an MP, so therefore it's my own private end. It doesn't matter. It still shows everything about your character and the people that you're willing to surround yourselves with. And I don't think we should swallow it. Actually, I think from the right of British politics, we should have better standards. We should behave ethically. We should do the right thing. And we should have clear principles. And I think that, yes, Farage says the right things, but if he doesn't behave in the right way, he's not the right person. He's not someone who I want representing my views. Because all he does is give people ammunition. All you're doing is giving people the right to have a perception about people on the right of British politics, which is wrong. We have to be better than the left. We have to be better than the left in every capacity, whether it's the way that we engage with each other, whether it's the way that we conduct ourselves in our personal lives, whether it's the way we conduct ourselves in our professional lives. We have to be better than them. I don't care what they're doing. Just because they're all corrupt and useless doesn't mean we should be. We should be better than that, and that's what I want from the right of British politics.
Right, well, that's very interesting, that, Sophie. Right, so I, by the way, I agree with that. Yeah. I agree with that, and there wouldn't be a credit card between us. However, I suspect that many viewers here would not agree with that. No. I'd like you now to text in, and we'll put all your text to air. So if you could text, okay. Oh, she should do one. Sod off.
But what?
Right. So that is not an argument, right? That is just being plain rude. Okay, Sophie should not sod off. I like having her. She's talking rubbish. Somebody else. Look, this is the whole point of debate, right? She should not sod off, and and we don't like it. So I agree with Sophie. So
there's loads agreeing with you, Sophie.
Yeah, this is a very good point. Now, I didn't like Richard Tice getting involved in all this either. No. I mean, the boss is one thing, but if the number two is having money paid into his company, which he's then distributing into reform, I'd like to know how accounts. How HMRC and his own accountant would view that money coming in, apart from anything else. But it's turned out to be a problem. It turns out to be a problem because I think all genuine people who are moving towards reform, after all, those reform voters by and large came from somewhere else.
Yeah.
But they have nowhere else they can't go back.
No, yeah.
They're not going to go back to Labour, to the right wing of Labour, and they're not going to go back to being Conservatives because the main policy difference is security of our borders.
Yeah.
And nobody is offering that as a central plank of what they believe. So what is the way forward? Are you suggesting that he should stand down?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. That's fair enough. Okay. So
Not because of his financial issues, actually. I think it's because he's called a stupid by-election, wasting hundreds of thousands of pounds of taxpayers' money to stand in the exact same by-election for nothing more than an ego trip. That's why. And
of course, there's going to be another one, isn't there? Because
if you stand down in the by-election, don't stand in the preceding one. Go. If you want to go, go. That's my personal view. Don't waste taxpayers' money just to try and get yourself in the headlines. And that's all this has done. It's a stunt to get in the headlines. It's failed because Burnham's taken the headlines anyway. Has anyone even spoken about the Clacton by-election in the last couple of weeks? I don't think they really have.
Well, the only way they've spoken about it is in relation to how many votes Binface may get. Yes. And I could see him getting a really good number because I could see anybody who wasn't reform friendly simply saying, actually, I am going to vote. It's going to be a protest vote. And I think it could be bizarrely close.
Yeah.
And right. So the suggestion from Sophie, who's no fool, by the way, nobody's allowed on this, with the exception of Pooch, nobody's allowed on this station or this channel who's a fool. And who would replace him, or do you know who would replace him, or who would you fancy?
Well, I think this is the difficult thing for reform is, do they have a replacement that themselves hasn't been embroiled in some form of financial scandal?
Lee Anderson?
I don't think.
Okay, fine. I'm only saying that because he's of the people.
Yeah.
But other people have said, and you may be voicing that view, that women would not vote for a reform with a Lee Anderson right now.
No, I don't think so. I think obviously Farage has been embroiled in financial scandal. Richard Tice has been embroiled in financial scandal. Robert Jenrick, who a lot of people said would originally come in and be a really strong voice in reform, again has been embroiled in some form of financial scandal with the way that he ran his leadership contest. I mean, he's been investigated. I think it's been investigated by the police actually, so he could be in a lot of trouble there. He may even.
Well, hold on a second. So you're killing them all, right? Yeah. I'm not against this debate. I like the debate because it will get everybody either fired up for you or against you.
Well, ultimately, it's the truth. So if you want to be fired up against me, then you have to accept the fact that you have low standards in the people that represent public life. And have we got to the point of desperation in this country where we think that anybody who says one thing that we agree with is the right person to lead this country? It can't be like that. It's a race to the bottom. We have to make sure that the people who are representing this country behave themselves properly, that we're not being desperate, because what did desperation got us? Desperation got us this awful Labour government with Keir Starmer at this last election.
So that is a good point.
This is what desperation gets us. We need to have better standards. We need to have better standards for people who represent us in the right, for people who are our politicians. And it is entirely possible to create a Conservative Party on the right that defends the ideas of freedom, of fairness and of family, and who all behave themselves in a proper manner. Somebody said to me earlier in the comments, well, who's going to stand up to that sort of scrutiny? The people that are in it for the right reasons will. The people that are not in it to make money, the people that are not in it to be corrupt, and the people that have the proper principles and behaviour to be in public life will do. The problem is we don't have many people like that at the moment.
Okay, what about you? What about you?
Oh, I think I'm a bit too young for that, I'm afraid, at the moment.
Question for you.
Yes.
Does Sophie like the Burnham regime?
No, I don't. And this is what I often get actually in criticism when I criticise reform is, oh, you want a Labour government, you want Burnham, you support Burnham. No, I don't. I criticise Burnham probably more than I criticise reform. But what I want is a good right-wing government built around the right people that will bring this country forward and that will defend the principles that I believe in the correct way. But I have standards, and I have every right to have standards. I think everyone should have high standards for the people in politics. It's the people that are becoming desperate, and I understand why people are desperate. I do understand why people are desperate. We need someone to come and save this country. A lot of people think that is Farage, but we need someone else.
Okay, let me ask you this. Farage stands down, which I would say is more likely than not over the next 6 months. Okay, he stands down. Are you going to stick with reform, or are you actually wavering now and saying I might move? I mean, I presume you wouldn't move further than the Conservatives, right?
Yeah, no.
Are you likely to, could you go to conservatism?
I mean,
or will you stay?
I've always been a Conservative, so for me it's not that big of a jump. And I do think at the beginning of Kemi's leadership, I think she was awful, and I was one of the first people to say that. But I think that she has started to try and become a Conservative. I think she's started to figure out what she's doing. She's becoming quite popular in the polls. She's actually the most popular leader of a political party in this country at the moment. Do I think the Conservative Party machine is good enough to win an election? No, I don't. But I would say it depends. If Reform is a good enough party, if it is built around the right principles, if it has a good foundation, if it had a good democratic foundation, and no matter who the leader is, the party would survive and the party would do well.
Okay, so here we are. They're at 22 or 24% as we speak, right? They have been as high as the 30s. That was freakish. I thought that they might well make a government. It doesn't look like that particularly likely now. No. So Farage quits.
Yeah.
That number, to my mind, literally goes down to 16 or 14, which would really be a really massive issue, I think. What happens? Are we then watching the end of reform? Because actually, supposing the Tories went up to, say, 26 or 28, all right, with only 14 there, it means that come an election, the right will never form a coalition to be the government.
No.
The only certainty is that Labour, Greens, and Lib Dems. We'll be watching that forever, Sophie.
Yeah.
I literally, for the rest of whatever my life is, I would be watching a Labour government of some kind.
Yeah, well, and this is the difficulty that I've said, and this is why I disagree with the way that the leaders on the right have conducted themselves. The way that, you have people quite routinely in Reform saying we're going to destroy the Conservatives, we're going to wipe them off the face of the earth and all of these things. Well, at some point you may need them to form a coalition with you, because that's the only way the right can defeat the left is if the right is united and the left is divided, because other than that the left will always outnumber the right. And we saw this issue even in some places. We saw it in Makerfield, for example. A lot of people were saying, the right are divided, the Conservatives and Restore Britain, I think they're called, are going to split the vote. Well, actually, even if you added all the votes up together, the left still won by about 5,000.
Yeah.
So naturally, the right has to be united, but it's never going to unite around people that say that they want to destroy the other one. Because why on earth would a Conservative want to go, to team up with Reform when they've spent the last 2 years saying that they're going to wipe them off the face of the earth? I mean, it's not going to happen.
Good point. So let's just deal with this. Farage is gone.
Yeah.
Tice is gone. As you say, Jenrick might go.
Point.
Yeah. So the whole thing is imploding.
Yeah.
Who is going to lead Reform that we feel, or not that we feel, that you can rally around? Anybody?
I suppose it's Kemi Badenoch. That's all you've got left.
So you're saying to Badenoch, who said the same stuff on the other side, right?
This is why I'm saying.
She says there's no way that we're going to merge with Reform.
No, and I think the reason why she said that is because people like, Zia Yusuf, who is the most insufferably rude man in British politics for no good reason, by the way, has consistently said that they're going to destroy Reform, they're going to wipe him off the face of the earth, and he hasn't conducted himself in a very good way. I think Zia Yusuf has done massive amounts of damage to the right of British politics, and he's escaped quite a lot of criticism for that, but he is an awful person. We've got a lot of times where, we spend a lot of time in TV studios or whatever else, and you're always going to have some sort of lefty on with you, because you have to with Ofcom, don't you? You've got to stick a token lefty in. And we always...
I'm the token lefty in here.
I think I might be called the token lefty.
No, don't worry about that, Matt. Go on.
But, you know, you always have to conduct yourself with civility and be polite to people and work with people. But Zia Yusuf cannot work with people. He's rude to everybody. He's rude to people on his own team. I just think he's deeply insufferable. And I don't exactly know why he's got to the position he has in British politics. But I think he single-handedly has done the most amount of damage to the right of British politics at the moment. And he has to take a lot of responsibility for that. But I think, it's difficult because the right should work together. I think the Conservatives are starting to come into a position. You know, my dream government a little while back would have been a reform-led government with the backing of experienced Conservatives who know what it's like to lead, who know what it's like to run a government, who have dealt with the sort of behind-the-scenes things. So we've got a nice combination of fresh ideas, new ideas, properly right-wing ideas, but also people that are sensible, people that know what they're doing, people that can be a safe pair of hands as much as you can ever get a safe pair of hands. And you blend experience with a fresh new outlook on British politics and a way to steadily revolutionise this country into the way that it needs to be. That would have been my personal best solution, is a reform government led by Nigel Farage, but backed up by some very, very experienced Conservatives who can make sure that, because the Reform are quite a radical party, and when you have radical ideas, which Britain needs, sometimes you get unintended consequences of that.
I mean, this is
you need a nice blend, and
my
that's
big
what I
problem
hope happens.
is if we don't have secure borders, we don't have a country, and we don't seem to have a party that represents us outside Reform. Who seem to do anything about it. Sophie, I've got to call you a day. Thank you very much for. You'll be pleased to know that the audience has fallen by 28,000.
It wouldn't surprise me.
No, it doesn't matter. This is what debate's all about. Very nice to see you. I love the fighting spirit. Okay, right. So we got. I don't know whether you noticed the other day that Beefeater has shuttered 106 restaurants, and to do that. Is pretty much a disaster. I would have thought if you want to eat reasonably cheaply, it may be a big thing, it may be a small thing. Somebody will lead me through the reasonings behind all this and why the hotel group, Whitbread, which own the businesses, have decided to do this. Is Anna McGovern. Anna, how are you?
I'm doing good, thank you. How are you?
And very well, thank you. Just tell me, Anna, what is your expertise in relation to do you eat at Beefeater or are you a financial analyst?
I'm definitely not a financial analyst. I believe I've been invited because a lot of the viewers know me as a Toby Carvery addict. So
so am I. So am I.
I love it. It's like one of my favourite restaurants ever. And I was a reporter for Mike's show at CPAC about a week or so ago, maybe a bit longer. And I was manning his table and some of his viewers were coming up to me saying, when are you next going to the Toby Carvery? So it has become a bit of a running joke now that I'm the Toby Carvery expert. So when this story broke, they thought of me to come and bring my expertise.
Okay, which one do you go to? Which Toby Carvery? Yeah. Which
everywhere.
One?
I love everywhere. I'm trying all the different Toby Carveries. I don't have a specific one that I would go to.
Do you know what?
In the UK, I would start looking up, where's the Toby Carvery? And also as well, so I used to live in Reading, and I used to live about a 10-15 minute walk away from a Toby Carvery, which is where I first started going quite a bit, because it was literally down the road. And then I was bringing my friends, bringing everyone I could to come along with me and show them how great it is.
I totally agree with it. So how are you feeling? So Toby Carvery, I know because I used to be friendly with the finance director. Well, in fact, I still know him. And he said it's a great business, right? Mm-hmm. The margins are great. But the food's fantastic. I've never seen so much food in my life when I went there. But tell me about the Beefeater. What's going to happen with all the Beefeaters shutting? Where are we going to get our cheap nosh from now onwards?
Exactly. And I think this is a sign as well of what's happening with the hospitality industry being hit so hard. I would say especially as well with Labour coming in. I think a lot of people in the hospitality industry have said that they they can't afford to continue running. There's places that have had to shut as a result of increased tax rises and such, and they're really struggling. I think this is especially such after COVID as well. So also with this, with all the beefeaters shutting, that's about 3,800 jobs at risks. So this people's livelihoods as well on the line. And I think as well, for young people who are just graduating out of university, there was one time you could go to university, you get your degree, and then you're guaranteed a job. They tell you university's the best way to go and get your degree, and then you're guaranteed a job. But now it seems like you're piling on all of this debt for a meaningless piece of paper. Now, that's not to say that all degrees are, so it's referred to as Mickey Mouse degrees now, because it's not particularly worth the piece of paper it's on. There are some degrees that, of course, are really important because you need that degree to get into, say, I don't know, for example, into medicine and such. But so for these young people, they're applying for so say even if to get a job in hospitality, they're getting rejected. They can't even get a job at McDonald's in some cases. I've seen that as well. And I think that's just a sign of what's happening with the hospitality industry. It's getting hit so hard and it's affecting everyone.
Okay, well, look, it's a very good point, a point we constantly raise, that in fact, for kids coming out of university, they were hoping to get a, quotes, good job, unquotes. Now they will take any job. And the other downside to all this is I saw some stats, I think this morning, in which huge numbers of kids are staying at home. They all used to live. I mean, I basically got kicked out when I was 16, 17, right? For my dad finding me, calling my bookmaker, calling a bookmaker. It wasn't my bookmaker, but calling a bookmaker. And he thought that this was quite wrong. So I got the bullet. But now at 23, the fact that you're still living at home because literally you can't afford to pay $1,200 a month or $1,000 a month or $900 a month for a one-bedroom flat or something. The other aspect is it driving couples together early? Do you see do you know what I mean? I mean, you might quite like your boyfriend, but you don't want to live with him. You want to have a good time and enjoy yourself. But actually, you can get yourself a one-bedroom flat, and only, between each of you paying £400 a month or $450 a month each, so it's $900 a month. Is romance being crushed together?
I would say that I do take your point as well, that I think young people particularly are stuck in the rental cycle because they can't afford to buy their own home anymore. So I really do feel for them as well, because, at one point as well, like, back in the day, it was much easier, but now for young people around my age, it is seemingly impossible to get on the housing ladder. Because bringing back to the point of what we were saying about universities, if getting a degree means that it doesn't guarantee you a job anymore, you've got young people who have worked very hard at university getting their degree.
No, that's rubbish. That is rubbish. Anna, that is rubbish. You have not worked very hard. You have worked reasonably hard.
It depends what degree you're doing. Fair enough, it depends. But what I would say is you do go to university for 3-4 years, you get your degree, and you might have some young people with really, like, I don't know, engineering degrees, for example, or degrees like that, and they're having to apply for hospitality jobs because they can't get a job in the industry that they want to work in. So I think, it's a lot harder. And I think for young people as well, that's probably why they are stuck in the rental cycle as well, because they can't afford to buy their own home and they literally don't have any other choice.
Okay. So which university did you go to, by the way, Anna?
I went to Queen Mary, University of London. I was actually one of those people that went during the COVID lockdown. And
right.
My first year, it was all online, and it was a case as well where sometimes they didn't really know how to work the Zoom technology, so you're having lectures over Zoom that were very broken. All my exams were cancelled as well, so I actually didn't sit a single exam in my whole time studying.
No.
I know, and that was because. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
So you came out with the first then in that case, then, did you?
I just missed the first, but I few marks, just a few marks.
Well,
but what I'll tell you as well, so when it came to my final year, so during this time, we were plagued with lots of strikes happening. So that meant that when it came to finding out what your grade was, I was one of a very, very small number in my class that were told you have achieved enough to have passed, but because of the strikes, we can't actually tell you what your grade is yet. So some people didn't know if they had passed their degree. And when it came to my graduation, I graduated with a blank piece of paper, not knowing what my degree was. All I knew is that I got enough to pass, but I didn't know what my degree was. And there were other people in that boat as well. And then there were other people who had to wait months and months before they actually found out what their final degree result was because of the strikes, because the lecturers weren't there to mark their papers. So there were people left in the dark for months thinking, have I passed? What's going on? So I felt that I was truly robbed of my university experience in particular, just because of COVID and then the strikes after that.
So are you in work now?
Yes, so I'm a journalist now, and I've got my own business, marketing.
Oh, right, good.
So I would say I've fortunately been one of the lucky ones, but there are other young adults in my position who they've come out of university and they found it very hard to get a job after graduating. I would say my biggest advice is just try and get as much work experience as you can. Because I think now employers, because the value of the degree is decreasing depending on what industry you're looking to work in.
Yeah.
I think they value work experience more. What can you contribute to a workplace? They'll look at that over whether you've got that piece of paper from whatever university. So I would say if any young adults are watching this, that was honestly was what made the difference for me when I was graduating a couple of years ago and looking for jobs.
Okay, well, that's good. So the truth about the matter is that most youngsters aren't looking for work, are they, in work experience? They enjoy being with their mates. They enjoy putting their trotters up, as they say. They're not. The number of Saturday jobs has actually gone down. I read a number the other day saying 75,000 less Saturday jobs than when Labour came in and stuck up the price of a minimum wage for everybody. Your experience of all your friends. Well, actually, you wouldn't have made a lot of friends at uni, would you? Because actually, you didn't hang out with them at all. You only hang out on Zoom and streaming.
Well, okay, to your point about the Saturday jobs, I would say the reason why they've gone down is because the hospitality industry has been hit so hard by tax rise. They can't afford to employ. I've seen this before as well, where employers say they literally can't afford to employ, say, part-time workers because they've been hit so hard. So I would say it's all young people don't want to work. I think it's as a result of the hospitality industry being hit so hard that they literally can't provide the job for young adults. And then you've got AI as well, replacing lots of jobs. And for young adults trying to, they've graduated university, they're trying to get their first job. It's just getting harder and harder. So yeah, that's what I would say. I think it's a lot harder for young adults now to get there in the door.
Okay, Anna, thank you very much indeed. That's Anna McGovern, who came on to talk about the shutting of 106 restaurants, which actually has led to 3,800 people losing their jobs, although I think that Whitbread are going to try and place some of those people because they're going to increase the size of their hotel estate. So there might be some good news out there. You've described it on a little text there as Anna is a breath of fresh air. Very nice to see you, Anna, and hope to see you again sometime. Thank you very much indeed. Now, in a kind of 120, 160, 180 degree turn, I'm joined by Mr. Menno.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Menno. Can I just ask you something? Why are you called Mr. Menno?
Well, Menno is my name.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's a reasonable... I just wondered whether it was something to do with it. Now,
it means the butch one.
Yeah, you're looking hugely attractive, I must say. So we are I would have thought the Pride movement was in some degree of unease this morning, having seen the targeting in Berlin.
Yeah.
I was extremely, as you know, listening to the debate, I was uneasy about the fact that neither Stonewall nor any gay activist group or any MP or any minister actually mentioned, I would say, the Muslim in the room. You'd normally say the elephant in the room.
The Muslim elephant.
Yeah, the Muslim elephant. Nobody.
I mean, they believe in flying donkeys, so why not?
That is correct.
Elephants.
Flying horses, anyway. So, but tell me, does that concern you, or does that concern the gay movement generally? That the politics of whoever attacks you shouldn't be important, but in this case, because of their outright dislike or hatred, and actually in law, the way they conduct their countries, right? You wouldn't want to be gay in many Middle Eastern countries.
Well, I very much agree with what Jean Hatchett said, your earlier guest.
Yeah.
You have to name the threat, because if you don't, then it just keeps growing. And we're seeing that there's a real pattern of violence perpetrated by Muslims. And I'm not really too interested in whether they're moderate or not, because they're using their faith. So we're seeing this in the States, in Australia, and it's particularly young Muslims that are doing this. So they tend to be teenagers. In Sydney, it's been teenagers. They go on these gay hookup apps like Grindr, or different ones that exist. They lure these other teenagers to parks, and then they beat them up. And
Is that true? Where did that happen?
In Sydney.
Did it?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know that. I believe him, man. I'm pleased to see that you do notes and all the rest of it.
Listen, what we're seeing these attacks in Sydney, and the Muslims that are doing that, and I'm not saying every Muslim, but you have to be able to say this is driven by their faith. They're connected to an IS resurgence network. Then we had that attack in Berlin.
Yep.
And then in the press they say it was a car. Yeah. And like it's a self-driving car. Like, are we going to blame the car? It's a man. Again, he's a young man. He's got connections to the Islamist scene there.
Yeah.
We have to be able to point that out without being called a bigot or a racist or whatever. In Ireland, a man was beheaded by a Muslim guy.
Yeah.
And that wasn't...
By a sword?
I don't know whether he used a sword, but it was in Sligo, right? There were two men that were killed. He went to their houses, he bound them up, and then he killed them. And a third was stabbed and blinded. And he particularly targeted gay men. So, and this is happening in different countries. These attacks keep happening.
Whereabouts did that attack happen?
That was Sligo in Ireland.
Yeah, right.
So that was 2022. Then in Australia, there's that pattern of, especially the young ones, they're all like in their teens or in their 20s. So we have to be able to just name that.
Does the gay community fear...
Oh, and then Paul's nightclub in Orlando in 2016, where a guy blew up... he opened fire he had a rifle and a pistol. He killed 49, he wounded 58.
So,
and again, he was a young Muslim.
So does the gay community fear... for instance, would they go to... Supposing you were gay in Bradford, for instance, right? Huge Muslim population.
Yeah.
Or somewhere in East London, for instance.
But I would not want to live in Whitechapel because I'm an obvious gay, right? I've never been able to hide it.
Yeah.
Everybody already knew long before I knew.
Yeah.
So, and even where I live in South London,
Yeah.
sometimes I get homophobic abuse, but you just kind of...
Do you?
Well, yeah, and it's actually...
How does that show itself? When you say homophobic abuse?
Shout words at you.
Seriously?
Yeah. And I hadn't had it for quite a while, but a few weeks ago, and again, it was a teenager. So he said the F word. I don't know if you can say it online.
No.
But it's like, especially these younger ones, they have no sense of
filter.
shame or boundaries or respect or whatever. So there is a threat, obviously, here. They're specifically targeting gay men, but as Jean Hatchett pointed out earlier, it's not just gay men. They're going for women. They're going for Jewish people. Because it's all become like a package holiday. So going back to Pride.
Good point.
I went to Pride in in London just a few weeks ago because I, do underground street journalism. So I have conversations and I'm like, what the hell is going on with this movement?
Yep.
Is this supposed to be my community? Because a lot of stuff that I saw there absolutely freaked me out. And
Go on. What was it freaked you out?
Quite a few things. So first of all, I'm like, why are there so many children here? And I'm talking toddlers and babies. So you have a parade. There was 35,000 people taking part in the parade, like all different groups. But some of them are men dressed in leather, fetish outfits with their bums hanging out, and they've got these dog masks on, like they're called pups. So, and have you heard of these things?
I did see on the Berlin one of these guys there with his backside hanging out of his thing.
Yeah, I mean, this is happening more and more. So when you look at the early gay rights movement that obviously I wasn't part of, they went out because they didn't want to be discriminated against. They didn't want homosexuality to be illegal. Now we're in a place where, and those are kind of cute, but the ones that are on the parade, they have these leather masks, so it's very.
And why do they wear this stuff?
I have no, I don't get it.
Is that
yes,
part
like that?
Is that part of their sexuality? Is it?
Well, I mean,
without going into the detail of it,
you're either gay, bi, or straight. Although again, the whole Pride movement is now railing against that very idea because they're telling me that lesbians can have penises and that gay men can have vaginas, and I'm like, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
I won't be going down a lady garden. But
hey, I like that.
Why do you have to say it? This is the point that we're at. So you ask what sort of upset me on the day. You've got these men in jock straps or just complete leather outfits. They're hiding their faces also. Some of them are actually straight, by the way. They're not necessarily gay.
Well, why are they coming? Why are they going to the
Because
Pride?
you get to do it out in public. And for some, that's part of the thrill. But while they're doing that, you've got a dad with a toddler on his shoulders, and she's waving at them holding a little pride flag. So, and I've got all this on camera. There was so many men in miniskirts that I saw. Like, so you've got these bearded blokes, tall bearded bloke with a tiny miniskirt. Okay, I think that's weird. He's standing there, but right behind him, and I only saw this as I was editing my footage, because there's so much that you don't see on the day, There was apparently 1.5 million people there. He stood there, and I just filmed him going, oh, another, creepy guy in a miniskirt. Right behind him was a toddler on the ground reading a picture book. So the picture book was on the ground and the child is leaning forward to look at the picture book. All he had to do was look up, and he's looking right up that man's skirt, who may not have been wearing any underwear. So what I don't understand is, why are we mixing that with children, and what sort of safeguarding concerns are there around that? That was one thing.
Right.
The other thing is how so many young girls, particularly girls, are now sucked into this identity, gender. Can I say bullshit?
Yeah.
And they're draped in these flags, the non-binary flag or the pansexual flag. And it's like, so I interview them, right? Because I want to know why you're here.
Sure.
And I'm just being friendly and nice because I don't want to upset them. And for some, it's their first Pride. But they're walking around. One had a mask, an animal mask, because she thinks she's a fox and a wolf and a dog at the same time. So she identifies as, it's called Therian. So if you're Therian, you think that you're not actually human.
And were they being serious about
Yes, but see, a lot of them are autistic.
Right.
So a lot of what I would say...
So is autism caught up in this adopting...
Hugely.
Yes. Some kind of animal behaviour?
And also for the adults. So I did speak to some of the... Because we have the pups, but you also have furries. So furries are people who dress up in animal costumes that are much more elaborate than the leather ones.
Right.
So the leather ones is a very specific sort of look and fetishy leather feel. But the furries is huge masks, like that big.
This is for men or women?
Both. So that's a furry, right?
Right.
And they spend loads of money on that.
And why do they do that, by the way?
Well, one of the reasons why that appeals to a lot of autistics is because for autistic people, again, there's lots of different degrees of autism.
Indeed, there is.
Such a spectrum.
In some ways, we're all autistic, aren't we? Right, from beginning to end. You know, I'm talking about, you know, when they talk about that spectrum, now I could almost identify almost anybody in some form, either ADHD, autism.
Or ADD, or I do wonder with many of these things how much of that is just like the new thing within
It is the thing.
Psychology and psychiatry.
Go on. You know, carry on. I'm interested in all this.
The masks, quite a few people on the autism spectrum, they struggle with social interactions.
Oh, I see. And by wearing the kit,
they adopt another character, they give it a name, they can be someone else or something else. So it eases for them going out into the world. I kind of get that, if that's where it comes from, right? But the problem is that gets mixed in with the leather fetish pups, with the children wearing these animal masks. And so this girl says to me, I identify as a wolf, and she's dead serious.
And what kind of age was that girl, do you think?
I think she was 15 or 16.
Really? Intelligent, do you think, or
well,
challenged?
I only spoke to her for about 5 minutes, but...
Well, you get a drift of it. Was she bright enough?
I just thought she's just so young. And they buy. But also last year at Brighton Pride, I saw a couple of kids, and they were maybe 10. And they were crawling around on the grass. So a friend of mine just went up, what are you doing? She's just quite straightforward and innocent that way. And these kids were like, they were so happy to talk to us about how they think they are Therian as well, because they're seeing this in the classroom, right? There's one girl who's 10, maybe she's awkward, maybe she's a misfit, but now she's a Therian, so now she has a special identity. Then her friends jump on it. And the two mums were there, and they all had their pronoun badges on, because all this is lumped in together with the stupid, oh, men can be women, women can be men stuff. So I had a chat with these kids, and they were so happy. They were beaming as they were showing me. One gave me her phone, and she said, maybe you are Therian as well. Do a test. So she just got a test up on her phone, and then she said, do the test. And I said, I'm a black cat, a black panther. And they're like, why? I said, because I used to love Janet Jackson, and she had a massive hit with Black Cat, 9 life short days, long nights. So I thought, okay, that's my spirit animal. But the questions were so simplistic.
That everybody was going to come out.
Everybody was going to come out as an animal. And it's like, do you prefer the forest, or do you prefer to be in the water? But there was one question, and like, who made this quiz? Who is feeding this to these kids? One question in there, do you feel uncomfortable in your body? And that's when I go, whoa. Because that's where we get this whole, I would say, really dangerous, pernicious bullshit about you might be born in the wrong body. And to go back to your autism question, we know that from the Tavistock Jits Clinic, autistic kids were hugely overrepresented, particularly among girls. So about, I think it was 33% or 35% of these girls were on the autism spectrum. And again, no one's naming it. There is an organization called Autistic Evidence in Autism, or something like that. So they've just set up to point this out, because there's a reason why you know, in terms of the overall population in the UK that is actually autistic is tiny. So how come that nearly a third of the girls at JITS, which is now closed down, are autistic? This is mental. Similarly,
can I just ask you then about this idea of these animals and everything? In the march itself, I've been to a march, or I take part in it, but watched a march in Margate. And it must be 10 years, more than 10 years ago now.
Right.
And therefore, there was none of this furry stuff hadn't started. What percentage of the people marching now, is it, I mean, if there's a huge number, is it like 1 or 5%, or is it a growing aspect of a pride?
It's definitely a growing aspect, but what's so worrying about pride is that it's not, if I stand there with a sign saying lesbians don't have penises, I could potentially get attacked. Because that now goes against what you're allowed to say. So at Pride, gays and lesbians can no longer simply defend homosexuality. And that is bonkers. So I've been very vocal about this for the last 6 years, just as Jean Hatchett is doing it from the women's perspective and being in a same-sex relationship herself. Amnesty International, but it's not just people at Pride. We've had Amnesty International UK get on the case. They just released a report early July where they branded gay rights organizations, like one that I'm part of called the Gay Men's Network, a rape shelter set up by J.K. Rowling, and all these women's rights organizations that have formed in the last couple of years and basically saying no to all this gender madness. We've been branded in a report as anti-rights, not even anti-trans, anti-rights. And that's Amnesty International UK.
That's dangerous, that.
Which is obviously part of Amnesty International Global, which is one of the biggest, most well-respected NGOs in the entire world. So to have that weight, they're throwing their clout around. And I interviewed the granddaughter of one of the co-founders of Amnesty last Thursday. So that interview just went live on Sunday. Yeah. Go to my channel, Mr. Menno on YouTube.
So do that.
She has a unique insight because Sean McBride was her grandfather. So she knows but also her great-grandmother was in prison, was a prisoner of conscience. Her great-grandfather was chief of staff for the IRA back in the day. So he knows a thing or two about, political prisoners and all that kind of stuff. So there's that whole history that led to Amnesty being founded. And now Amnesty has turned into the very thing that they were fighting against, where they've now decided that rape shelters and gay people and women who basically say sex is a thing and sex is real, we are now the enemy. And that's blown up, thankfully. J.K. Rowling has said, right, anybody who wants to sue the fuckers, I'm here. So, and Bear's Place, is her rape shelter is definitely going to go for that.
So pride is a massive thing, isn't it? I mean,
it is huge.
It's huge because the thing, I must have been the only guy there, or only guy watching who didn't have a pink cowboy hat and blowing a whistle. I mean,
you look fabulous in one.
It was just there weren't any left. So, it was a kind of joyous and short experience, to be honest. It wasn't big. But what does the London Pride look like? Are there tens of hundreds of thousands turning up?
Well, 35,000 people just taking part in the parade. So they are the ones marching.
Yeah.
And there were 1.5 million people attending, apparently.
Yeah.
And last Saturday, I was at Trans Pride London, which they said...
Trans Pride London.
Right, so that's...
Now, what does that... how does that differ?
Right. Well, this is an interesting question because if gay people or lesbians want something for themselves, we get called bigots, Nazis, transphobes. But if they want something for themselves, it's absolutely fine. So trans pride, it's trans plus pride, right? And that plus hides, I don't know what it hides, but even asking that question gets you labeled a Nazi, which is interesting because I filmed a guy there in a dress, so he thinks he's a woman, and he had a sign that said 90% of pigs in the UK get gassed. Why are TERFs still alive? So TERFs are women who basically, it's like Jean Hatchett would be called a TERF, right? So they always throw this Nazi stuff around, and then he uses a sign about gassing. So one of the things that I noticed last year at Trans
Did he
Pride,
get arrested?
No, of course, because they get away with it. It's the same because they don't name the problem. So that's a similarity that we see.
When you see, I presume with the march that size, the police are there in some force.
There was police, but it's like you have a couple of sacred castes in this world, and trans people are one of them. You can't say that, to a trans woman, oh, you're a bloke. I mean, they are, and we know that the Supreme Court ruling says that in, not quite in those terms.
No, but they didn't avoid that answer.
And that's one of the reasons why I went, because I wanted to see, now that the Supreme Court ruling, that was April last year, that basically said, mate, you can be a bloke with a gender recognition certificate, you're still a bloke under the Equality Act. The EHRC guidance is coming into effect on the 5th, that basically tells these blokes, no, you can't use the ladies, and it tells women who think they're men, no, you can't use the gents. So I wanted to see how are they feeling about that this year.
Mr. Menno there.
What one's that one?
Yeah, that's the guy I filmed.
Who is that?
Oh, that's just some bloke in a dress with that sign about the pigs.
Oh, right.
Why do TERFs still exist? Now, one thing...
I am astonished that the police didn't just come along and ask them to take that down.
But that wasn't the only sign. That somebody else had scribbled, kill J.K. Rowling on something. Or J.K. Rowling is a human rights terrorist. That's a sign. I've got footage of all these things. Fuck TERFs. By the way, this is not an instruction. So there's so much, no TERFs on our turf. That's one of their favorite ones. The only good TERF is a dead TERF.
I'm surprised.
Comment here. Have a look at this, Mr.
LGB is about attraction and T is about identity. They're like chalk and cheese. Exactly. But also the T has become absolutely homophobic because they're trying to tell us that lesbians can have penises and that gay men can have vaginas. They run workshops for gay men on how to learn to enjoy female genitalia.
Is that true?
And this has been happening for years. And it's the likes of Amnesty and all these other, and Stonewall, that have all taken that side of things. So we've been it's an utter betrayal what they've done in the name of gender identity to the homosexuals.
Okay, so are you an outsider in this discussion?
Completely.
Do you see what I mean?
I've had my gay card revoked, apparently. And like when I was there, some people recognized me and they tried to get security on my case. One guy came up to me and he literally, I was there with Julie Bindel.
Oh yeah. I read our piece today in the Mail. Very good.
Right, so we spent some time together on at Trans Pride. So Julie, myself, and a gay guy called Michael, who's a detransitioner. Do you know what that is?
No.
Right, so he thought he was a woman.
Do you know, much of this is too complicated.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people just go, whatever.
To keep up with, to be honest.
So,
go on. What is a detransitioner? Don't tell me it's somebody who's had it and now wants it put back on again.
He didn't quite go that far.
Oh, thank God for that.
He thought he was a woman for about 7 years.
Yeah.
He was on estrogen for 5 years.
Yeah.
And then he went, actually, I'm just a gay guy. So this movement attracts autistics, but also gay people, lesbians, who are struggling with their sexuality.
Yeah.
And they're like, I might be better off. If I was a teenager today, I would absolutely be completely, I'm trans.
What do you mean? And go do the whole lot?
I would have been knocking on the clinic's doors for puberty blockers. I know that for a fact. Just because of it. Anyways.
Okay, so
right, I'm there with Julie, right? Just to finish that off. So I'm talking to her and Michael, just the three of us having a chat. We're not causing anyone any trouble. Some guy in what looked like half a burqa, it's bizarre. He was covering his face with like a fishnet hijab or something, and a tiny skirt. And he goes and he starts taking pictures of us. And we're like, oh, okay, we're in a public place, whatever. And then he points he didn't say a word. So I had my microphone, so I just went, do you want to have a chat? And he points at me and he goes,
really?
And these are the be kind people, right? Yeah. So this whole movement it inverts everything. Men are women, women are men. Love is hate, hate is love. Everything is turned upside down.
Okay, but despite all these odd splinterings that are going on within one movement.
Well, it's a complete schism.
Okay.
But the weird thing is that so many gay men and lesbians go along with it. Yeah.
The numbers have gone up to go to these pride marches, both taking part in them and watching them.
And because they've captured the culture. And that's been happening for years. You know, it started kind of on Tumblr. A lot of this was hidden in academia, sort of in the 90s. But then in the noughties, you got the internet, you got mobile phones, you got especially a site called Tumblr, where all these young kids started jumping on this, especially the ones who didn't have friends. What do? You sit on your phone all day. They start believing they're another gender. Then all these identities become more micro-identities. So first you're trans, then you're trans-masculine, then you're non-binary trans-masc, because they want to be special somehow, right? And first it's just she, her.
Or they've suddenly taken, okay, so one other aspect of it, would it be fair to say that it's hard to say, having had this discussion, that you can have a collective noun for the whole thing, but the gay community, right, gay and lesbian community, do they feel they are now totally free? In a way, do they feel totally free in the sense that they can be whatever they like under any circumstances at all? Do you see what I mean? So you're saying, actually, this is a bad thing. If I had somebody on the other side of the argument here, would they be saying, actually, it's a good thing? All that's happening is, like in all forms, the phone, you go to your own, right?
Yeah.
And that is what's happening. But in this area, you've got one great umbrella. It's called Pride. And underneath it, a whole series of people who don't think like you, actually, funnily enough. You are a conservative in this environment.
But, I'm quite sort of left of centre politically. I'm quite a heal the world, make it a better place kind of person, and save the whales, save the pandas. And I'm not even that outspoken about most things.
Right.
But when it comes to this, and like your question, isn't it fine that we're all under one umbrella? No, because we have an entire movement that is anti-reality. It's all about denying the reality of sex, and that's grouped together with LGBT people. Our sexual orientation and yours as a straight man is based on sex. And now we have an entire movement that says, no, you're a bigot for even acknowledging that. In Australia, lesbians had to go to court to defend the legal recognition of what a lesbian is, and they lost. In the UK, lesbians intervened in the Supreme Court. There's something called the lesbian interveners, and you know that they don't mess about. And they won. So one of the reasons why that ruling was so important for me, and I was in the Supreme Court when it was handed down, is because it simply said sexual orientation is based on sex. And it's like, hallelujah.
So,
because I'm not attracted to an idea in a woman's head. And last year I was at an event which was just for gay men in a forest. In the summer.
Hey?
Should have invited Kelvin.
Yeah, I'd have been there.
And there was a woman there who identifies as a gay man, and I find that deeply offensive.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just that she was there, it's that the organizers and everybody else kept love bombing her and affirming her as a man. So that shows me this is a place where you can't speak up.
Right. So are you a minority then? I mean, that's very interesting. That.
Yeah.
So, by the way, why did you meet in a forest, by the way?
Because it was the one chance in the whole year that you could just meet 200 men and, do bear sha-la-la-la in the woods kind of thing.
Is that what happened? Was it like a sex fest in the woods?
Yeah.
Perhaps you should have dug up George Michael. He would have been at home.
It was very much his ethos,
Was
let's
it?
go outside.
Can I ask a quick question? Do you think that kind of a lot of the trans thing, is there an element of cosplay in it?
Well, the whole trans by definition is LARPing and cosplay. That's the essence. So in terms of going back to your questions about the umbrella, I think we need to look at what are all these groups that are being put together on this umbrella. Does it actually fit? And it doesn't, because, and again, Pride showed that really clearly. You've got these young autistic girls that think wearing a furry costume makes them non-human, mixed in with fetishistic men who are there to indulge in their fetish in public, and people, and you can't see their faces. You don't know who's inside that costume. Plus, then you have men who say, we're lesbians. And if an actual lesbian says, no, you're not, she gets booted out.
Yes.
Actually, in Wales, a bunch of lesbians were booted out at a Pride parade a couple of years ago because they had a sign that says, lesbian don't do dick. They were booted out. If Pride is not a place where you can simply state what a homosexual is, where can gays go? Okay.
Do you think that... I didn't realise, by the way, I knew none of this, by the way.
I'm not surprised.
We can tell.
I knew none.
But also, if I talk
don't know why. I don't know why my puzzlement at this world that I didn't know about should be the subject. I mean, presumably everybody else does know. But are you going to? It looks to me as though the Pride movement has grown.
Yeah, it's exploded.
Despite the fact that there are Mr. Mennos out there.
Yeah, but we see most people who think like me, most gays and lesbians, they stay away.
So you would only go there with your camera and your investigative kind of head on as a journalist.
To also see how far has this drifted from what Pride used to be, and how welcome am I still here at this event. There were some guys that came up to me and said, love your work, love your videos, but they all did it off camera because they didn't want to be outed.
Okay, what about
actual gays are back in the closet.
Okay, right. That's a very, very interesting point. So.
And an MP like Kate Osborne, we can't rely on her because she's completely banging that woo-woo drum, as I call it.
Right. Actually, that Osborne thing, which is one of the reasons we came here, and we probably have to wrap that. This has been, by the way, by 1,000 miles, the most interesting discussion. You do live and learn. Very interesting about autism and the reasons for that. So Miss Osborne decides, instead of attacking the Muslim movement, the Muslim chap for killing and injuring another 29, she decides to attack GB News and also
look over there,
Reform.
look over there.
Yeah. What? And I didn't know anything about her. She has a partner. They have 2 children between them.
She knows exactly what a woman is.
Yeah. So why? So that, when you become an MP, that's an important source of power in which the constituents are looking to you to be able to solve their various issues or whatever. It's quite clear she's taken this power and actually manipulated the argument in order to keep herself on side with the very people that she's marching in pride with.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you have thought? Having had this discussion, I'm absolutely convinced she's doing it for herself.
Yeah.
It's shocking. Mr. Menno, you will be back. You will be back. There's plenty to talk about. Whenever you feel that there is something which there is a conflict within what is a huge community in this country, right, which I think is actually strangely well represented now, whereas it was totally unrepresented. I mean, you might argue...
but it's gone too far. It's like a runaway train. And when the gay things were sorted, like gay marriage and stuff like that, a lot of these organizations like Stonewall went, oh, what the fuck? What do we do now? We need a cause. And instead of, for example, looking at homophobia in places like Iran, where, by the way, if you're a gay man, you get, there's the death penalty for homosexuality. Gay men get hanged there. But trans people get their surgeries funded by the state. So this is a very clear...
I didn't know that.
They're basically... And that's why gay men sometimes go down that path just to survive. And I spoke to one of them... Oh, this always upsets me. I spoke to one of them in London... who came up to me, because I was there, he knows my work. So, and there's a video about it on my channel. So the only reason he did that is to survive.
That is terrible.
That's why the trans movement, in my opinion, is absolutely homophobic, because it preys on guys like that. And it preys, and I use the word praise, I don't use that lightly, because that's absolutely what it does. It takes these very vulnerable gays, lesbians who are struggling, they don't fit in, and the autistics, and they're like, yeah, come here, you can be your true self, you can be your authentic self. It is so sinister, and it gets pushed by Stonewall, it gets pushed by MPs like Kay Osborne, it gets pushed by Amnesty, all the NGOs, all the institutions, all captured. And I'm one of the few people that's sort of trying to go, hang on a second. And even last year at Brighton, and then I'll wrap up, sorry, because I've been talking for much longer than we planned. There was a group called Human Gay Male, and so that's for gay men who are just like, ugh, Pride, had enough, can we have an alternative, please? So they organized a meeting in a pub. Trans activists found out, they contacted the pub, and the pub basically said, you're not welcome here, Mr. Gay. So the actual gays who wanted to get away from Pride weren't even allowed to get together in a pub. So we're now taking them to court.
Well, Ms. Menno, it's very nice to meet you. Very upsetting story from Iran. Thank you for sharing that. And also thank you for your time as well. That has been a compelling conversation.
Your channel, Mr. Menno, and what you do on YouTube, could you let everyone know, please?
Okay, so on YouTube it's Mr. Menno, MrMenno, Mr. Menno on YouTube, and on Twitter it's Mr. Menno Tweets.
Yeah, you got that.
We got that.
And I was banned from Twitter for 2 years for saying that gay men can't give birth. But then Elon took over.
Thank God for it. Thank God for Elon. Okay, I've got to go. See you guys all tomorrow.
We're just going to finish with Elon here.
Do you see why this makes people think that this man who has all this power, he's the world's richest man, he thinks he has a right to influence our politics? It makes people, it's why, we started this conversation saying superlatives, it's why people loathe you. I mean, some people do loathe you.
Yes, some people do.
But do you understand why? Do you think what you're doing is helpful for Western democracy?
Maybe some people do loathe me. And that's probably true. I don't care. But the fact that, as you pointed out, 250 million people follow me is that I think a lot more people actually like me. A lot more people hate you and the media more than you realize.